And here it is. Here we go. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to bow. Here it is. Here we go. Here I go. Hope you're there. The session starts. Your company required. That thing that happens every single day. Today's installment. What is going on now? So if you're available, avail yourself of what is going on here. You know when we do it. You know where we do it, and you know why we do it. We're doing it now. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy. Another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. They were singing out, holy, 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 it's another Savior. Holy, 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 it's another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there, the holy, holy song from the Eastern people, the Igbos, the holy song from the Eastern people. So, holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. Court nullifies Yoruba activist Igboho's 20 billion naira judgment against secret police, the SS. So there it is, and there it is. It looks as though the DSS have appealed against that judgment, and they found a court that has a judge that they can buy, and they have bought him to turn over that judgment. So it cannot be a court of equal jurisdiction, I suspect. So it cannot be another high court nullifying the pronouncements of another high court. So it has to be some form of appellate space. Court nullifies Yoruba activist Igboho's 20 billion naira judgment against secret police, the SS. So quite what is in play there, we'll find out shortly. So I have to necessarily share the screen with you for this one because the screen, the pictures really have the narrative. Shettima under fire for rocking Igbo attire. So it is the wit of this guy and the mischievousness of him that is one of the things that endears him to me, especially. Of course, he knew what he was doing when he decided to put on an Eastern garb. So he puts on an Eastern garb, and of course, predictably, the vociferousness of the clapback, just the viciousness of it. Shettima under fire for rocking Igbo attire. So Shettima is jolly well entitled to wear whatever suits him, or maybe not even suits him, maybe what pleases him. So that's a better phraseology for that. Academic Staff Union of University says Buhari regime deceitful for 5 years, declare total indefinite strike. So lives destroyed. So, and that, of course, marks the end of education in Nigeria. So they're already 7 months into it. So another 6 more months and then a year is out. We're fast forwarding towards the festive seasons. So essentially a whole calendar year out of taken out of a whole academic year and a whole calendar year even taken out of tertiary institutions, taken even more importantly and more pointedly out of young children's lives. So there it is. So the squabble then overpay between Buhari and his band of merry men who have looted everything, and the Academic Staff Union of Universities who are begging for crumbs. ASU says Buhari regime, deceitful for 5 years, declares total indefinite strike. So indefinite strike, and that is where we are now. So this now a real snapshot of the moment in time, of this moment in time within the Nigerian space, a snapshot of this moment in time within the Nigerian space. Fayose escapes abduction. So Fayose escapes abduction, and the pictures of his vehicle as testament to exactly what happened. But when you say Fayose escaped abduction, don't conflate that with the former Ekiti State, or is it governor? No, it is his junior brother who has been riding off the back of the name that his brother made to make himself an entity within the media space. So it's Isaac Fayose that we're talking about. So he now encounters the experience that is the everyday resignation of the everyday Nigerian. Fayose escapes abduction. So there it is. And I'll probably have to share the screen on this as well so that you can see the evidence that he's presenting. So he presents the evidence as there's a refutal coming via the next headline. Kwakwanso speaks on stepping down for Tinubu forming alliance. So this is a story that is not going to go away anytime soon because, of course, the speculation continues to gather. The speculation continues to subsist that at some point, and almost the pressure seems to be on him for that point to be fairly soon, that Kwakwanso will be stepping down, not be stepping down, but packing his support with Tinubu. So he's not going to make it to the ballot. I think a lot of people, because he knows full well that he's not going to be the president of Nigeria, but he has this mass movement. He has this mass movement that he has that are loyal to him, that he has oversight of. So where he parks that mass movement, a lot of people speculating that he's eventually going to pack it with Tinubu. But then, of course, he'll ask for his pound of flesh before he does that. Kwakwanso speaks on stepping down for Tinubu, forming alliance. So almost certainly it will be a denial, but then sometimes he protests too much. So he protests too much. So I'm bringing you this next headline, and you may not understand why I'm bringing it, but in the course of reading it, I'll add more flesh to it. But I think have at the back of your mind the people who famously own this institution. So have that at the back of your mind. Fidelity Bank seals Park to acquire Union Bank UK. So Fidelity Bank seals Park to acquire Union Bank UK. So I'll leave that sort of like a mystery for you to speculate on until we get into the reading of the piece. Nigerian Petroleum Company NNPC defends giving multi-billion naira pipeline surveillance contract to ex-militant Tompolo, accuses church mosque leaders of oil theft. So there it is right there. So they're just divvying up the Nigerian space amongst known criminals. Tompolo or Tombolo. There's a sweet, actually, there's a chocolate called Tombolo out there. So anytime I see that guy's name, it always reminds me, or is it Troblo? I can't quite remember, but there's a chocolate or a sweet that sounds similar to that guy's name. Nigerian Petroleum Company NNPC defends giving multi-billion naira pipeline surveillance contract to ex-militant Tompolo, accuses church mosque leaders of oil theft. So quite what is in play there. It will be just a rebel of nonsense. Let me put it that way, if there's ever such a phraseology. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So lean back, kick back, relax into it. The usual protocol. Click on the like button as you're coming in. We're looking to hit 100 likes. That doesn't change. So we're looking to hit 100 likes. We've threatened it on quite a few sessions, and I'm pretty confident that we'll tip over it in this session. And we're looking to get 30 new more subscribers in the course of this session. So if the subscribe button is showing red on your screen, turn it gray with one click, and that way you are fully on board with the platform. So click on subscribe, click on like, and click on the, so let me post this hyperlink right here. If you want to come join me on the screen to interact with any of these headlines that I've just fleshed out, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out oh no, that's the wrong one. So let me just make sure I've got the right one. So soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll hold on. Yes, soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, engage you in a conversation around the talking point. So that's how it works. It's an open microphone session, the open microphone being this hyperlink that you're seeing on the screen. If I can just get it on the screen. So I have this, yeah, there it is. So it's this hyperlink on the screen that says StreamYard. So just click on that if you want to come join me on the screen. Nothing complex or complicated. It's really the conversation that is the intrigue. But if you feel inclined, if you feel sufficiently emboldened to take it on via clicking that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So that's the task. Click on the like button as a matter of compulsion. Click on subscribe if you're not already subscribed. And at your discretion, if you feel sufficiently emboldened, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and come join us on the studio. So that is it. And as we set about doing those, let me provide you with a little bit of a musical accoutrement. So drinking involved, we join the K guys.
water, holy water, where they see ma.
Water, 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 water. Holy water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniriwa Agweshe, the Kegites. Iku Koniriwa Agweshe, as guys, I bring you this. Our court nullifies Yoruba activist Igboho'S 20 billion naira judgment against secret police, the SS. The Nigeria Secret Police Department of State Services, DSS, had shortly after the judgment that indicted it approached the appellate court, asking it. Oh, so did I take that from where it started? Hold on. That seems to have also somewhat started abruptly. This piece. The Nigeria Secret Police Department of State Services (DSS) had shortly after the judgment that indicted it approached the appellate court, asking it to nullify the judgment. The three-man panel of judges led by Justice Muslim Hassan, in its sitting, stated that the Oyo State High Court ignored the grounds for the case in acquiring jurisdiction, and that the judge should not have decided on the award of damages based on his own preferences. Justice Ladiran Akintola of Oyo State High Court had on September the 17th, 2021, whilst delivering judgment on a fundamental human rights enforcement suit, declared the raid conducted by the Department of State Services on the residence of Yoruba Nation agitator Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, in Ibadan, as illegal. The court had also ordered DSS to pay 20 billion naira to Igboho as exemplary and aggravated damages. Akintola had described DSS's action as an arbitrary aggression and prejudices against Igboho. Correspondents had reported that the Soka Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, home of the pro-Yoruba self-determination activist, was invaded by men of the Department of State Services, DSS, at about 1:30 a.m. on July the 1st, 2021, leading to the arrest of 12 of his aides, whilst Igboho managed to escape arrest. Following the raid, Igboho sued the federal government and demanded damages. Igboho asked the court to order the respondents to jointly pay him the sum of 500 million naira as special damages for the damage done to his house and his car, and another 500 billion naira as exemplary and aggravated damages for breaching his fundamental rights with the malicious invasion of his house, as well as an order directing the federal government and other respondents to tender a public apology in 2 national dailies. Igboho filed the application through his lawyer Yomi Aliyu to enforce his fundamental human rights pursuant of Section 33 to 46 of the 1999 Constitution as amended and relevant articles of the African Charter on Human and People Rights. The application was filed on July the 22nd before the Ibadan Division of the Oyo State High Court. Igboho also sought an order of the court directing the respondents to return all the items seized from the house. He had listed the items to include 2 million naira in cash, 1,000 euros, travel documents including international passports belonging to him and his family members, gold jewelry and wristwatches, 2 mobile phones and other items yet unknown, but which were allegedly carted away by the SSS. So it looks as though then they've got to the Court of Appeal to opt on that judgment. I think it was actually based on jurisdiction. Let's just recap that again. The panel. So I'm just reading this paragraph again, just to be clear on why they've set it aside. The 3-man panel of judges led by Justice Muslim Hassan in its ruling stated that the Oyo State High Court ignored the grounds for the case in acquiring jurisdiction, and that the judge should not have decided on the award of damages based on his preferences. So that's even more confusing at the second reading. So I have to share the screen for this because you need to see the pictures that ties this in. So the picture that ties this in, let's go. So there it is. Shettima under fire for rocking Igbo attire. So there he is. That's certainly not an Igbo attire. That's an Aboki attire. That's a gentleman mala. That is what passes for gentleman attire in his culture. But I will get to it in a moment. The vice presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Kashim Shettima, recent outfit has generated reactions on social media. In the photos that surfaced on social media, Shettima donned the signature red cap and white paw, that's MPOR. So that's, apologies if I mispronounced that. So let's take that actually entirely over again. The vice presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Kashim Shettima, recent outfit has generated reactions on social media. In the photos that surfaced on social media, Shettima donned the signature red cap and the white paw, which are traditionally worn by the Igbo men to a recent event. However, the attire did not sit well with some Nigerians on social media, who went on to slam the VP for outright disrespect towards the Igbos. According to the displeased Nigerians, only persons with chieftaincy title are allowed to don such attire in Igbo land. So here is the offending. So there it is. That is what seems to, and you know, of course, he's on a wind up. This guy is quite is a real mischievous. Is quite a character, a real character. So he's donning this outfit, of course, to poke and prod at the southeast, knowing full well that just how easily triggered the space is, and of course easily triggered the wear. So that's the outfit that triggers them. So there it is. So that's Shettima then poking and prodding at the southeasterners. Reacting to the outfit, Ochelu, an Instagram user, wrote, "Politics have made these people not to respect this red cap. Who crowned him a chief to wear a red cap?" Another user, Makay, wrote, "This his attire is confused, just like the entire APC. Is he dressing as Igbo or Hausa or mixture?" Another one, big shame. Another commentator, during the campaign alone, after that you go here, Who are they? Fake marriage indeed, whatever that means. Another commentator, this one resemble hopeless hope. So I think that is in reference to the Imo State governor. Another commentator, if na Igbo man dressed like this, curses will be flying left and right. And then the final commentator, why is he wearing our Scorpion King? So apparently that outfit is known as a Scorpion King. So there it is, Shettima poking fun at the Southeasterners. So Shettima poking fun at the Southeasterners. Give me 1 quick second and I'll be back with you. Just barely a minute and I'll be back with you. Let's stay with the Southeast though and listen to this little musical ditty.
Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapoli Maryland, Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapoli Maryland, Nandi go only.
And there it is. The rumors continue to persist. Nnamdi wins the war. They insist. So there it is. Nnamdi wins the war. Academic Staff Union of Universities says Buhari regime deceitful for 5 years, declares total indefinite strike. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has accused President Mohamed Buhari regime of being deceitful for 5 years and declared a comprehensive, total, and indefinite strike. Emmanuel Osodeki, ASU president, disclosed this in a statement issued at the end of the union's National Executive Council (NEC) emergency meeting in Abuja on Tuesday. ASU had been on strike since February the 14th over Buhari's failure to accede to the union's demands, including adequate funding for universities, salaries, and earned allowances of lecturers, amongst others. Mr. Osodeke said the meeting was to review developments since its last resolution that rolled over the nation. Mr. Osodeke said the meeting was to review developments since its last resolution that rolled over the nationwide strike action for another 4 weeks, starting from August the 1st. In view of the foregoing, and following extensive deliberations on government's response to the resolution of February 14, 2022, so far, NEC concludes that the demands of the union had not been satisfactorily addressed, Mr. Osodoko said. Consequently, NEC resolved to transmute the rollover strike to a comprehensive, total, and indefinite strike action beginning from 12:01 a.m. on Monday, August the 29th, 2022. ASU accused the Mr. Buhari regime of a lot of deceit of the highest level in the last 5.5 years. In the draft renegotiated federal government ASU agreement, second draft remains unsigned. The University Transparency and Accountability Solution has not been adopted and deployed to replace the discredited integrated payroll and personnel information system, the striking lecturer stated. The white papers on the visitation panels to federal universities, if ready, as claimed by the government, more than 6 months ago, are nowhere to be found. ASU further accused the Mr. Buhari regime of failing to deliver on the promised balance of one tranche of the revitalization fund more than 1 year after, and the outstanding 2 tranches of earned academic allowances had not been released. NEC was utterly disappointed in the agents of the government, especially the Minister of Education, for the deliberate falsehood and misrepresentation of facts aimed at scoring cheap political gains. It is disheartening to imagine that a minister whose responsibility it is to resolve the crisis can overnight turn round to lead in this ignoble enterprise of distorting facts and misleading Nigerians, the statement added. ASU called for the understanding, solidarity, and sacrifices of all to ensure that every qualified Nigerian youth cannot ASU called for the understanding, solidarity, and sacrifices of all to ensure that every qualified Nigerian youth who cannot afford the cost of private university education or foreign studies has unhindered access to quality university education. The union acknowledged past and present efforts by eminent Nigerians and groups to mediate the lingering crisis, but vowed to remain focused on the full implementation of the December 23rd, 2020 Memorandum of Action for quick restoration of industrial harmony in Nigeria's public universities. So there it is. Takia, so they're just playing, they're selling them a dummy. Buhari not living, I think Adamu is the name of the minister in charge of that space. So any surprise then that he cannot honor an agreement, a kale surprise, color me surprised, a malam that cannot honor an agreement. So there it is right there. Nothing changes, everything changes but remains the same. So everything changes but remains the same. Let me share the screen with you because the screen, the image is the image on this piece is part of the narrative. Fayose escapes abduction. So this is the brother of the former governor. So there he is driving a Hummer in military colors, by the way. So I wonder if that is even legal. I know if you wear a camouflage in Nigeria, you get beaten up by the authorities. Isaac Fayose, younger brother of Ekiti State former governor Ayodele Fayose, on Monday evening escaped attempts to kidnap. Let's do that again. Isaac Fayose, younger brother of Ekiti State Governor, of former Ekiti State, let's do that one more time. Isaac Fayose, younger brother of Ekiti State former Governor Ayodele Fayose, on Monday evening escaped attempts to kidnap him by unknown gunmen. Fayose wrote on his Facebook page that whilst traveling to Lagos State, some unknown gunmen attacked his vehicle along with several others and abducted some persons. According to him, many people were kidnapped whilst he barely escaped with damage to his vehicle. He wrote, "Thank God for life. No life was lost. Many were kidnapped. Kidnappers in Gbongan area of Oyo State coming to Lagos. No security in Nigeria at all. This is why I won't vote Tinubu and Atiku. They changed good luck to Buhari." However, the Osun State Police Command said it was not aware of such incident as it was not reported to the command. He didn't report to any police station in Osun State. We are not spirits to know what happens everywhere and every time. The Facebook is not a police complaint or report station, sir. If we want more inquiries from him about the incident, because there are a lot of questions that we will want to ask him, which can be asked on Facebook, sir. Thank you and have a sumptuous day. So this is quite a cheeky police PRO. Thank you and have a sumptuous day. Imagine that. Is that even professional? Thank you and have a sumptuous day. He didn't. Facebook is not a police station. I mean, anyway. But notwithstanding, we shall work on the matter to know what really happened. But notwithstanding, we shall work on the matter to know what really happened and to know what to do about it, she said. Why am I not surprised that it's a she? Anyway, let me not go there, otherwise I'll get slaughtered. So let me go to Kwakwanso instead, who is still playing hard to get. We all know that he's going to collapse to Tinubu eventually. Kwakwanso speaks, and by the way, this is the third time that he's having to refute and debunk this. 2023, Kwakwanso speaks on stepping down for Tinubu forming alliance. The presidential candidate of the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, Rabiu Kwankwaso, has denied having any plans to step down from the 2023 race. He also rubbished suggestions that the NNPP might be forming an alliance with other opposition parties in order to wrestle power from the All Progressives Congress APC. According to Kwankwaso, who spoke with journalists in Maiduguri, Borno State capital on Sunday, those championing the claims of stepping down or alliance are simply mischievous, in his words. Some people are terribly mischievous, and I don't see how any of these four political parties at this critical time will accept joining one another. There are some elements making mischievous postings and insults on social media, but we believe in sportsmanship and we are out for good campaign. To say NNPP will join or withdraw for APC or PDP is absolutely rubbish. It can't happen. Earlier correspondents reported Kwankwaso had expressed optimism about defeating the two main parties at the polls. He said, some are envisaging that there will not be an outright winner in the first round of the presidential election. But from our own camp, we believe that we are going to win during the first round of the presidential election because we have the people. The NNPP candidate also stated that those saying his popularity is limited to Kano or the Northwest alone are mistaken. Some people are saying Kwankwaso's political base is Kano State, and I am so happy about that because Kano State is not a small state in terms of millions of registered voters. Some are saying Northwest, and others are saying the North is the only base for Kwankwaso, but they are making a mistake. Unfortunately, some people are now campaigning on social media. They have employed irresponsible people talking about things that they know is not true, but we have kept on telling their masters to say, let me take that again, actually. Some people are saying Kwankwaso's political base is Kano State. And I am so happy about that because Kano is not a small state in terms of millions of registered voters. Some are saying Northwest, and others are saying the North is the only base for Kwankwaso, but they are all making a mistake. Unfortunately, some people are now campaigning on social media. They have employed irresponsible people talking about things that they know is not true, but we have kept on telling their masters to say that any one of us is withdrawing for the other. Everybody knows it's absolutely impossible. The former Kano State governor added that he was a founding member of both the PDP and the APC, saying their failures led to the establishment of NNPP, and there is no way he would go back to the parties that had led Nigerians into problems. He submitted that the NNPP is waxing stronger every day. Don't forget that 6 months ago, there was nothing like NNPP. It was when we joined that it became the force that it is today. And from now, for another 6 months, only God knows what this party will become. The people of goodwill are now saying, how do we get out of it? Because nobody wants this country to collapse. And that is why you see people coming into the movement to rescue the country. You see these parties, the PDP and APC, I was founding member of all the two, but they have derailed completely. And that is why some of us had to leave and bring in a new thing. That is why we brought the NNPP and people are buying into it. So there it is. But all the speculation around the Kwankwaso journey is that essentially the whole NNPP narrative is a special purpose vehicle for him to be in a negotiating position when the chips are down. So when the moment comes, that's just gives him the leverage to negotiate. That's just That's all people see in that NPP narrative. So now to this story. Fidelity Bank seals pact to acquire Union Bank UK. So you're wondering why I will bring you such a nondescript, middle of the road article. But who owns Fidelity Bank? It's Peter Obi, of course. So this is a Peter Obi story because Fidelity Bank, as we all know, owned by Peter Obi and his family. Fidelity Bank seals pact to acquire Union Bank UK. Fidelity Bank PLC has announced that it has entered into a binding agreement for the acquisition of 100% equity stake in the United Kingdom arm of Union Bank PLC, following a letter of no objection issued by the Central Bank of Nigeria. This was revealed in a statement issued by Fidelity Bank and signed by its company secretary, Ezinwa something or the other, through the Nigerian Exchange Group to the investing public on Tuesday morning. Union Bank UK commenced operation from the heart of the City of London in 1983 to provide competitive banking services, including personal banking, trade finance, treasury management, and structured trade and commodity finance, which it offers to individuals and corporate clients. Commenting on the agreement, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Fidelity Bank PLC, Mrs. Nneka Onyeli, something or the other, said, this transaction aligns with our strategic plan of expanding our service touch points beyond the Nigerian market and providing straight-through services that meet and exceed the needs of our growing clients. The diverse service bouquet and business model of Union Bank UK offered a compelling synergy, and we hope to build on the existing capacity to create a scalable and more sustaining service franchise that will support the wider ecosystem of our trade businesses and diaspora banking services. The transaction is, however, subject to the approval of the Prudential Regulatory Authority of the United Kingdom. So there it is right there. So Peter Obi acquires a UK bank, and there it is, but a man of humble means. A man of the people, an everyday man, but he just quietly acquires a UK bank. Nigerian Petroleum Company NNP. So this is now the last readout. Nigerian Petroleum Company NNPC defends giving multi-billion naira pipeline surveillance contract to ex-militant Tom Polo, accuses church mosque leaders of oil theft. So now let's now see what's going on here. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company NNPC Limited on Tuesday alleged that security agencies, churches, mosques, and communities where pipelines pass through are involved in pipeline vandalism and theft of petroleum products. Chief Executive Officer of NNPC, Mele Kyari, stated this whilst defending the pipeline surveillance contract given to a former militant leader, Government Ekpemukpolo, better known as Tompolo, according to correspondent. Kerry maintained that the decision to hire private contractors to protect the I think I need some water. Okay, no. Let me wait a moment. Kerry maintains that the decision to hire private contractors to protect the oil pipeline network nationwide was the best the Nigerian government could do in the present circumstances. Although the government is not dealing directly with the former warlord, it has signed a contract with a company in which Tompolo has interest, Kerry disclosed. He said, we need private contractors to man the right of way of these pipelines. So we put up a framework for contractors to come and bid, and they were selected through a tender process, and we believe we made the right decision. He accused churches, mosques, security agencies, as well as communities where pipelines pass through, of being involved in pipeline vandalism and theft of petroleum products. According to him, the company has found stolen petroleum product warehoused in churches and mosques with the knowledge of all members of the society where the incident occurred. He added that the entire network of pipelines for petroleum product distribution in the country had been shut down as a result of activities of vandals. He said, as you may also be aware, because of the very unfortunate acts of vandals along our major pipelines from Atlas Cove all the way to Ibadan and all other connecting all the 37 depots that we have across the country, you know none of them can take delivery of products today. And the reason is very simple. For some of the lines, for instance, from Wari to Benin, we haven't operated the line for 15 years. Every molecule of product that we put is lost. And of course, you remember the sad incident of fire very close to Wari, close to Sapele, that killed so many people. So we had to shut it down. And as we speak, ladies and gentlemen, the level of losses that we have on our pipeline, and I am sure you may have seen it, and I invite you at the right time so we can take a look at it jointly. You remember that Lagos area when a fire outbreak happened in one of our pipelines. We discovered that some of the pipelines were actually connected to individuals' homes. And not only that, and with all sensitivities to our religious beliefs, you know, some of the pipelines and some of the products we found were actually found in churches and in mosques. That means that everybody is involved. There is no way you will take products, bring in trucks in populated neighborhood, load it, and leave without everybody else knowing about it. That everybody includes members of the community, members of the religious leadership, and also, and most likely, government officials of all nature, including security agency personnel. They are everywhere. And I have seen this even in the Niger Delta. There is no way you would deliver a volume and lose up to 30%, and you will continue to put that product in this line. He said, though the security agencies were doing their part, end-to-end pipeline surveillance would require the involvement of private entities and community stakeholders. He said, apart from the problem of vandalism, pipelines have also aged, which, according to him, led to their shutdown. Kyari, however, said that the company had decided to come up with a new pipeline management system that will enable them to distribute petroleum products in the country. He, however, warned vandals against destroying pipelines, saying security agencies would come after them. He added that the officials of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission are following the proceeds of the crime to arrest those involved. Correspondents earlier reported that the Nigerian government gave a multi-million-dollar pipeline surveillance contract to a former militant leader. It was learned that the government and the NNPC had signed a deal with a former militant leader and commander of the defunct Movement for Emancipation of Niger Delta, meant Government Ope Mopolo, and that is his name, by the way. His name is Government, Government. So somebody actually gave birth to a child and named him Government. So Government Epe Mopolo, aka Tompolo, to end pipeline vandalism and all forms of oil theft in the Niger Delta, the source said. It was learned that Tompolo had already met with some ex-agitators and youth leaders in the oil-rich communities in the Niger Delta for enlistment to safeguard oil pipelines. The contract awarded to Tompolo has been generating mixed reactions. So there it is right there. And there is, what do you even make of that is the thing. So, so what do you make of that? So what do you make of that? Let's see what the panelists are making of that. Ovie, I see you. Thomas, I see you. Babati, I see you. Ayo, I see you. Ajanle Koko, I see you. And joining us from San Diego, I see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. Always a pleasure in your company. So let's go straight to it, and let's go with San Diego. And let's take you then to the space, San Diego. Let's take you from San Diego to Soka, Ibadan, Oyo State, and to the home of Sunday Igboho, who we also know what happened in July 2021, when in the dead of the night they went out shooting at his house. A pronouncement from a high court in Oyo State that led to an award of 20 billion naira for Sunday Igboho for his human rights being infringed. That has been upturned, and the DSS absolved by the appellate court. What says you, San Diego? Unmute.
Sorry for that. Good day, everybody. Good evening, everybody, wherever you are. Nice platform to be for today. I missed yesterday, but I listened a little bit. But anyway, going back to the topic we were talking about. Yeah, I'm familiar with the Igboho story when it started, because I followed the Yoruba, of course, I listened to my, you probably don't like him anyway.
No, it's all right. He's just a dumbass, but
he's not a dumbass.
Everybody, no, it's not a dumbass. No, it's not.
It's a Yamed.
No.
It's a Yamed.
It's your opinion, okay? But anyway, I'm familiar with the story of Igboho, what transpired during the time and everything. Like I said, it was very, very terrible moment. But anyway, going back to the award, I know they awarded him how much they awarded him again?
20 billion naira.
That was the court in Ibadan, right?
Yes.
So it was appeal. Of course, the federal government is going to appeal it. That wasn't surprising because that happened to Nnamdi Kanu too. I think some court in Umuahia or whatever awarded him certain amount. I don't know how many billions. Anyway.
Do you consider that judgment by the court in Ibadan? Do you consider it a homeboy judgment? Is it a homeboy judgment?
No, that guy deserves compensation. I mean, they went to his house, and prosecute him and kill people or something. Yeah, he deserves judgment. If we are living in a stable country like here, US or whatever, Nigeria is not a stable country. I mean, the rule of law doesn't apply. I mean, I don't know what kind of justice system we have. Of course, it's going to be appealed. Then that was an appeal court. Igboho should have taken it to maybe to the next level, the Supreme Court or whatever. Of course, we know which people preside over those or those malam. Well, they're going to say whatever Buhari said anyway. They're going to obey him. So that wasn't surprising to me. That they would dismiss the case, even at all he appeared, being that what they consider to be, they don't believe what he was campaigning for. Definitely, it's not going to be and it's not going to win by no means. It doesn't surprise me that actually happened. So that's the rule of law in Nigeria. We don't have any justice system,
But the grounds for going after him was that he presents a security threat to the country, and they have invited him to attend police stations severally, which he has not. They even tried to accost him once upon a time on Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and the masses, they overwhelmed the authorities. But they said he was stockpiling arms and he was looking to weigh against the state. So if that's the case, then the security agencies had no choice. And the appellate court was saying that the Ibadan High Court the pronouncement was made on preferences, not taking into account the totality of the circumstances.
But is the Ibadan High Court not a judicial, doesn't they have a judicial authority to make their own ruling? Which I think they do.
Yeah,
okay.
I think they do. Yes.
Okay. Do you think they invited him? According to what I read, he was not invited. I mean, my own understanding from when this actually happened, he was never invited, to come. That's to my understanding. Okay, and if you have to go, into his house at that particular time, midnight, don't you have to have a warrant? Did he have any warrant to go to there? So that's another problem. So they violated all kind of law. I don't know what kind of law they have in Nigeria. Anyway.
Would you say that Igboho invited what happened to him? Do you think he invited what happened?
No.
Similarly, that Nnamdi Kanu invited what happened to him. Do you think this gentleman invited what happened to them?
No, he did not invite what happened to them. He's fighting for his people's freedom. I mean, I don't mean the whole Yorubas. I mean some people's freedom, that are agitating for their own freedom. All they have to do, call him, and listen to him and see what he's saying. That should have happened to Nnamdi Kanu. I mean, to Kanu anyway. Maybe he took it on a different level. And I didn't really follow Nnamdi Kanu when it was happening anyway, but I followed Igboho, when it happened. He should have been invited, say, okay, what do you want? Why are you agitating for this? Let's have a resolution. I mean, that's what a legitimate, country does, That's what a civilized country does. Of course, Nigeria, they behave very barbaric when it comes to, rule and law, particularly the people presiding over our law right now. I mean, all those Malams, who doesn't even know anything about law. Even I thought they know, they try to feel like they don't know anything about it. No, he deserves to be compensated. I think, Igboho probably not, even I thought he appealed it, it's not going to go anywhere, in my own opinion. So that's Nigeria for you.
All right. San Diego, look at your screen. So you would say it's just an attire, but and it goes beyond an attire within the Nigerian space. So much controversy just for a man putting on
that's an Igbo stuff, right? Yeah.
Yes. So this is Shettima, dressed in the fullness of the Igbo attire. And of course, the backlash are very vicious on the space. So it depends on how you choose to look at it. So you could look at it to say that he's been deliberately provocative. You can look at it to say that it's just banter. You can look at it to say that he's reaching out to form a relationship with the East. But how it's been digested is very much that it's poking fun at the space. So what are you then making then of the Katsina, of the Bordeaux Kanuri man dressing in an Igbo chieftain attire to sort of to tickle at the Southeast? So what do you think his intentions are? And do you think the reactions, vicious it was, should it be as vicious as it was?
No, I mean, I've not read anything about it. This is the first time I'm hearing it because I've been busy, at the end of the month for my job, I'm kind of busy. But anyway, no, I mean, he's a Nigerian. He can wear whatever. I think it's just a true banter, I mean, being a Nigerian, he can wear. I don't see why I don't see any reason why it should be a lot of, I mean, concern or whatever they write. Of course, obedience is going to, do what they do, in that regard. I mean, every political party does it. It's not just obedience anyway. I don't see anything wrong with that. He's a Nigerian. He can wear any attire, any attire he wants. I mean, I can wear an outside attire or whatever, I have the freedom. I mean, there's no way it's prohibited in the Nigerian constitution for you not to wear any of that tribal, attire, whatever seems fit to you. I mean, you like it, it fits you.
Do you think that because they are seeing it somewhat as in poking fun at maybe the obedient space? And there's some sort of overly sensitivity about that space that they could have just bantered with him back and just maybe go and, like they did with his outfit, maybe they would go and wear some house outfit and banter him back. But is there some prickliness, some overly sensitiveness in that space?
Yes, it is. It is. It's uncalled for. It's not necessary, but I mean, it's all politics anyway. So I mean, I don't take it serious, but to me, it's overly sensitive. But anything over sensitive, depending on how you look at it. For my own opinion, I don't really. It can be oversensitive like it is, but it doesn't affect me. I mean, it's a freedom of, freedom. It's a free country. You can wear any attachment, any attire you want. I'm sorry. I don't see anything wrong with what he did. It may be a banter, maybe politically motivated. Yeah, it may be. But poking fun at the Igbo, I thought it's a nice attire, so I don't look at it as poking fun. I mean,
I would love to. I've been after that cap for a while myself, but I'm not sure that I'm brave enough to wear it.
Why?
Because I've been asking the Southeasterners on the platform if I'm allowed to wear that red cap.
You don't have to ask anybody. Why you have to ask a permission for that? That don't make any sense.
Because of our cultural sensitivity now. Cultural.
Come on, now. I wear Yoruba attire, anything. I was like, it doesn't matter. Who cares?
No, I can wear an equal outfit.
Red cap is
what
a
people said.
market now.
But anyway, we're just talking.
Yes.
1 month. That red cap is available in there now. What's the big deal?
Yeah, but I think it has maybe.
I can't read.
I think it's meant for. I think it's meant for elders and chieftains. Is my understanding, and you cannot just wear it casually.
What I'm saying is that if it is available market,
then anybody can wear it.
That means that anybody can now. What I mean. You don't understand what I'm saying?
Can you hear me?
No, I do understand. That if it's readily available. Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm sorry. What did you say?
No, Ajale Koko was just saying that can you hear me? Look at that. Is this American system, isn't it? Some cheap Chinese something. You say I can abuse him now. I can abuse him now.
Please desist from your anti-American rhetoric.
Well, we get it all. Why is it always the Americans? Even when the man joins us from Nigeria,
they get us of her now.
Look at that. When you are sold your network to
economy, all European, it's not as big of Atlanta. So they get us of America now.
Let's see if you can see us. Can you see us? Wave. Look, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
All right, brilliant. You're back now. We lost you for a moment, and I was
making. Sorry, I don't know what happened.
Don't worry, I was making fun of you behind your back. But
okay.
Yes.
Sorry. Do you know that? One man. Sorry. Do you know that? Apop of San Diego. Do you know who Pantami is?
Pantami. Yeah. One of the ministers in Buhari administration. I mean, I think he was involved in like jihadi stuff or whatever. I don't know.
Good. He's watching this show. When you are talking trash about the Northerners, that's what you get. They'll freeze you up.
That could be true. Okay, yeah. That could be true.
All right. Let me take you to a different space. This one a bit more concerning, and this is the story that keeps pretty much every one of us away from Nigeria. So if somebody as high up in society, we have to say, as Fayoshe's younger brother, if he cannot even drive from one destination to another, then what fates the rest of us? So you can see the vehicle on your screen. That is Ayo Fayoshe's brother, Isaac Fayoshe, trying to drive from whatever point to Ibadan. Of course, accosted by kidnappers and bandits who did this to him. Luckily, he escaped, but they swept up quite a few people. So that's Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, now a no-go area.
So this is Hammer, right? I think he's like on a Hammer, right?
Yeah, that's a Hammer, yes.
So wait a minute. So when they tried to kidnap him, did they kidnap some people with him?
No, they couldn't access him, but there were other vehicles that they were successful with. So they swept up quite a few people. But he was then on social media, lamenting that the country is dead, that this is why he would not vote for Atiku or Tinubu. I don't know quite how he put a political spin on a near disaster, but it just struck me that this is that again. It just gives you even more reasons not to even buy that ticket to go to Nigeria.
That is scary. I mean, he didn't have to put any kind of political spin in it, but like he was saying, even I thought he put it in his Facebook. I mean, that's a means of communication. I mean, I can understand why he has to call the police immediately because it's a very scary situation. But regardless, they got the information from there. They should have, took it seriously and started investigating. They didn't have to, poke him, whatever word. I think I heard you say that. I was just getting, into the picture when I heard you say, they poke him with certain word. That wasn't necessary. I mean, this is a serious matter. I mean, This is why I'm scared of. I'll be honest. When I go to Nigeria, like I said, I spend most of my time in Lagos. And when I do go to my hometown, where I mean, I live in the township over there. Even coming from the airport, I have to tell my dad, please, get me security. Even at all, it's like about 30 minutes from the airport, to the where the township there. He just scared. Okay, believe me, I'm not gonna go anywhere, unless things stable. I love my life. I'll be honest. I'm not gonna go anywhere unless I'm pretty much sure I'm secured. Believe me, I'm not gonna take that chance. But anyway, going back to what we are saying, that is very scary. Because that's probably the most important thing, because I listen to some Obi, I don't know if you listen to some Obi interview, they interview him about the security. He's not really, I'm obedient, okay, to a certain degree, but he hasn't given any concrete about how he's going to solve the security, which I think is number one. Security has to be number one in anybody manifesto, beside that. He has not given a concrete, I don't know if he doesn't really have the solution yet to give. I don't have a solution, maybe, and nobody
nobody can be the president of Nigeria, San Diego, without addressing in clear terms what you're going to do about security, what you're going to do about electricity, and what you're going to do about corruption. Those three spaces, you have to address them in a way that people understand what you're saying before.
I like his speech and everything, but in that security and some other things, he just kind of, I'm kind of verbatim on what he's saying, so that's what I don't like about what he's doing in that area. You need to come out concrete and say, hey, this is what we want, this is what he's going to do, because I listened to the one in California. I think it was this guy, this lady, Ademola, what's her name?
Adeola Fashion.
Right. She was good. I give it to her, but the audio wasn't clean. I was in the gym by that time, when it was happening, because I went to gym very early. So maybe the gym was a little bit busy. I didn't listen to the whole stuff, but some of the things that I was listening was a lot of interruption, like they was talking, over each other. So I didn't listen. I didn't hear the whole story, the whole, the whole meeting. I didn't hear the whole thing properly. So, but I didn't like some of the things that I hear when it comes to there's nothing concrete about what we're gonna do. So maybe it's still gonna happen, but for now, I'll give him a pass for now.
I don't see it happening, San Diego, because security is not a strong suit. So when it talks about matters economics, as a former banker and a former governor, he can talk all day about matters economic and governance. But there is nobody in his setup that is a security expert.
But you can hire a security expert even from here. I'm not an expert. You can hire a security expert from here that has a knowledge. All you have to do is do some investigation about Nigeria, and give you, maybe he has one, I don't know, but for now he hasn't proven me to, he hasn't told me anything that that I can take for concrete. Say this is what's gonna happen. But anyway, some people they just talk. I don't know, they won't do anything, But for now,
because I don't think a lot of people feel that the solution to Nigeria's insecurity is within Peter Obi's capacity. Only because it doesn't have the backdrop, it doesn't have the antecedents in the space.
But you can hire. No, you don't have to have an antecedent for you to. Because you're ex-military. Look at Buhari. Buhari has the antecedent before he came in. So I don't believe that's the proving factor. You just have to have the word to prove and tell people what you're gonna do. He said something a little bit about giving the state the authority to be their own police and everything. And you have to go to the I think you have to go through the local people like the chieftains and everything, tell them what to do and everything. He said it has to be local, from local to state before to the federal. According to him, he just gave a very little point, which I agree. He said he's going to decentralize everything, He said that's going to help make sure the local and everything, But he didn't give quite a good concrete. But even after you give a good concrete and you may not do what what he said. So anything about Nigeria, but I expect him to say something. So for now,
so you are right. He needs to get experts together to package a narrative. Yeah, he has to have a narrative about
somebody, an expert. Like you said, an expert, it doesn't mean that you don't have to be an expert to, tell me. Just write something for me. Then I memorize what he said. So when I go to any platform, I will tell them, because that's going to be the number one question. Everybody, you expect that's going to be asked, to you in every platform that you go. Security is number one before the economy and other kind of things, and light. People are going to ask you, So he has to come out with something, you know. So I mean,
all right, because the euphoria, it has gotten him to this point, but now people want some substance. But talking about security, let me take you to another space. Quite a curiosity, this one. The NNPC, they have contracted for multi-million dollars and ex-militants to guard pipelines. So is this something that you are comfortable with, Tom Polo, being contracted to guide pipelines?
no, okay. Was it last week when I read it? Remember, I mentioned it to you to bring it up, you know. But I'm glad you're bringing it up right now, you know. Yeah, I read a little bit about it, how he was in exile, you know, and he just reappeared recently. So I don't know where he has been. I know he was awarded the contract, you know, a long time ago. I don't know if it or it has been, you know, the contract has been awarded. So I don't really know whether it was the previous one, because I was discussing with a friend of mine, you know, a Muslim friend of mine. He said it was a contract. He's from Awuchi anyway, the Muslim guy. He says it's a contract that was awarded previously. So I was arguing with him. I said, no, this is presently. You know, we went back and forth. This was actually on Saturday. He said, no, it was previous. I said, no, this is just happened. Then I was reading about some other group that came, you know, with their military, you know, gadget and everything, you know, protesting that that's not going to happen in this, you know, in this Niger Delta area, because they say they own most of the oil, you know, pipelines. So they should have been rewarded. Then you have the Arewa youth. Do you see the Arewa youth protesting?
Yes.
So you can't do that in Niger. They need, I don't know what's going on. They say they needed to be rewarded too. You say you can't give somebody 4 billion a month. That is too much. But notwithstanding, I understand they have, you know, that he has the knowledge of that, you know, terrain. You know, he can give some input. But I'm thinking that you have to have like a military. I know we are depleted when it comes to military, but regardless, maybe train some people to guide that area. Maybe Topolo, who has the, you know, knowledge about the terrain, can give them the information. But I don't believe somebody there he can just give somebody that amount of money to guide that place. I mean, what kind of military mind does he have to be able to safeguard that place? And now there's a problem going on because they have some other group that claim that they have more, you know, they have more of the oil, you know, oil line and everything. So you have to reward it. So after that, another group is going to come out. So I think it's a disaster in the making, in my own opinion.
Do you think that oil pipeline system? Do you think it's fit for purpose anyway? For them to be piping oil all the way from the creeks to Kaduna or to do you think it's a system that is built to fail, isn't it? It's subject to rot, it's subject to vandalism, it's subject to so many factors. Is it a system that this time has passed?
Yeah, I mean, in a few years coming, you know, nobody's gonna be depending on oil anymore. So oil consumption is, and I mean, everything is gonna be, you know, electric right now. So yeah,
you are letting your California bias influence that answer. I know you no, I'm being serious now. You live in California. When you talk about this electricity, that's a California answer right there. So it's not a global view on things.
It's not a global view.
We'll still be using oil for 2030.
Even Tesla guy that just left California, it was in Norway as at this morning, I mean yesterday, saying that the world still need oil. We still need to keep drilling oil, fracking oil for the next couple of decades. If not, the humanity will not survive.
I don't know about that. Everybody's going electrical here now. Most of the car here.
But we understand you live in California, so we get you are very unique. We get you. We understand. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. I mean, just, you know, what I think that may happen. I don't know how soon that's gonna happen. But anyway, going back to the story, you know, Nigeria is still dependent on that oil, and it's, you know, it's overblown. You know. So what about? Let me ask you one man. How about the refinery that's supposed? What's his name? Refinery that's supposed to start operating soon. I don't know. That's been going on for 10 years. You know, I don't know how long. So how's that supposed to be incorporated? I thought they're supposed to divert the pipeline to Lagos. I don't know what's going on. I've not really read any. Did you have any information about that?
Are you talking about test? Are you talking about Dangote?
Dangote, yeah, yes, sir, yeah, my brother.
Man,
so I'm just saying, what is going? How that working on that? You know, I need to do some research in that regard.
They have been shifting the date for since the past for the past 4 years now. They've been shifting it next year. Now, in that they're gonna it's gonna start up next year. That's the latest.
Oh, okay. Thank you, bro. Yeah, that's all I have.
Dangote is using that refinery, is using it to run a scam. You know, he gets dollar at a concessionary rate from the central bank.
One man, please.
Yeah.
Are they pegging his exports to be paid in naira, or does he have the option of buying from the international market?
How do you mean? You mean by? You mean like,
is the government mandating that he buys mainly Nigerian oil?
No, they can't mandate that. They can't. Sorry, go on.
I mean, is like the rates, like, is he mandated to trade in naira, or does he have option of trading in dollars?
I think he has to trade in dollars because it's an international space. And I don't think they can peg his facilities to just to the Nigerian space or to the Nigerian oil, because I think he is the third or fourth largest refinery in the world. So even the capacity of the refinery is bigger than what Nigeria produces. So it's a real massive.
Yeah, because the reason I brought that up is because that if they give two figures, if it's allowed to only do Nigeria initially, like, meet our consumers first, it will expose the false figures we've been dealing with for years. Because I don't think we are using up to what we declare in numbers. You get what I'm saying? I don't think we use enough as the government claims that they are subsidizing. So that might expose the real numbers.
You know what the Minister of Finance told the Senate just the other day? That Nigerians were consuming 160 million liters,
which is impossible.
Impossible. I went to check what they are doing in Germany. The Germans are not even consuming that. 160 million liters per day.
So I'm saying that if Dangote has to, if this is Dangote, we know you can even help Nigeria out. That would show us the real numbers of what we actually consume daily. It won't be that 160 because, then they can't claim need for subsidy and things like that. But go ahead.
What I'm hoping that the government would have embedded in whatever contract that they have with him is that he has to produce X amount of oil for the Nigerian market at a concessionary rate. So I mean, because what's the advantage? What's in it for us otherwise?
We need to benefit from him having refinery. Maybe give him that subsidy, like a small amount, just to cushion off. Like he gets that subsidy to give us the oil at a reduced rate.
Yes,
because it's local, we get it cheaper. That would be the.
I hope that's built into the contract. Because he will want to argue that he wants to sell to you at international rates.
That's why I asked earlier that was there a deal where he buys at the international rate, even though he's getting it for locally from us. You see what I'm saying? That do we have it in the contract where he has to get at that rate, or there's a different way where we can subsidize it?
Oh, you mean they sell the oil to him at a concessionary rate?
No, not everything. Like, let's say
for the domestic market.
Let's say the rate is 100 internationally. We now say, okay, for the ones you're going to help us refine locally, we will give you for cheap. In exchange for you giving us at a cheaper rate, that you won't buy it from us at that rate just for the local demand that we need locally. So we'll give you maybe at 60 or at 50. That way we get it for cheaper, and you make your profit for the excess one that you have to sell internationally. It's like a deal, like a trade-off.
Yeah, hopefully they've built something like that into the system, because there has to be an advantage to the Nigerian space for all of the facilitation that they've given that guy.
But you know Dangote now. It might get away with it again as usual.
He gets dollars at a concessionary rate for matters of the importance of his project. So I mean,
okay. Woman, how? Okay, if Dangote is, how much are we buying at 300? If Dangote decides or is now supplying, like how lower do you think he can bring the price down? How lower do you think we can go?
It can go as low as the federal government concedes to him.
No. Give me a number. I'm not trying to corner box into a corner.
No. I mean, it's a conversation. But if you are saying, let's say from they are setting the crude to it. Let's say the crude, for instance, is for the purposes of the example, $50 a barrel, and let's say they are setting it to him at $35 a barrel for him to then put it to the Nigerian market at a $40 per barrel rate. So there's a buffer for the Nigerian market there. And then, of course, the rest, they sell to him at the international rate for him to sell to the international market. So I'm hoping they've built a Nigerian advantage to the facilitation that they've given him.
They peg just the ones we need, though, not everything he buys.
No, not everything he buys. No. Otherwise, they'll just make him they make him the richest man in the world now if they do that.
But it's Nigeria, they will sneak some numbers, and you know how they do.
Yes, Babati and Mama, what you said makes sense, man. I understand what you said. You're very right on the.
I mean, there has to be a benefit for us having there's no point in having the biggest refinery in the world, in terms of 600 million or what, and we're still buying like we were subsidized. So what's the point of giving you all the tax breaks and investing $3 billion in your company? There has to be a benefit for the country.
But Babati, you are forgetting something. Dangote is a businessman. He will want to make profit.
He can still make profit. Now, let's make profit.
The money to build the refinery is not my brother. So he has to make money.
Government, wait, Mazi. Do you know what government did to him? But they gave him more than the worth of his company that increased the value of his company. Remember, they gave him 3 billion, and he sent the value of the price. They went to buy what percentage in that company? Was it 20%? They gave
not up to that. I think about 10-15.
Yeah, which put the value of the company up, even though it was overvalued. So even that alone, he has his money back already. He's already made all of his money.
And they were also selling dollar to him at lower than the desk rate.
He's got too many tax breaks. He's doing roads in the Papa and for tax breaks for 10. He's got too many tax breaks for that country not to help the country out at this point. Come on now.
All right, back to you, San Diego.
Most important aspect is that the payment should be made in Naira. The payment of any transaction between him and Nigerian state should be made in Naira, not in dollar. That is the most important aspect of it. The only way.
I'm asking that, but that was what I was asking one man earlier. That is there a way that they have that embedded in the contract that they must deal in Naira?
That have to be in Naira. Otherwise, they don't make sense. Must we be paying dollar for this that is in Nigeria? He paid every payment for any between them made in Naira, and so save a lot of use that forex, pay our foreign other things,
Let me find that story. Let me find that video. Let me find the video. I think there was a video where the central bank was talking about before they invested that money. There was a deal where he has to trade in Naira. Let me find that story. I will bring it up in a second. You go ahead. Let me find that story.
Hey, Babati.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it seems like Nigeria pretty much, the government has subsidized that man's richness. Regardless, he's the richest man in Africa, but I think the government, really subsidize his richness, whatever position he is, right? Don't you think so?
Yeah, he has, but in fairness to him, it's business.
I understand.
If your rivals don't have that connection to compete with you, I've had people come on this platform several times, even share stories of their own family members that were destroyed by Dangote's company. Somebody came here a while ago talking about one of his uncles were dealing sugar, and he got priced out because of Dangote's influence. So I do get that part, but the reality is that at some point, the company has done enough for you that you can do back for the country and still make significant gains.
Yeah, I understand it's business, it's competition. Yeah, I think I think the company is talking about is in Enugu or whatever. I think it's a cement company. I don't know, somewhere in the east, but you know, it's a business. It's not only the cement. I mean, other kind of business.
But San Diego, Babati, do you know what's going on in that space? That company that you said, Dangote discovered that company, and Dangote bring down their own price to counter that person. It's a business strategy.
Oh no.
Dangote is a businessman.
Yeah, I don't know much about that business.
San Diego. If you import something to Nigeria today, you are selling 100 naira. Then I want to counter you. I can sell 5 naira to spoil your market so that you can fade up. It's a business strategy.
Oh yeah.
Do you agree with me?
No, I agree with you. I mean, I like I said, I'm not privy a lot of information about that company. I just mentioned it. I mean, I live in a capitalistic economy, you know, so I know how business works. Yes. It's competition.
In the private chat, guys, I remember that story vividly. Emefiele did say that Dangote will have to sell the crude oil in naira. I remember, so that's premium times right there, because I remember that story when that came out in 2021, that he has to trade in naira with crude oil sales. So that should help.
That is good. That's good.
Yeah. So I put the link in. I put the link in the private chat for anybody who wants to read the story. Yeah, he has to sell in naira.
Will he ever complete the refinery, though, is the question, because what was it, 6 years now? How long does it take?
No. It's going to have to.
That guy has been shifting it. It's been shifting the goalposts, opening that place for the past 4 years. Every year, shift the goalposts again. That it's going to be next year. Shifting it forward. But we hope that next year, we open it.
No, it's not ducking, because it's actually losing money by not opening early. So it's not like it's trying to play any games. I don't think so. COVID
it's not losing money, Babati.
So it's losing money now. No, seriously, it's losing money.
It's not. It's round tripping dollars. This is what it's doing. It's round tripping dollars, because
it's dollar. Babati, what are you saying?
It's round tripping dollars. It's getting dollars at a concessionary rate from the central bank, for reasons that his project is of national importance. But then he's round tripping the dollars, you know.
Okay.
I'm saying that
I'm saying that no.
The guy is doing that. Very lucrative business.
No. I'm saying that it would have made more money if the refinery was on. But if you had the refinery, it would have made more money. Look at the weight of the oil; it would have made more money. So I don't see that he's doing it deliberately. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but I don't see him being deliberate with that.
Babati, even that next year they are talking about, it's not going to be running fully. They will first of all test run it for a couple of months. It's not starting in a full capacity. They first of all test run, maybe even for 6 or 7 months. That's what I heard when they are doing the. I watched some documentary. So it's not. It's even if it started next year, it may not even be selling till 2024. Because they first of all test run it, make it know that it's viable, the fuel is good to go. So it still have a long way to go. Let's just continue.
It doesn't care about, because even the test run is geared towards having foreign ships come over. So it's more focused on even refining foreign oil as opposed to local. Is my concern. Like, why is government not even discussing this at the beginning before it even starts to? Before we get there, because there's no way it's going to be test running for 6 months and it's all foreign oil coming in. Like, wait a minute, we have local here now. Help us out a little bit here. So the government has to step in. Luckily, they have shares in the company, so use your muscle a little bit in that industry, a little bit to help the country out, please.
No, all right. So there it is. So back to San Diego. Round off your thoughts on that space, and then I'll take you to another talking point.
Oh, I don't think I have much to say. I mean, everybody has said what I'm thinking about. So I mean, it's Nigeria.
All right, let me take you to this space. Politics now. Kwakwanso speaks on stepping down for Tinubu, forming alliance. So this is the third time, by my reckoning, that Kwakwanso is having to debunk that is looking to step down. But a lot of people feel that the Kwakwanso narrative is essentially somebody that has a sufficient enough of a large political base, and he sees the political landscape opening up, and he's then trying to wrap around his political base so that he has a negotiating position at the high table. So do you see Kwakwanso making it to February as a contestant, or do you see him negotiating his way into one of the bigger parties before we get to the business end of things?
You know, Kwakwanso, from the little I've gathered of him, you can't trust him in anything. But if I have to guess, I think he's going to collapse his, party to another party. It's not going to be another party. To me, from reading from the early, that is, I think he's going to collapse his party to Tinubu. That's what I'm thinking. He's not going to go with PDP because what's the other guy named
Shekarau?
Right, he's already with PDP. And it's like his enemy right now. So I can't see him going to that party. Kwakwanso is not gonna last. He's not gonna contest. From what I'm seeing, I can't even imagine him unless he's just an arrogant person. For what? I mean, I know VA is gonna be here. He's gonna disagree with what I said, but the way I'm seeing it, I think he's just in every speculation are going on. There has to be a truth to it. I mean, he can come here and debunk everything. Say no, I'm not collapsing. I'm still gonna contest. But there has to be a truth to any kind of rumor going on. He's going to collapse his party to Tinubu. Not even Obi, because anything with Obi is already passed anyway. So, and it's not going to be PDP. So he's going to collapse his party, just waiting for the highest bidder, hoping that he's going to be offered some kind of ministerial position or whatever, or buy him off. Of course, Tinubu has the money anyway. So if he wants some money, Tinubu is going to cash him out. So.
All right, brilliant. Academic Staff Union of Universities says Buhari regime deceitful for 5 years, declares total indefinite strike. So indefinite strike, that is now, we were all, because we've been monitoring this story at San Diego, and it looks as though agreements were being reached. But what the lecturers are telling us is that they reach agreements with these people, but they never honored the agreement outside of public pronouncements, public statements that an agreement has been reached. So now completely fed up, they are now making the strike now, which has been on since February the 14th, now indefinite. So it's heart-wrenching when you consider, but there it is, the fate of the Nigerian child, essentially.
I mean, it's very disheartening and deplorable, situation that we find that country. I thought it was extended for a month, from last week or 2 weeks ago when we heard about it. Now it's going to be indefinitely. So the way it's looking, there won't be any kind of, agreement until next administration. Our case is going to be up, for more than a year, right? I mean, you can say well, the semester anyway. It's going to see more than a year. More than 1 year calendar.
Yes, they've lost an academic year.
Right. And you're not even sure when the negotiation is gonna start again. I mean, I don't know the whole agreement, what kind of agreement, but federal government, is supposed to. I mean, it doesn't really matter because that is the future of the country. Instead of giving all this money, I think I read something about today. The government giving some, it's of some cattle rearing in the north. They gave them money. Do you know about that? I think I read something about that today. And I heard about it, but I didn't follow the whole story. I mean, you're giving all these billions to different sections. But the most important, what I consider to be essential, other ones may be important, but this is essential. I mean, this is where the government is supposed to put all their, all their money, and they're not looking after the kids, I mean, the lecturers or whatever, they may be greedy to a certain extent too, but they are not well paid to begin with. So everything is just mind-boggling, about that country. I mean, this
what the lecturers were saying was that they've reached some agreements which they've announced publicly. So they were meant to release the first tranche of payments to the lecturers, and they've waited for about 12 months for that payment to come, and it's not come through. Even though the Minister of Education, Adamu, he has gone into the public space to say that this agreement has been reached. So This is it. And then the second tranche of that payment is due with the first tranche of the payment not being made. And all other elements of the agreements that they have reached with the government, none of them honored, even though they go out in the public space and traverse all of the media spaces to say that they've reached agreements with these electorals and they're being overly greedy. So this is where they are. The government cannot honor an agreement.
You see, this is the problem with that country. I mean, the key is supposed to be a national security. You know, it's supposed to be a priority. You know, to that country, but they are not honoring everything they said. If that's true, and they, some of the agreement they have come, they have not honored the agreement. Then I don't blame the lecturers. I mean, why can you blame the lecturer? They need to be paid. They can't be going to school for free or whatever. I mean, they can't be teaching the kids free. You know. So they definitely need to be compensated. In a final analysis, I think they should be compensated because the federal government or the Buhari government, they're not looking at, hey, they're not looking at that as a priority to them. So I don't really know that country,
all right.
They're just like a failure to me. So
all right. Brilliant, well put. So brilliant, well put. So thank you, San Diego, for opening things up. Let me go from you, San Diego, to Ayo, if it's ready. Ayo, are you ready to go? Okay, Ayo is not ready to go. Okay, let me go from Ayo to let's go to Kulata if it's ready to go. So Kulata, are you ready to go? Kulata is not ready to go. Let's go from Kulata. Who is ready to go? Then let me know.
I'm here.
Go. Oh, okay, let's go with Thomas. So Thomas, let me take you then. Let me take you to the space then. Court nullifies Yoruba activist Igboho's 20 billion naira judgment. So this is the DSS now going to the appeal court to upturn the results that Igboho got. What says you?
Good evening, everyone. Love, share, and subscribe. One man, we've brought this news countless of time. We know they are not going to pay. We know that they are not going to pay. But what struck me is the reason for not paying this sum of 20 billion naira. They said the court doesn't have the jurisdiction. I'm not a lawyer, but for a layman, jurisdiction means if you are filing a case, it has to be in the state where the incident happened. The incident happened in Ibadan Shoka, close to Boluwaji, along Iwo Road. I know Sunday Igboho house very well. It's not far from my house. So this incident happened in Ibadan, which is Oyo State. So if you are filing any displeasant or anything on the same incident, it should be filed in Oyo State. If Igboho has gone to Lagos or gone to Nasarawa or Bayelsa, they can be saying the court doesn't have the jurisdiction to take the case on. But he filed the court in same state, which is Oyo State, which is High Court in Ring Road in Ibadan. So they are for them to struck out the sum of amount. They are complaining or what they said, it doesn't cohere at all. If they want to say we are not going to pay, they just say we are not paying and let everybody do what they want to do. But their excuse, it doesn't make sense at all because they said the judge doesn't have the jurisdiction. And Ibadan, it happens in Ibadan. And you can file anything that happens in Ibadan. The incident happened in Ibadan. So to me, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me. But we know that they are not going to pay. One man, Babatunde Omidino, before he passed away, what they call it, the NDLA accosted him that he had something inside him. They gave him so many things for him to shit what he swallowed. They couldn't find anything. He filed against the state. They awarded him 10 million naira, just 10 million naira. Before that man died, they didn't pay that money. The man is gone now. The man has passed away now. May God bless his soul. So that is what we see. Even if you are saying you have a problem with the government, the next place to go is the court. That's the last solution for a common man on the street. Then you approach the court, you tender your case. The case give you a sum of amount as a compensation, and the same courts that they were owned by government, they decide not to agree with the same court which they set. So one man, it's unfortunate. I remember I said the last time that I wouldn't like for Igbo to go back to the country and settle his case. Then we can move on. But we know anytime he steps his feet on the soil of Nigeria, they are going to arrest him because they already declared him wanted. So one man, it's just impunity. That is just what we have there. But their reason for striking this case out, it doesn't make any sense to me.
All right, brilliant. And to the Shettima outfit that's generating so much controversy all over social media, of course, you can already. It says this attire is confused, just like the entire APC. He's dressing like an Igbo person. It says politics have made these people not to respect the red cap. Who crowned him a chief to wear the red cap? So all of this, of course, off the back of a man seeking political office in Nigeria, dressing in the manner and the traditions of the people that is seeking their votes. So what are you making of the controversy around Shettima's attire?
One man, Shettima is a drama king. I go with what Obe said earlier on about his dressing to the NBA. This man is out there to troll. So expect more, one man. If you see him tomorrow in Yoruba attire. But to me, why can't you dress in what you like? You can dress anyhow you want. You can dress anyhow you want. A Hausa man can dress in Yoruba attire. Do we care? We don't care. Igbo man can dress in Yoruba attire. Do we care? We don't care. So the man is out there maybe, in my opinion, maybe he's trying to throw the obedience so they can come after him. So the man just wants to be on the social media, people talking about him. The more he's dressing abnormally, people that doesn't even know Ashiwaju, we know him. So the man is out there. He's doing his job, one man. He's doing a perfect job for Ashiwaju. So expect him to do more, even worse than this. But to me, in my opinion, so maybe he's trying to throw the obedience that no, we are coming there to grab your vote. One man, we know Ashiwaju cannot even get any vote in the Southeast. Even Buhari, the last election, the 5 states of the Southeast, Buhari got 400,000 votes, just 400,000. Buhari don't need the Southeast to win an election. Ashiwaju know that the Southeast will never vote for him. So they are just trying to make the social media go gaga so that they can sell Ashiwaju more to the Nigerian populace. So he's doing what he has been paid to do, one man. And he expects more. That is just my opinion. Expect more from that guy. But to me, you can wear anything you want to wear. If Hausa man come today and wear Abeti Aja, I can't pick offense. We are Nigerians. We are free to wear what we deem fit to wear. That's just my opinion, one man.
All right, brilliant. So you are saying the Southeast would not vote for Tinubu, and there's a good chance that they will not. But if Tinubu wins the presidency, are you anticipating that the experience of the Southeast will be similar to what it has been under Buhari, who took exception to them not voting for him, and they called them 5%ers? So will they get the 5%ers treatment under a Tinubu presidency?
To me, I don't think so, because in Tinubu's camp we have so many Igbos. So there are so many Igbos, even they are big personalities in the Southeast. They are still concur with Tinubu. Akpabio is there. Orocha, what they call it, Joe Igbokwe. So there are still countless of notable Igbos that still like Tinubu, but it's the populists. And how many people are they? They don't have votes. So it's the populists that we determine. And you can see one man, since he started his campaign, he hasn't been to the Southeast because he doesn't need the vote of the Southeast to win an election. This is the truth. Buhari doesn't need the vote of the Southeast to win an election, and we have saw it in the last couple of elections.
I think he would need 25% from at least 2 southeastern states,
which he will get maybe from Imo or from he may get. Let me say he will get. He may get from maybe 2 or out of the 5. So Buhari didn't need the Southeasterner vote to win an election. I've said it countless of times. And we saw it in the results of the election that's been going on. So Tinubu will try in the Southeast. He will try. He will still try. There are some Igbos that will still vote for Tinubu. Don't let us deceive ourselves. Many Igbos that saw what he does in Lagos State, that has benefited from what he does in Lagos State. Even Joel is obedient. At least he acknowledged what he did in Lagos State. There are some Igbos that will still vote for Tinubu, but the bulk of the vote, the block vote, will go to Peter Obi. But I don't think Tinubu will mistreat or will climb down on the Igbos, even though they don't vote for him, in my opinion, because you can't come. Buhari hates Igbos. Let's just put it like that. Buhari don't like the Igbos. So if they don't vote for him, and he has that treachery and that's enemies, what English will I use? He doesn't like them. He doesn't. Let's just say the facts. He's just the president of Nigeria. He doesn't like the Igbos because many things that has happened in that quarters that we thought as the president of the nation, he should handle it much better. Because even though the Easterner doesn't vote for you, you are a president of Nigeria. Nigeria is one in constitution. Even though they don't vote for you, you're supposed to treat everybody in the same thing, in the same manner. But I don't see Tinubu doing that, one man. In my opinion, I don't think Tinubu will do that because I know some Igbos will still vote for Tinubu. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. And you were saying that Shettima is trolling somewhat the political space. So do you think that the right choice was made? Because there was a lot of backlash, you recall, when Shettima was chosen. So the Muslim noise making that died off somewhat. And do you think then this guy is stepping up to the mark to justify then him being selected as the running mate? Do you think he's doing a sufficiently good job?
He's doing a good job, man. He's doing a perfect job. There is nobody that can even one man. But before Achiwaju choose this man, he know what he's capable of doing. That is why he chose him. One man, this man is intelligent. This man is articulated. This man, one man. People are just saying he wore that clothes to MBA. One man, this man is a banker. You can't tell me he doesn't know how to dress. But he went there to shift, to change the narrative so that people will not know Achiwaju is not there. And look at this, he's wearing now. He's trolling. He's there to do the job he was paid to do. So expect more, one man. I respect Ove because Ove said it the other time. Everybody say, oh, you normally put every conspiracy to everything, but at the long run, it shows to everyone that this man, he knows what he's doing. He's trying to troll to bring out confidential what they call it, something that's everybody will talk about on the news.
Thomas,
yes?
So he's doing Awada Kerikeri vice president. Is that what he's doing? Awada Kerikeri is vice presidential candidate.
But you understand what I mean. It's not Awada
like that to provoke. to provoke the obedient or to provoke the Easterner? What kind of what I mean? What are you insinuating?
Oh, Ajali Koko, I told you, this man is selling a product. If you are selling a product, everything that will make your product sell, that is what you will do. So he's trying to me, he's trying to throw the obedience so that they will climb back on him. I mean, the backlash, the more they are doing that, the more is being known even in the East. Our Easterner brother that doesn't even know who is Shettima, since he did this now, the news will spread out there that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu's vice president or vice president candidate wore Igbo attire. He wore our red cap. It's not a chieftaincy. One man, Ajali Koko, they are selling the product. They have to sell it very well. That is what Shettima is doing.
All right. Thomas, did you see the Peter Obi interview by that Canadian YouTuber that seems to be generating quite a lot of discussion online? Did you see that?
Yes, I watched it yesterday after the session because they were streaming it when we are streaming yesterday. So after I watched it. Yeah.
What did you make of it? How was, because I haven't even watched it because I've seen so many of Peter Obi's speeches and they are all always so similar that I had no expectation that it would be anything different from his usual talking points. But what did you make of it? What did you make of his performance? How did it come across?
Yes, when I listen attentively to him. But what you can say in what he's saying is you can't really pick like a concrete substance that you can hold. It's just like it's too comfortable. It's just talking. You can't really pick a substance that let me hold this substance and this is what this man want to do. You can't really hold substance of what he's saying. It's just same. It's just like same. Even the one he did in Canada, I think is still what I saw is just praising himself. This is what I did, praising himself in what he has done in Anambra. But the present dispensation that we have, this present problem that we have, is not giving a concrete solution to the problem. That is what I saw in that interview. You can't really hold anything that this is a tangible point, this is a tangible solution, this is a tangible something. That is, to me, I don't like listening to him because I don't let me say what I want to say.
Are you sure you were not listening to him with prejudice? Because I've been watching quite a few spaces and people were just raving the review of how he performed. So sorry, this on the screen is for Jafar. So Jafar, this is the outfit. But they were raving in the review of how he. Oh no, not that. So they were raving in the review of how he performed. So are you sure that you were not listening to him with prejudice?
I didn't. He made one statement which I think is not possible. He said all our problems of refineries will be solved within 4 to 5 years. I don't believe it's not possible to solve it within 4 to 5 years. Even Dangote is still crawling. Dangote has been telling us he will fix the refinery maybe 4 or 5 or 6 years ago. He hasn't do it. So there are some numbers you don't call because to me, you can't fix the problem of refinery in 4 to 5 years. It's not viable.
Thomas,
yes.
It is possible. It's
Are
possible.
you sure, Baba?
Yeah, it's possible. It's just to do some repair and then put it to operation. It's not something that we're trying to build from the ground up. We already have it. It's just some few problems.
We need more. We need more.
No, we don't need more. We have how many we have? I think we have 4 refineries, isn't it? I think we have.
I think three or four.
Is it three?
Do you count the one that they built in the modular one? Does that count as one of them? The one
modular.
The ones that
is the modular one built by the government or built by a private?
That's one we don't count that one. We just count the Kaduna, the rivers, and the Warri.
So is that one in Port Harcourt?
Yeah, the one in Port Harcourt. Yeah. So I mean, they are there. It's just turnaround maintenance, and then they fix some.
I suspect I suspect it might well be more than turnaround maintenance, because we've had 3 administrations in succession that have not been able to fix it. So I think they are moribund. I think they are obsolete. Or
one man is the management. They have incompetent people running those things. Put the right people in the system, they will fix it. Stop using quota system.
It's not obsolete. One man. We have some refineries here in America that are older, that have been in use since 18 something. We have some in California that have been in operation since 1935. And they are still working up to today. So it's just some parts that we need to just do some replacement, and then put it in operation. But it's an avenue for looting. They didn't want to fix it. It is better they continue to import those products, so that some people will be using that
subsidy.
That subsidy, to enrich themselves and loot the resources of the state. So it is possible, Thomas. Within 4 years, we can put those refineries back in operation and start working well. For that country, and start creating.
I'm not sure about that, because we've had the Yar'Adua administration, we've had the Goodluck Jonathan administration, we've had the Buhari administration. Even the Obasanjo administration, we've had 4 administrations that have not been able to turn around those refineries. So is either they are all these administrations are colluding, or the
actually those Obasanjo actually sold it to that of Port Harcourt to Dangote, and that of Warri to Otedola. It was Yar'Adua that reversed that, terminated that contract. Those guys would have
paid the what they normally call it
penalty.
Penalty, I remember.
Yes. So it was Yar'Adua that caused the setback that we are experiencing today. If you have followed that contract, that Obasanjo selling of those, if you have not terminated that contract, those things will have been in operation, because Dangote wouldn't have built this one that he went to build in Lagos. He will have developed that place, he will have transformed it, and it will have been working for us now. We wouldn't be in this kind of economy. And Otedola too will have turned around that, the one in there will have been competition. Billionaire against versus billionaire competing in oil and gas sector. We will have been rich.
And Baba Ajale will be like telecommunication, Glo,
MTN.
Yes. There will be competition.
Yes, Obasanjo was very, very mad with Yar'Adua. Actually, he said that he met with him and he told him that, why did you do this? Why did you reverse the contract? And he said some power that be forced him to do that. And Obasanjo said, he asked him that, who are those power that be? Power that be that make you do that. Why must you do this thing? This is economic feature for this country, and you are trying to reverse it. You reverse it, you terminated it, and you brought us to ground zero. What is it that you think that you did that is good for this? Is not good for the country. Obasanjo was very mad with him, but what do you call it? Danjuma, I mean, it was
Yar'Adua.
After the death of Yar'Adua, Jonathan came instead of that one. Only Agbewuri nìyẹn náà. Ìyẹn náà ṣe. Just for that one is
do you think there are powers in Nigeria that shadowy powers in Nigeria that are more powerful than the president?
Yes. No. I'm beyond. Not just Nigeria. In Nigeria, there are powers that actually shape that country the way. And if you want to run for office or you're in the office, you have to play ball with them. It's just that's just the reality. There are powers that be in that country and outside that run that space. You just say.
I think
so
that
how come those powers were not able to cage Obasanjo?
That is the question we must ask.
Oh, because he's a good deal maker with them. He plays ball, but he still gets things done. You can play ball with powers that be to get things done. You can't get everything you want, but you can get most things done with them. But you must make concessions.
Could it be because he is one of the power that be?
Yeah, he's one of them.
He's not those. It's not like he's not an outsider that can be controlled. He can, like you said, he can play deal and he can do whatever he wants to do. You know,
he will give them what they want. I'll give you something. I want this done, so that it means you can negotiate with them better than good luck that don't drink.
No, I don't think that. I think those powers that be in Nigeria, they are mainly northern, but their influence is predicated upon a northerner being in charge or a weak man. So
no, not really, not necessarily, not necessarily. I think they have to have maybe the house. They have the courts, right? They have the courts, they have the business, and they have the military. So just look at your court system and look at the military, coupled with the international policy or whoever is running that space at that time. They manage. It's like a trifecta. They manage it. So if you are the president, you are caged. So if you don't play your games, they'll kick you out. Unless you are.
I don't think they can have the court because the Attorney General, the Chief Justice of the Federation, and the law spaces their appointees of the sitting president.
So you think that they don't have
like we saw with Buhari just now, yeah.
Yeah. Well, so who's running Buhari? You think Buhari is actually controlling that environment?
No, Buhari is being controlled by a northern cabal.
Yeah, but I think the cabal does not have any tribal affiliation necessarily. It's not like a nothing thing completely. They have people from the south too in the cabal, right? It's not a complete nothing control. There are also people that are from the south. They are also in the cabal. There are foreigners in the cabal as well. So I won't really make it a Fulani thing completely.
Well, no, that's my suspicion anyway, because Obasanjo cannot be an outlier. And if we have Tinubu, he will not be controlled by anybody either. So they can either only control their fellow northerner for reasons of the caliphate or a weakling like Goodluck Jonathan.
Let me put it this way. Sorry. Let me put it this way. If Tinubu gets here, I agree with you that he might not be able to, like, he can't control him necessarily. But he knows that he still has to play ball with them. You see what I'm saying? He has more influence to get things done, but he knows he still has to get things done with them. In some instances, he still has to play ball with these people. So that's also what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they have complete autonomy of that space. No, they have enough influence to hinder you from getting things done if you don't play ball. It's like the movie. What was that movie? Koshegbe. You remember Koshegbe?
Koshegbe. Yes, Koshegbe.
You remember Mako and his boys now in the
Mako. Yes.
You remember how the cabal is there now? If you don't play with their boys, they will block you at the border.
Yes, I remember.
Just go watch that movie. You see what I'm saying? They have enough influence.
Is it on Netflix? I've never heard of it before.
Mako is a mainframe movie now. One of those classic.
It's a very long time movie.
It's one of those classic.
Like Shaworo there. Yes.
If you go up, so that tells you pretty much how the cabal system works. You see it. It's from like 97 or 95 or something like that. Yeah, very classic movie.
Babati, back to the matter. That is why Atiku still have disadvantage. That Fulani thing is the problem. One man, if Atiku get there today, they should just sell sell everything.
You
to
know
a
that's
private.
you know that's the one policy that I agree with Atiku. You have to sell that NNPC. Just sell
Just
it
sell
out.
it.
You know,
Just sell it.
No,
just
to who? No, to who? To who?
to whoever. It doesn't
Ah,
really
no,
matter.
One man. Do you remember this is what got us into trouble with the NEPA?
Right.
We didn't care enough to care for who they sold it to. So we must care who they sell NNPP. So we
Yeah,
can't.
but so they take the learning from the NEPA space. You know, Nigeria was new to the divesting of state assets under I think it was actually Obasanjo that really opened up that space with the liberalization positioning.
Right.
So they were new to that space, and they had some successes, they had some failures, but then they take the learning from there. But they have to get rid of that NNPC. It has never served the country ever, not once ever.
From the NEPA experience, if your company is not directly involved in that industry, we can't sell it to you. We can't do that second hand, third hand. We give it to some bankers and they go find an investor.
And they should have like a 60% in.
Right. No, that one. You must have at least 50% of the funding coming in the first place. Okay. And you must be involved in that sector directly to even have any sales in the instance.
Like they sold 5G licenses, 2 5G licenses in Nigeria about 6 months ago. And they sold one to MTN. Glo was also in contention. They didn't get it. All the big names, Airtel was in contention. They didn't get it.
Who got it?
Some Rabiu something from Kano.
What does he know about?
He had no antecedent in that. And then I went to check his record. The company that he used to buy it, he set it up about 6 months before getting the concession.
Mm-hmm.
It's just amazing. And they had to pay some money up front. He couldn't even raise the money to. They just gave him he has no antecedents in telecommunications. He didn't have the funds to support the license. And all the big names in telecom, they're in play. Only one of them got it. And you gave a 5G license to just some malam, just to pack it to transcend.
And also, if you remember, for the past 5 years, they've been trying to transition from the TV network in Nigeria. They want to move from their so-called old school analog to digital. Do you know who won that contract?
Malam Bam.
They have the main station for the 4G for the digital TV in Nigeria. It's in one area in the north. I'm like, there's Lagos, for God's sake. There's Abuja. Why are you putting it in one northwest where nobody knows it? How can you? If you are moving from to 4K TV, whatever, it should be in the biggest cities first, right? That would be the first place to put your digital network, not in a small town or small state in Abuja. So that's why I have my.
They have issue. I think it's an inferiority complex. You know, I think they are in mortal fear that the South, the Yoruba space, and the Southeast as well, that if they don't chain them down, they will move so fast ahead of them that they will be like barbarians in comparison. Because you know,
it is not an inferiority complex. It is simply wicked. It is wickedness. That's just it.
No, it can't be as simple as that.
No,
you know.
No, man. When you look at it, you know, when you believe that I would rather enjoy the sweat of these other people. You get the point. It is not that maybe they want to hold them down, but the thing is that they want to use them as stepping as the downtrodden to work for them,
to step into their development.
Yes, the pawns. The South will move the pieces together, and they will just. And if you look at the way they are positioning themselves, you realize this is what is happening. They are simply trying to play this game of chess where they make themselves the kings and queens in that game. And they let the South be the pawns and maybe the bishops if you are high enough. You get the point. So it is not just that they are inferior. It is because they believe that they should be on the top. They are this. In fact, we should call it superiority complex.
No, I think you can call it superiority complex because it's a mixed bag. They have this this caliphate mindset. So there's that. You might well vest that in. But I still think that they're unfair somewhat that the South will develop, if not held back so rapidly that it will nullify their relevance. So
no, I don't think they are not afraid. Look, if the only time they can be afraid is when our southern leaders wake up to what they are supposed to do, to what they are meant to do. And especially if you look at this period during this time when Aketi was trying to Aketi was this Ondo State governor. Akeredolu, was trying to champion the regional policing of the Southwest and things like that. You can see the way the southern governors came together and tried to form a kind of alliance to form a wall against the North. Then they prickled their fear. That was when they started taking note again that this is something different. But all this while, I can guarantee you, the average mentality of this northern elite is that they own the people in the South. Those who are not submitting enough, they make alliances with them. One way or the other, they would just.
And those they can't make alliances with, they kill them.
That is just the game. So they subjugate it, because how do you even say it? None of our elites in the South make noise when we see things that go wrong in the South, and those things don't go wrong in the North. But
I think that's a bit unfair. I haven't cited Akeredolu as an example just now.
No, if not for the issue of security, and security knows no persons. You get the point. Security is not hidden; it is out there. If you don't do it, people know that you don't do it. It is not an hidden thing that if you don't do it, but so far nobody knows, you can just go like that. You get the point. Security is out there. Whenever there is an insecurity, almost everybody knows. So they can't hide under that. Before that, what have they been talking about? There have been a lot of injustices between them, upon the South, that everybody just keeps quiet. During COVID, they claim that they shared a certain amount of money to people, but who benefited from these monies? I have some people that the Northerners were leaving Lagos to go and collect 20,000 to go and collect some monies in the North, and they came back during COVID. And what did they say in the South? They said, well, the Northerners are the poorest. The South, they could cater for themselves. Not how many people collected the money, maybe from the trader money, or those are the little things. But when they were during the COVID period, during that period when they said they locked the borders, Buhari gave order that they should lock borders so that no food should come in. In the North, look at how borders were open. Food, you can.
My brother, don't blame the North. The food they give the Southerner. What of your governor that go and hid the food? They give the Southerner to share.
No, I think that was nationwide. I don't think it was just in the South.
That is not even my point. That's not my point. My point is they man the borders in the South so that you can't just go to the North. They bring rice free flow. No border was manned. Nothing. They don't scare. Go and buy your rice in Nigeria, Republican and it. So you can imagine the cost of rice in the North is different from that of the South. And nobody, there is also a kind of boundary in the Daura itself. I've had people who said, go and see how rice is cheaper in those places, because there's this segregation, there's this belief that they are superior. Especially they are subjugates, they are citizens in subjugation, yes. But you see, that same mindset is what they are transferring to the South as well.
Do you think that mindset is starting to seep into the South? Because I'm noticing that it is. That's cruel.
The problem is this:
barbaric way of being.
You see, the issue is that on the South, as a common South man, we are not taking. In fact, we loathe that mindset and we fight it to the earnest. But the question is, our elites, our leaders, they are not saying anything to back us up. They are not saying anything.
I think that's San Diego. Go on.
They are not saying anything to back the South up. They are not standing on their grounds and say, come on. If not for this insecurity, before you started seeing them standing, I think that was what even brought Tinubu, Akonde, BC Akonde. Remember, there was a time they had a meeting like that they had to do an open press and say, no, we are supporting regional policing as well. We are supporting state policing because they now saw that it's what you do as the Yorubas would say it. You get the point? They were now trying to poke them in the face. And that is one of the reasons why I always also want to blame Tinubu. But I understand that he is trying to fight for a presidency, so he would rather keep quiet and talk. But we need people who we look forward to as leaders to begin to speak. They shouldn't just keep quiet. For example, how do you agree that we should mine our resources in the south? And they are the ones at the top position making decisions that will affect them. But they will never allow you to go and mine gold in the north. The resources, the mineral resources that are in the north, have they been mining to share the monies to nationwide? The answer is no. So they are basically saving themselves and destroying the south. That's just it.
All right. Well, there's actually merit to that, but I still feel there's somewhat. I think they are intimidated by the South, because you like I said, they have a system where they keep their own people in perpetual servitude and ignorance. In order for them, if you had an educated mass in the North, we would not even be having this conversation at all. But that is their control system in their space. But that is also the control system that they want to use over the whole of Nigeria, because I don't know, man, it's a complex situation, but there it is.
Look, that is it, man. And that is why you realize, for example, if they want to go for presidency, they don't, you never hear the South say we are feeding the presidency to the North. Most of the time, it's always the North who sits the presidency to the South. Why is it so? It is because if you look at it, our elites on the average, of course, we have balance in the South. We understand that once I take mine, there should be a fair share in this policy. So it is your time. You need to take yours. But when it is the Southern's time, you hear them say no, it is their time. They must say it as if they are the one doing us favor. You get the point? And these are the things where we need to start talking and say, no, you can't say it is our time. It should be the norm. Because we don't say it was your time. When it got to Buhari, we didn't say it was the Northern's time. We know automatically. And you'd never heard the governors coming together and say, oh, we are ceding it to the North. No. So you can see this psychological warfare, and they are playing it. But the thing is, they play it on the elites of the South. That's the problem. And I want to say that because a lot of the elites in the South are greedy. They are too selfish. They are not patriotic to the Southern ideologies of growth. They are selfish. They are greedy. They just want to keep themselves and keep their mouth shut. So far that they are good to go and they can sort their own persons underneath them. So they keep quiet. But how does it come up on the old general Southern space? So they play on that greed. They play on that selfishness of our elites. And once our elites keep quiet, who are we to talk? Everybody just we anger, but we just keep quiet. We are not really.
The other thing is, Emelokon, they have a structured hierarchy of decision making, which is formulated along their emirate structure and their religion. So they have a system that allows them to act as one. But we don't have a system, for every 3 Yoruba persons, there are 4 opinions. So they have a cohesiveness and a singularity to their politics, which is based on that their sword and victory sort of a mindset. But we are more egalitarian, more individualistic, and as you just described, more self-centered and selfish.
Yeah, that is it, Roman. That is it. And I think that is one thing we need to learn. Of course, we have a superior leadership style in the South. But the thing is, we need to, because
the only time that Nigeria has ever worked has been under a Yoruba presidency. There's no other time that it has ever worked.
That is it. So the thing is, that's why we say, I just don't know how we can just push our leaders or wake up to elect leaders that we know that's come. I am letting this person not to just go and enjoy himself and to say that, oh, he was fortunate to get there. No, we are electing those people because they simply know what they are going there to do. We need to start putting this leaders forward.
You know, I think what we're doing is we're papering over cracks. You know, we're papering over cracks. We're putting a band-aid over something. What we actually need to be doing is to be really in a final decision, no going back, find a way to extricate ourselves from these people. It won't work. We all know it won't work. And like you said, they are just using you as chattel and milking whatever. They don't, you know, they're happy to walk away if the system turns that the South rules the country in perpetuity, then that country will break up because they would not allow themselves to be in that position. But we seem to allow ourselves to be in that position either by fear of their you know, that's their thing, that they are warmongering, slaughtering sort of ways, you know, because we know they have that. So I don't know, but we cannot really, we cannot live with these people. We cannot live with them. They are just completely. You think we can live with them? You think as Yoruba people we can live with those people?
Try and change them and educate them now to be better people, like I will try to do now.
No, we've been trying to educate them since Awolowo's days. These people, how long have we been trying to educate them? How long?
The thing is this: the moment we start talking about resource control, and people really follow resource control to the letter, if it means that every region manage a certain amount of resources that you have, look, you see that these things will begin to change. The story will begin to change. But because the resource is still under the central government and they have the 70% share of that central government every time they have that 17% share.
My brother, this your English is too much. My brother, let me tell you something. It's the day the Igbos and Yoruba come together. That is when all
that day will never come, though.
That is the one man.
No, one man. You can't say it will never come.
No, all this grammar that you have blown now, until Yoruba and Igbo come together as one.
No, that day will never come. That day will never come. The Igbos resent the Yorubas even more than they resent the Malams, and the Yorubas distrust the Igbos even more than they distrust the Malams.
Man, that is an assumption. Do you have
forget about that, my brother? If we don't come together to fight these people, we are
but we
joking.
can never come together now. When has the Yorubas and the Igbos ever come together? Ever? We're going on a century as a country.
One man, we can come together. You know the point. One of the reasons we have to, one of the reasons we have to come together is because of what Thomas has just said. And that's why I call it the southern part of this country. I didn't say maybe the southwest or the southeast.
We come together on the individual level, but we don't come together in the power spaces, in the places of relevance. We come together in terms of personal friendships, even marriage and all of that, but we don't come together where it really matters. Because there's this chasm between the Yorubas and the Igbos. There's just always that chasm.
It's not a chasm. It's competition between the Yorubas and the Igbos. Each side feels they're more superior. Igbos want to compete with Yorubas a lot of times, vice versa. So because of that, it's like sibling rivalry between both groups. That is why they don't fight each other. They can live side by side for centuries. They won't fight, but they will never agree on the big issues because one wants to up the other. So that's why Igbos and Yorubas will never align.
One man, can I say something?
Hold on. Let's hear from San Diego. San Diego, yeah. Let's hear from you. One of those
Yeah,
uncomfortable conversations we have sometimes. Well, yeah, let's hear you.
yeah. Who was the last speaker that speaks? Sometimes I tend to misunderstand Babaki and
That was
It's
It's
not
our
me.
Yoruba.
It's not
oh,
me.
that was
Hey,
Kulata.
Joe. It's
Okay.
not me.
It's our Yoruba
I'm
accent.
sorry, Kulata. How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good. Yeah, I agree with your last statement that you made. I mean, definitely that is true. I think it's matter of this one say this one say I'm more powerful, I'm better educated, I'm all that kind of things. I think it's like a rival thing. But on the power sharing part, I mean, the Yorubas are my best friend. I'll be honest. For me now, because I live in Lagos, I have my best friends, in Lagos. But anyway, that beside that, even in marriage and all that kind of things, I mean, we are closer to each other than any other tribe. But when it comes to the government or power sharing, that's where there's a tussle. I agree with what one man said. It'd be very difficult, for them to come on an agreement. And moreover,
and for the reasons that Kulata said, by the way, I think maybe I'll go more with what Kulata said than even what I said. There's that rivalry because the Yorubas will not concede the lead, and definitely the Igbos will not concede the lead.
Right.
But it's a healthy rivalry, though. It's a healthy.
But
yeah,
now
it is. It definitely is a healthy rivalry,
Now
But sometimes, the people in the power, kind of poison us or whatever, trying to make us like we are not, one. So government has government do play a role. People in power.
IPOB. The fact is this. Look, it is not that maybe there's competition is normal. Even amongst family, you have competition. But the thing is that there is trust issues between us. That is it. And why? Because and look, I can't really say the reason why there are trust issues, but I know there are historical facts to back it up that there are trust issues between the Southwest and the Southeast. At least these two major major ethnic communities in the southern part of Nigeria.
But I disagree to the extent of the trust issues because in the history of Nigeria. Okay, Lance, sorry.
So, okay, from my own point, I believe it is simply a trust issue. And why? Look, if you look at the North, they trust themselves, no matter if you are from the Northeast or the Northwest or the North Central. There's this trust, and that is why they can submit to themselves, especially the elites. They know when okay, this is the next person. Let us go. Let us leave it to him. You get the point? And that is the game we also need to play in the South. If our elites can come together and throw away pride, throw away this egotism within themselves, and let them arrange things. Okay, when it is the time of the South, can we see this thing to the South? When it is the time of the South, can we let it know that okay, it goes in circle, Southwest, South, Southeast, Southwest, South. It goes like that. You realize that, and anytime it gets to each person's turn, everybody supports that person. It doesn't matter if you are South, everybody supports that person as one, that this is the person we are representing. You see that this trust issue will break down, and gradually things will fall in place. But the thing is that people are not trusting themselves at the elite level. At the communal level, we trust ourselves one way or the other. You hear Yashi Demanile, Baba they cause themselves, they play themselves, they beat themselves up, but they are together, which is a normal thing. But when have we played that single organism role? That okay, this is a person good. How would a Southeastern person trust a Southwest person, for example, especially the elites? When it is only the elite, it is only them the Southwest that have been going for presidency all the time. Or you get, of course, you might say it's a fair play, anybody can go. But we know that in this game, we must play the balance. Imagine if somebody like Tinubu raises the hand of Peter Obi up and say, no, it is the sign of the Southwest, and everybody, we are backing this person up. What do you think will happen? You see that there will be a change in the southern space, and the northern space will fear because of that. Because they'll now begin to realize that what is happening? These people are beginning to merge. Look, the northern is playing a game that they are enjoying because they are like the bride. We are wifing them all the time. You go there to beg them. You go there to beg them. The Southwest, you go to beg them. The Southwest, you go to beg them. They don't beg us because they always won. We need to break down that.
My brother, let me tell you something. I will say this again until we come together. Peter Obi came out to vie for a presidency. Who are the people going against him? The Southerner. Tinubu came out to be a president. Who are the people going against him? And they shake, Baba we nowhere. If they shout them, the North will just be looking at us like, look, let me finish, my brother. Let me finish.
No, you're not getting my point. And that's
no worries. We are the problem of ourselves. If a Southerner can be going against Peter Obi, and a Southerner, same Southerner, we are going against Tinubu, singing Baba we nowhere. The Northerner will just be looking at us. Look at these stupid people. Let them fight. Let them just fight. They will just be looking at us.
The thing is, how do we solve that problem? And I can tell you, like 40% of that problem can be solved if, for example, I'm not saying Baba should do it to Baba Tinubu, but if, for example, Baba Tinubu should just say, okay, you know what? It is the turn of the Southeast because they've not even.
What are you talking about? Don't be silly. Hey, you were doing so well, eh?
I am just trying to paint a picture. I'm not saying it will
Yoruba Lokon now. Yoruba Lokon.
No, but let us just leave Yoruba Lokon. Let us leave the politics alone and say, okay, as long as we are rotating this thing, Yoruba have done it, the Hausa have done it. Now maybe the Southeast. And if you are doctor, okay, it is the South, and Baba now says, you know what? I am pushing my support and everybody. I want you to support this person or these two persons.
You know what the problem is with what you're saying, Emilokon? The country does not, they don't have the confidence to vest power in the hands of the Southeast. We're not there yet.
Why?
We're not there yet.
Are we not there yet, or the elites are not there yet?
Yeah.
No, it is because of some people's greed. Don't let us say the country. Who are the country? We are the country, but who are we the one making that decision? Are you afraid that somebody is there? Buhari that is there today that has affected everything. How much of that effect has it affected us personally? It is a global, it is a general country thing. We all suffer it. It doesn't matter who goes is good. But the question is that it is some particular people there's we say the microscopic few, very few people who will say, oh, we can't vest power into the hand. We don't trust a citizen person. Why? That's the point. We need to start questioning these narratives. We are already taking them.
All right, gentlemen. Let me just read Jafar's super chat just so I can get it off the screen. So Jafar is super chatting into the conversation to say that Odi and Zakimbiam genocides happened under a Yoruba president. We shall never forget, no matter how hard you try. So thank you for the super chat, Jafar. But I think the Python dance also happened fairly recently. And all the savaging and ravaging that's been going on, that's under your bookie from Daura. But there it is. So back to the conversation.
Look, quick one. So let me put you one way. The Southeast president is always going to be difficult because of what happened in the past. Because whether you like it or not, the coup in the 60s, the Civil War, the fact that people feel that when the Igbos were in power, they did a lot of favoritism. That's kind of almost baked into the mindset of an average Nigerian. So that will take a long time to fix. Peter Obi is doing a good job.
That's what I mean by we are not there yet. There's still a sense that there's a clannishness to that space.
Yeah, because when you think about a lot of things that happened, this system we're practicing now, it was festered on us by a Southeasterner. Agoin Rossi was the one that through decree dissolved all the regionalism. Ben Akabweze or Ben Wabweze, sorry if I mispronounce his name, is the one that wrote that decree that backed it up before Gowon got in there and further strengthened it. And then people refer to the time like almost all the leadership positions were given to a lot of Southeasterners. That's debatable, but that's the general feeling. So the only time the South can get together is if you put a South person in power. Like, for example, 2011 Jonathan, the South was united, and South did not need the North to win. We lost Northwest and Northeast, but we won the election because we were united under a South. So if you want to unite Igbo and Yoruba, you have to promote the South, because that's the only way you can blend both sides together.
Yes, you are right.
You may well be right, actually, because yes, maybe if power should come to the south, it should come to a non-Igbo, non-Yoruba, and then but still a southerner. Yeah.
Okay, but eventually power must also go to the southeastern. That's
from Benin. Benin is also south to Abi. Let Benin man be.
Benin is south, yes,
Oh,
but
so-
Benin is too close to Yoruba for some people's liking.
So
are you saying that Wike would have won if he got the ticket?
No, because it's against Tinubu now. But assuming it was Wike versus a Northerner, let's say Wike versus a Northerner, all of us in the South will align with Wike. All will take Wike's side. I believe. I want to believe.
If there's such a sharp and marked north-south divide in that country, why doesn't it just divide along those lines? We don't trust them, they don't trust us, and we never have, they never have, and never will, they never will. So what are we even doing? It's a nonsense.
It's a nonsense,
and
one man.
and one man, that is why we must continue to talk about resource control. So at least let the regions be independent enough, even though we are still going to be just under this one Nigeria. Because we need to make, that's the only way this thing can work. Under resource control, that's when the regions can develop their own power. If they not like, they should not use the sun that they are getting there for solar power. If they like, they should let everybody be in that thing there. You get the point? Everybody should be able to, every region should be able to man their resources to a certain extent to develop themselves. And let a little aggregate, when it comes together, goes to the center. And that's how it should be. And then, Kulata, you said something I want to just revolve. You said there is this mindset that has been put into us about the Southeastern, that why they were in power, there was this kind of nepotism, and has it not happened under the northern space? You talked about the coup that happened in 1966. Excuse me, let me just learn. After 1962, I believe there were many other coups after that coup, and I know that the Northerners even took significant role in these coups. But did anybody bring that to questioning? Even till now, we don't really talk about these things. Why are we holding one particular? Of course, they might have made mistakes in the past, yes. But the thing is that we should go above that now, and I believe we on the general sub.
Do you think we are above that now?
One man, me and you, we are above that. It is only the elites that are just playing these games and putting it in.
What about the masses? Do you think the masses are above it?
We are the masses, one man.
I think we might well be a bracket of somewhat intellectual elites, but we're neither the masses nor the elites. We're a small, tiny little demography.
Look, on the average, one man, on the average, it is the elites that instruct the masses that you're talking about. You get the point. But there's some people in your circle of influence that you can instruct and they will listen to you because they trust you. You get the point. But this is the game that the elites have been playing so far, using their circle of influence to influence us negatively. But now the southern space, on the other way, I think there's a head community of an educated mind that can understand and say, no, there's a kind of influence here that these people are trying to do on us. And we can change that narrative if we want to. But that's why I'm even questioning that. Why are we not really questioning all this?
I'm not sure that sorry, Milokon, I don't think we're there yet, especially in the north, and we cannot ignore the north. I don't think they have reconciled to the prospects of a southeastern presidency. I think they're still they are not there yet. I don't think they are.
The moment the southwest majorly support a southeastern person, I can guarantee you that the north has no choice than to support.
Well, unfortunately, Tinubu is in play. If we did not have a man, maybe we would have been.
Now. I'm not talking about now. This politics is already gone. We should play, but we need to start playing that politics. But I can think the moment the southwest say we are supporting this person because it is a southern turn, and this is the turn of this group, and this is who we are supporting. Look,
that is when really boils down to that trust.
And
a southwesterner, let me say this, my brother. A southwesterner doesn't trust a southeasterner.
And I don't think you can say that as a blanket statement, because I think a lot of people are pushing back against that. even in the comment section. But
that is my opinion because I have experienced that. Yes, that is my opinion. Say what you want to say, my brother.
I have never experienced it. And anything that a Southeasterner does that I think is wrong, I can tell you an average Nigerian can do it easily. An average Yoruba person has done it to me. An average Hausa person has done it. It is normal. We have to go above some things that they are not tribal, they are simply human. And we begin to see the good in some people. There are good people somewhere. Everybody is not good and everybody is not bad.
You know, one of the issues that people find with the Southeast, they find that they're somewhat quite insular and quite tribal. A lot of it is wrapped around that as well. Very insular. You know, they will come into your space, but they won't let you. And I'm not talking geographically, I'm talking all encompassingly. So they will come into your space, but they will never let you into their space because their space, they guard it quite jealously, both culturally, both geographically, both in terms of the expansiveness of all of everything. So the people find them somewhat quite insular and quite tribal. And people recoil. It's just that there's a clannishness to it, some people would say.
Roman, yeah, I get the point. But are we saying that every one of them is like that?
No, but as a mass.
What you are just represented with, well, I can tell you that there are certain Yoruba persons that this picture you painted, they represent that picture as well. But we can't use that to judge the general Yoruba space because we know ourselves. And that's it. There are some Southeasterners.
But is that not the prejudiced view though of the Southeast within the Nigerian space that insular tribal clannish? Is that not the prejudiced view?
It is basically prejudice. The world we are in now, knowledge has mixed together. You can't just say you are insular one way or the other. No. And the person we are going to vote as a president, no, he doesn't have to be that person. We should from track record, we should be able to say, no, this person is not. But the thing is that if we want to, we need to merge a trust together. If we want to really be equal with the North are superior.
Right. I'm quite conscious that we don't even have a Southeasterner on the platform. So maybe we abandon. It's an interesting conversation, and I hope we are able to have.
Joel is trying to even ask for a link.
I hope we're able to have this conversation in a civilized. Because it's always you have to tread carefully with this sort of conversations because very quickly it gets it spirals out of control. But we must if we are going to have that coming together of the South, as a lot of people are proposing, then we must necessarily have these difficult conversations and have it in an adult way. But there it is. But like I said, I don't have this sense that Nigeria is ready for a Southeastern president. I don't think the landscape is ready for it. But then,
I don't.
What do I know? You know.
But you see sometimes we tend to maybe deceiving ourselves or shying away from the truth. The comment you just made now, it's to me is factual. I don't think we are there. Even if we in the southwest, we have moved on. The northerner, all these Peter Obi, they've swept up the north. Come on, the northerner, they are still keen into that old manner that the southeasterner they are our problem, or we don't like them. But the southwest, we move on. We are brothers. We married each other. But the northerner, they are there, and you can't win election in Nigeria without the northerner. That is it. Yes, please.
What I'm saying is that we should not in what we are talking about now is we should look at a Southern Confederacy. In fact, it's not even a matter of the North as at this time. It's a matter within the South itself. We need to trust ourselves to a certain extent. We need to trust ourselves to power to a certain extent. If we don't do that, we won't. Look, we are playing the game against the North. That is it. And the North are already having an upper hand because one way or the other, a Northeastern person can surrender to a Northwestern person to say, okay, you are my brother, go for the presidency. Even though it's Kanuri and that one is Fulani.
Tambua and Atiku, the same example.
You can see that. And that is the thing. That's what we are talking about here. And I can tell you the moment, look, what they are happy about is that we can't do this in the South because of we claim we are too educated to hold these conversations and to say it is not a matter of who is senior to who is junior. No, it's a matter of turn by turn, equity, fairness, and justice, and we begin to play these things amongst ourselves. The moment we can do that in the South, you realize that the North will be scared of us as well. Because you now know that there's a force in the South that once they are together, they are like a broom. You can't break them. You get the point? That's my own thing. And the moment, that's how I was just trying to paint a picture that if, for example, maybe after Tinubu, maybe becomes a president or someone, you get the point. But maybe whoever wants to is now the turn of the South, and we all say, okay, if Tinubu, for example, now says, come, this is the turn of the Southeast, and this is the person we are supporting. And everybody supports that person.
But you know that will never happen. That will never happen.
It will never happen, Thomas. I'm not painting a picture that if it happens, what do you think will happen? If that happens, because it can happen, you can't say it will never.
Before Tinubu is able to say that, he has to take the guns out of the hands of the Northerners. And the moment he starts to take the guns out of the hands of the Northerners, they will panic because they know what's coming. Because that is their trump card.
That is the panic I'm talking about. The Northerners are not panic at this time, but they need to start panicking. That's why they own all of those things. That's why that's why they can say, okay, it's the turn of the South. No, these things are equal. It shouldn't be. We shouldn't be begging some people to say it is our turn. And when it is their turn, all of us keep quiet. We don't say, oh, it is your turn, come and take it. We simply keep quiet and they say it is our turn and they come and mount it. No, it shouldn't be done that way.
All right, let's invite Bartholomew into the conversation. So Bartholomew, good of you to join us. So what are you making of what we're discussing, Bartholomew?
All right. One morning. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Yes. I have a little bit. Contribution. You know, I so much love people the way I love myself. I'm a traveler. I travel a lot. And sometimes, you know, we the people try to, when we're having a conversation, sometimes we try to have a conversation that sometimes I ask myself, is this person that, as we here in this very platform, I know many of us went to university, went to whatever it is, but sometimes when we have a conversation, I begin to ask myself questions. Is this person really, really, really civilized the way we say that we are civilized? You know, when we talk about traveling, many of us have never been to Cotonou before, have never been to Togo as a first time, have never even crossing a border first time. We just traveled from Nigeria to US, from Nigeria to London. Okay, now last time I was listening to conversation. I so much respect Ajenle Koko, so much. But last time I was listening to conversation, I hear Ajenle Koko saying that Njenje Media is supporting of IPOP. I am not an IPOP person, but I am a Biafran. Now, Ajenle Koko is saying something that he don't know. Sometimes I used to listen to Njenje Media. Njenje Media have never one day supported an IPOP. Njenje Media always supported what's it called? No. Njenje Media always talk about Ohaneze, some part of Ohaneze, whatever it is. Njenje Media is the one that always try to go to shows people how they build Second Niger Bridge and Anambra State Cargo Airport and the Enugu State Airport. The time that we're saying that is the way I used to watch Njenje Media. Njenje Media I never see Njenje Media one day discuss about IPOP for one day. Okay, now that one is gone because I like when people are saying something. Please do not lie against anybody because of probably.
No, hold on. I wouldn't say a lie. Maybe you might say the facts he got them wrong from your view, but I don't think anybody is outrightly
Okay,
setting out
okay,
to lie.
okay, that's all. Okay, that's all right. You see,
Carry on, yeah.
I'm watching you, one man. I don't watch any other. I'm not the type of person that like to jump from social media to social media. How sometimes they say, oh, I see you in this one, I see you in this one. I feel like my spirit accepts to watch you sometimes and listen to the people interject and choose and pick one or two things for whosoever anybody is contributing. Now, another thing is this. One man now, I hear you say that the Igbos don't like people to invest or to travel or to buy land.
No. I was sorry. Let me just clarify what I said, because I was quite specific that I wasn't saying in terms of joke. I'm saying in terms of the overall of this is just the loose prejudice. I don't know, and you can correct that. But what I was suggesting is that people might see the Southeasterners as insular and clannish. That is to say, they wrap around their own.
Yeah, let me correct.
Culture, in everything.
Let me correct that.
We marry a lot of their women, but
yeah, let me tell you a little bit, because I've been in Cotonou for almost all my life. I traveled to Togo and Ghana, so I know Lagos again. You see, an Igbo man, for my own little child, I'm 47 years old now. For my own little child growing up, seeing as we the Igbo man traveling, we serve Oga. I served my own Oga for Cotonou 4 years. They didn't settle me, whatever it is. I went back to Cotonou again. I pushed truck, what they call keke, carry load before seeing money, start my own business. Now, when I went back home, I took my father wanted to sell land to give me money. This is how the Igbo people do. Mostly I know. My own father wanted to sell land to give me money to go back to Cotonou and start the business. I tell my father, no, keep that land. Let me go and push truck. The money I used to push truck, I save up for 6 good months. And the Yoruba man, an Ajashe man in Cotonou was the one, they are the one that gave me the portion of place where I was selling my Okreka shoes in Cotonou. Those people, I can never forget them until my dying day. They never charged me 1 naira. Even after, when other people come at the back, try to push me out, put money, they say no. So now, this is how I know as Igbo people do. Most of the Igbo people that you see in Lagos today, all over the country, most of them sell their own family land where their father brought out for them to go to Lagos or travel to Abuja, travel to start their own business. It's not that me, as an Igbo man today, even in my own village today, my own land that I sell when I migrate to US, I sell my land to pursue my green card. I sell. What I'm telling you is the truth and nothing but the truth. The guy that I sold it to is from Oka, from Nibo. Now, even my own village now, for me to buy that land. No, it's okay. I got. So for me to buy the same land that I sold to that guy that time now, one man, I sold that land that time as $1.3 million. Good night, guys. $1.3 million. Now I can buy that land, that place now for 16 million naira. You know what I do? I say, okay, let me not just waste my time, waste my money. I went to another behind three villages behind us to go purchase land, 99 million. I buy 3 plots to start building my own house. But I know I'm still gonna come back to my hometown or buy land and build another house of my own living. So it's not that, it's not that an Igbo man. Huh?
I want to ask you a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is what you're driving to being like things in the Southeast, like buying land and all that, may seem a bit more hostile because it is, first of all, it's a smaller space and it has a lot of heavy population. So there's more people going after few resources. So that's why maybe it may feel unreceptive to people like me, an outsider that may want to go and invest in there. So mainly the competition is way too high within the Southeast and the
No,
resources
no,
is fulfilled.
listen.
Because I have
Listen,
to add,
let me just
sorry,
give you,
hold
I'm
on,
sorry.
Bartholomew.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
I have to add, a lot of what you are saying so far is making the point that I'm making. So, but carry on.
So, and one man, you got to understand. Let us tell ourselves the truth. The type of, okay, good night, guys. The type of traveling that Igbo people travel is not the type of traveling that our brothers in Yoruba do travel. We Igbos and the Yorubas, we have two different type of views in time of traveling. Remember, Yorubas has been going to London for years before the Igbos, because their forefathers first migrate to London. The Igbos that you know today, most of them want to travel to outside the country. Some even their own brothers.
Can I interject right here?
Dupe them 2-3 times.
Carry on, Bartholomew. Yeah.
Two times they duped me before I come to America. 2 times. So I still persist that I must travel. I must come to this country. It is. Sorry, let me close my door. So it's not that the Igbos don't want people in their land. I don't see that. I don't see it as all right. Thank you. Yeah. So I don't see that as a truth. The type of risk that we take to travel, I'm not sure that the other part of Nigeria will take that very risk, because it's not that we are stronger than other people, or we have money than Yorubas. That's not where I'm going. But it is how we grow and how we build. Me, I didn't finish my primary school before I went to Cotonou. You see, so an Igbo man today do not prefer to go to school than travel, and an Yoruba man prefer to go to school than travel. An Igbo man don't believe in too much of school. It's few that their parents can afford. This is the secret I'm telling you. Ask. I'm from Anambra State. I'm from Oka. An Igbo man never prefer to finish school if they don't have the money. And a Yoruba man, even if his father is selling newspaper, he will make sure he train all his kids in the college before the children can travel. I know some of Yoruba people that came to Cotonou used to sell newspaper, just only newspaper. Do you know that this man is training all his kids in the university? But an Igbo man can never have such patience selling newspaper, training his own kids in the university. You see, it's a different thing. We have different type of struggling. So I'm not gonna waste much of
well put, Bartholomew, and I'm glad we got the chance to listen to you, because a lot of what you say it ties in very well with the conversation that we're having. We are so similar in so many ways, and we're so close in so many ways. We've intermarried, but the funny thing is, just in that intermarry, oftentimes the Igbos, they don't even marry Yoruba. The Igbo men don't marry Yoruba women. No, it is only Yoruba men that marry Igbo women. So
they do. One man, they do.
Occasionally, but
plenty.
My sister is married to an Igbo man.
My sister is married to an Igbo man.
Really? Okay, I don't know that.
All right, good night, guys.
All right. So yeah, Ajale Koko wanted to come in. Stay with us, Bartholomew, just for as long as you can. But you wanted to speak to. Yes, I think Bartholomew is running some commercial activity as well as. But Ajale Koko, you wanted to come in.
Oh yes, I was just trying when he was saying that maybe Yoruba doesn't travel the way Igbo travel. I just want to let him know that that is not true. The traveling of Igbo to most part of Nigeria and outside Nigeria, I'm not talking about Western world though, I'm talking about a neighboring country, like all these things started maybe after the Civil War and maybe in the 80s. But Yoruba have been going to all those places long before that time. Particularly people from Ogbomoso. If you remember, when Nigeria was sent packing in Ghana in 60s. So there were Yorubas, all those Nigerians then that were sent back in Ghana in the 60s were Yorubas. So Yoruba were, you see them, Ogbomoso people, they travel a lot to a lot of places, even in the north, you know, and so many West African countries before this time. But, you know, but due to education, just like you said, you see all those, when Awolowo came with his, you know, free education program, you know, in the 50s, and we, you know, was introduced as well in the Second Republic. So all those traveling, all those Baba that have been traveling, and their children now having education, so, and they are well educated, got good job. So that was what slowed down the Yoruba from traveling. But before then, for the pre-education, Awolowo free, Yoruba travel a lot to so many places in West Africa, you know. But that of the Igbo, I think it started, you know, massively after the Civil War. We say massively after the Civil War, and particularly since the 80s, 90s, and downward to this time. So I just want to keep in that information so that, because I've heard a lot of people saying that, or some of our people too, saying, oh, Yoruba, yeah, it's Igbo alone that travel. No. It wasn't like that. When you go back to history, Yoruba has been the number one traveler, you know, to a lot of places in West Africa, you know, a lot of countries in West Africa. So that's a woman.
All right, brilliant. So can I invite the audience? Can you click on the subscribe button if you're not already subscribed? We're trying to push the subscriber numbers up. So if the subscribe button is showing green on your screen, it's not showing green, or it's not even, if the subscribe button is showing red on your screen, then click on it to turn it gray, and click on the like button as well. So that's to say like and subscribe. So there should be nobody watching the stream with the subscribe button showing red on your screen, because because then you are not really participating as you can. So it's a form of participation if you're subscribed. So click on the subscribe button. If it's showing red on your screen, click on it to turn it gray. So that's just a one-off click, just once in a lifetime, and then you never have to click on it again. And then click on the like button as well, because we're trying to push our numbers up. So we're trying to push our numbers up as we push the conversation in the direction of Ovie. So Ovie, you're up next. Let's take it to the space then. Your principal, Kwakwanso, in play again for the umpteenth time, denying that it's not a Tinubu, it's not a Tinubu mole. But a lot of people know that it's just a Tinubu agent. But what price is it going to require for him to come out of the closet? So, Kwakwanso in the closet, what says you, Ovie?
Is in the closet of the Talakawas, of the poor people around the country who are yearning for help. Is in their closet, and they will let him out come February 25th on the election day. I don't tell Una since all this idea that Bola Tinubu, what is his name, Konkoso will collapse structure for this and that. It's just a dream that will turn to nightmare very soon. If you understand the Konkoseya movement, put what's his name? Put Konkoso aside now. Come on, Konkoso. Take your time to study that Konkoseya movement. Then you will understand where Konkoso is going. That movement is built for times like this. And the ideology will live beyond, will live on. So it's not just about Konkoso. Konkoso is just a face. Just like the leader at this moment. It's bigger than him. So I don't understand it's going to collapse his structure for Tinubu.
Hold on. The Kokonsia movement will move to wherever they feel their interest is best served. And where their interest is best served will be guided by their leader, which is Kwakwanso. So Kwakwanso,
Exactly.
wherever he goes, they go. And if he's telling them then that their best interest as of now, because he can, I think the Kokonsia movement, I think they are sophisticated enough to know that he's not going to be the president. So if he presents the narrative to them that, look, we've been out of influence we've never really been in influence, but in this phase, we will be in influence. And as soon as we see this guy out, we can actually take the presidency, because Kwakwanso's best pathway to the presidency is a Tinubu presidency, because Tinubu can put him in prominence, put him in the shop window, so that the whole country can, just like the whole country wrapped around a possibility of Oshibanjo. So Tinubu can put him in a shop window, because he's a man of the north, he's a king of the north, he's not a Nigerian, he's a northerner. So Tinubu, with his presidency, can Nigerianize Kwakwanso to the point that he can succeed Tinubu in another dispensation. So I know that Kwakwanso is sophisticated enough to make all of these calculations, but certainly he knows that Kano State is not going to make him the president, but Tinubu can.
One man, I'm glad that you recognize the sophisticatedness of this the Konkoseya movement. They've been around since the days of Aminu Kano. Maybe today. They stick with Buhari. Failure after failure, they were still behind him until what? He get a victory. Kokoso know and understand damn well that he'd rather go all the way and lose than to sweep trying to sweep them at the dying minute. That means his leadership is gone, not just for 2023, it's gone for life. that's why they studied that movement. Not be today they start. It didn't just crop up out because of Konkoso join NNPP. No. This movement have been there since the beginning of that part of the nation. They don't did there. So they don't care about maybe the votes no go carry them with.
Look, they are led by their Megida. They are always led. We know the Northerners now. They are led by their Megida. So if their Megida is here,
and their Megida at this point in time is Konkoso.
Yeah, and if Megida says he wants to follow Tinubu, they will follow.
Why will he follow Tinubu? That's the question I keep asking. Mama, don't forget that when they form APC, he finished second behind Buhari. The permanents that gave Buhari this ticket that he's still holding on to. Konkoso came second.
You keep saying he came second. Why did he come second?
Because of that's what I'm saying.
Who came third?
I think Rochas.
Oh, so there you are.
If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Rochas Okorocha that time.
So just throw that one in the bin. Don't keep saying he came second as though that was an achievement. Hold on. They were ceding the ticket to the northern space, and there were only two northerners in play. So which was Buhari and Tinubu. Which was Buhari rather and Kwakwanso. So him coming second is just by virtue that it was the only other northerner there. It wasn't an achievement. It wasn't an endorsement of popularity. He's not popular outside Kano State.
One man, I wasn't even making reference to that because that's achievement was not achievement. But in that race, the current former vice president Atiku was in that race. Tambawa was there. There are men from the north who were in that race. It's not just the two of them.
No, Tambawa was in which you see you can't even look at that.
Atiku was there. That I can guarantee you. Atiku was in that race. That is when he decamped to APC, where they fight Goodluck Jonathan.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I have to go and double check that because it looks as though you are making up stuff.
2014, Teslim Balogun Stadium. That's where he was head. I know. Why I'm even making reference to that is that the man is not that he just wake up overnight want to be president. No, it's also an ambition for him, just like Tinubu. But the difference is that the ambition was key into the ideology of the Konkoseya movement. So it's time more to lose if he break his structure right now, unless there is a bigger more stage that will present itself. Just like as we are saying, the way things are going now, that if he happen to have to be north and south, and everybody have to play their part.
Okay, carry on. Yeah, carry on.
And they have to play the region card. That's a different game, and it's not going to be Bola Tinubu when it goes to that point. So I don't know why he keeps saying he's going to collapse his structure, but he doesn't have to go this far if he wants to collapse his structure, because he was popular enough within that region. He doesn't have to put any more effort going to pick a vice president, appointing another, spending money. He doesn't have to do that. Going from one village to another just to erase their political office. It doesn't need that if not just to get them numbers for what's his name, Tinubu. So the faster you guys drop this idea, it go collapse the structure, the better. This is all the way.
So how come in every interaction he has with media, they're always asking him when he's going to announce that he's collapsing the structures to Tinubu? How come they're always asking him that?
Because people like you and the Kulata and the rest all over the internet, you keep saying that it's going to collapse it. So the question will keep coming up. The question keep coming up because you guys believe in that, which I don't get it. I don't know why you guys keep saying that. It's beyond just seeing it on the surface. Go carry out research on these people, this movement.
Yes. You see now Tinubu propaganda machine, they sponsor that question. Now them they behind that question.
I didn't say Tinubu propaganda. I didn't say that.
No, what I'm saying, wait. Now Tinubu propaganda machine. Now then they sponsor that question everywhere. They say, oh, you go collapse them. No mind them. They talk they go, Joe. For grant.
The race is going all the way. The poor people of this country, finally, they have a leader. They have a voice. They have somebody that will not just speak, somebody who has been there for them from over 30 years. He's been working for the Talakawas. He's been going from one family to another to take their children and send them abroad to the same school that the elites are attending. Nobody is there because they are not being lousy about that. You think the man doesn't know what he's doing. Make campaign start. This man affect the Talakawas of this country more than any other person in terms of education. He has built 2 universities during his time in Kano as we speak. He has built over 36 colleges around the 40 local government of that state. There's so much more about that man that nobody's talking about yet. And you can't say making at this time where lights don't they shine towards the structure. It doesn't make sense. That is the man that Talakawas understand. And they are going to stand behind him, can't shine, regardless of what's going to be the outcome of the results. But we are going all the way. This is 2023 we are talking about. When I coin that phrase, all our politics, there's a reason for that. All the way will they go?
Forget. Anyway, we'll see. But anyway, let's just leave it because it's just ridiculous that we all know that he's just is negotiating a bargaining position for himself. That's just I think it's quite obvious to everybody. However popular he is amongst these elements that you describe in the north, they're just there's a subset. No matter how mass they are, they can deliver him anything. Nigeria is not Kano State and some satellite yams.
Yes, but one man see the bigger picture here. The bigger picture is that the amount of numbers the vote is going to get. We go a long way to deny anybody winning the contest.
It's the same Peter Obi narrative. In fact, Peter Obi is more potent to the election than Kwakwanso.
Good. So at this point now, they are just those that understand the game are fighting for just the first 2 positions. That's what they are fighting for. Then they can go to the next. That's what the game is. That's all that matters. How do we make sure we finish among the first 2?
But
then we'll go
Kwakwanso, he doesn't command the followership that Peter Obi commands. And Peter Obi, he doesn't have the spread that Atiku Tinubu has.
One man, it's just like you telling Buhari 2003 that he doesn't have followership, but he will get 10 million.
And that's just 2 horse race. This one a 4 race. If you get 10 million, that is a factor. Nobody, you go finish among the first 2. If you get anybody that pull out 10,000 votes, come 2023, will finish among the first 2. That's the target. The guy they Kogi as we speak. He dey Kogi now. The campaign they go put in the office.
Ovie,
Yes.
how does Car Council win? How
does Car Council win? If you finish among the first 2, let's say you finish among
how does he win? Just very simple question. Very simple.
How does he win the first round?
No need for round 1, round 2, round 15. Just how does he win?
And that's what I'm trying to tell you.
How does Kwakwanso become the president of Nigeria?
If on the runs of the first Tinubu, that is what is going to. It's going to be not against the South. Where's the number at? Where's the number at? If it's against North and South, because that is where the narration is going. That is where these men are driving the contest to. Should be against the North and the South.
Somehow, Obi that is stronger than Kwakwanso, you cancelled him. Atiku that's stronger than Kwakwanso, you cancelled him.
Wait. No, I did not cancel anybody. I said we are aiming for
a mono-state candidate is stronger than someone that controls Southeast region and all the Nigerian youths.
Kulata, what do you mean by all the Nigerian youths?
No,
what do you mean all the Nigerian youths?
The Bota Nigerian youths, the Bota people.
OVA. Do you know what the youth of Potuskum are saying?
The Bota, calm down. I said the Bota youths. The Bota youths.
Okay, now I get where you are going. But for you to say that Obi is getting more numbers than Uko, so that's an insult. Because
how is it an insult? So sorry, how is it an insult?
Why my empty verses make the loudest noise?
Obi will beat Kwakwanso.
Kano State only has 2 million votes, and all of them are not going to Kwakwanso.
Wait.
One man. The last time you take your eyes off Kano, the better.
Wait, please. Please tell us the state in the south that your man will win.
At this point, forget about the south.
No, tell me what he will win is in the south.
I didn't tell you so now. You just listen now, sure. I just say one word, they attack me. I just say when I say we are aiming for the first 2, the sound doesn't matter to us. It's where we can get the number that will take us the first 2. That's what matters. It doesn't matter. This man knows where he's coming from and he knows the region he belongs to and he's playing that card. On the ground, he's playing that card. All he needs is all the northern vote and he go finish the first 2. If he win the north, he's going to finish the first 2. There's no two way about it. This is the 1 + 1 2. That's why when the X0 was trying to make a big deal about the vote from the south, I say, no count. That's just an handful of votes.
Okay. So what's the impact of Shekarau leaving NMPP?
Do you see us crying about it?
It doesn't matter. You may not cry outside, but you can't tell me that Shekarau leaving won't have impact on you guys. You can't tell me that.
What you need to understand that among the 3 men in Kano, Shekarau, Konkoso, and Danguje, who is going to be on the presidential ticket? Now only Konkoso among the 3 of them. That's what matters. No one will be governor contest and a presidential contest. Who is on the ticket? We need to
Shekarau's supporters won't be loyal to him, as he has now become PDP.
Another. I'll give you another secret. What's his name? Atiku has never won the North. Never.
No, forget.
It's not going to change. It's not going to change 2023.
Let us leave the enemies at outside the gate. Let us talk about the enemies within the gates, within the city itself. In NNPP, Shekarau has left, and not just Shekarau that left. He left with some loyalists who were meant to get party tickets, but they couldn't.
Okay.
Sorry, Ovie, is Adamawa in the north? Adamawa.
Yes, that's close to where Atiku will come from. Now listen to this. Zero. That's you, right?
No.
It is when I said
did you say Atiku has never won in the north?
Like in general, like say yes, who confess in the north? He has never. Of course, he go win Adamawa and that is his sister state. That's a given.
He has only ever been on the ballot. How many times has Atiku been in the race?
Okay. Wait now, this will go. Yeah, he's done the day on the race as far as we're concerned. People where they vote are the delegates. I don't know the northern delegates.
Twice.
Yeah. No,
I
if
mean,
you know they
as
will.
a serious contender, not just some.
During the ACN,
Yeah,
and PDP.
yes. Was he? It wasn't. I think it's only ever been a serious contender once, which was 2019.
What do you mean by serious contender? Person on what do you mean? Somebody on the presidential ticket. If it's not serious, how would it be on the ticket?
Somebody that has a likelihood of actually getting the presidency in a leading party.
You remember he just left the vice president to contest on the ticket of ACN. So he was popular, and people thought he's going to do well. But PDP was was too powerful back then. That's why it was.
Please.
Let me answer your question. Zero. Come 2023, there are just two people from the north that are going to be going for the seat. That is Konkoso and Atiku. That's what matters. Forget all this already, jump. As far as Northern is concerned, there are two people that are going to be on the ballot.
I'm not sure that you are speaking for the North. That's in your opinion. No. What do you mean as far as the North is concerned?
No, but now these two people they contest. I'm not saying the Tunubus and the Obis are not in the contention, but I'm just focusing on these two people in that region. Since in that region, we are analyzing region by region. Now in the northern region, come 2023, we are going to have just two men at the end of it on the ballot paper, Atiku and Konkosa.
So that's OVA. So who will be your top two that will finish in top two in your mind?
At this point, if I want to take a long guess, I'm seeing Konkosa and Tinubu.
As your top two?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not putting them in that order, but those two people, I'm seeing them in the finals.
Okay, so
that's just
no.
Hold on. Let's interrogate that space. So let's go to the north. Who will take Adamawa State?
Adamawa State. I'll give it to Atiku for obvious reason.
Right. Who will take Bauchi State?
Bauchi is Konkoso will take Bauchi State. Now, one man, is it among these two people? Are we putting the four candidates?
I'm asking you, who will take Benue?
Who will take Benue?
Yeah.
Benue will go 50-55% in Benue.
To whom?
To Konkoso.
Who will take Borno?
Who will take Borno? I'll give it to. No, that's why I said, do I include Bola Tinubu and Peter Obi?
Who will take Borno?
One man, wait now, make I understand your question. I'll go answer you right. Are we putting these four people going? We are saying
in the
between
presidential
the two
race.
in the
Presidential race.
In the presidential race, okay. Right. Yeah, I give it to I will give it to the Shettimas, but it's not going to be anything wow. It's going to be very neck to neck, but I will give the edge to the Shettimas, not to the Tinubus.
Right. Who will take Gombe?
Gombe. Konkoso will take Gombe.
You must be joking. Who will take Jigawa?
That's one of the local government from Kano now. You know that one already is gone. Now we take him.
You must be joking. It's just you see, there's just so much wishful thinking. Let me just abandon that. But
Ovie, let me ask a question. Ovie, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. So
yes, I can hear you.
You said it's going to be a Tinubu Konkoso thing, right? That's your top two. So so in your top two lineup, how would your guy fare in the South enough to win the election against Tinubu?
The number is already scored against the South. As I said, it doesn't win to be on the ballot in the South.
Where will he win in the South against Tinubu to win the election?
Then again, I just answer your question now. He doesn't need to win in the South. The northern vote is more than enough to give him the presidency.
That is not true. That is a lie. That is a lie.
Okay.
This is
not me. This is not me.
Why would the middle belt go with Kwakwanso? Why?
Why would the middleman? The same reason Audogbe, who is the former Minister of Agriculture, who is from that place, the same reason that is the chairman of the Northern Elder Forum. They say that same reason. I think they could make them vote for her. They are part of the. I say politically speaking, they are one man.
One man.
Try to describe it. They are one. Politically speaking.
One man. Ove is just wasting our time. Let's just move on.
All right. Yeah. Let's move on now because I'm not quite sure.
Sorry, please. One more thing over here. The reason I brought up that question was because the very reason that will force a second round in the first place is because the person will not meet the requirement of having the required number across board, right? That is what forces the second round. So just having the not alone would not fulfill that requirement either. So I brought
it depends on the number.
No,
it depends on the numbers you are about. You are able to acquire.
So tell me where we get those numbers in the south. That's what I'm asking. To fulfill the requirement.
Just allow me to answer you now. It depends on the amount of number the person get from the north. That is the only way you can say, oh, you know, go free carry and go second round.
Where will they get 25%?
I'm saying second. No. I'm saying
25% in the south.
So in the second round against Tinubu, that it needs
in the second round now. Listen now. In the second round, that's why I say politically speaking, the number favors the north. Because now so we go vote now between the north and the south. I'm saying politically speaking, the number is square against the south. I mean, I don't make which language I go to talk about.
If you just for us to understand what Ovi is saying, Ovi is simply playing the politics of rerun. That's it. And that Kwankwaso will simply try to win the north that will make him to get at least for rerun purpose. You don't care if you win. It doesn't matter what you win from.
No, we understood that, but that is even that's a pie in the sky narrative is the thing. Because if you actually go to the landscape, there's no victory, even outrightly for him in the north. The numbers for him in the north, they don't place him second in the overall count of votes or in anything. There's nothing. There's no permutation that places him anywhere.
Yes, I see where I'm coming from, but understand that 2023 election it will be the first time we get pure politicians on the ballot box. It's unique. It's different from every other one we don't experience. So your permutation should be a little bit.
So basically, the man beats Tinubu without the whole of the north without winning anybody from the south.
No.
All right, let's hear from. Hold on, please. Hold on. Can you hold on, please? Let's hear from Saki father. Saki, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, what Uvia is saying is the truth, you know.
No, it's not the truth. You say you agree with him. You're not the arbiter of fact.
I agree with you, right?
Yes.
I agree with you right now.
Yeah.
Kwankwaso should not be taken for granted that he's making serious inroad in Castella, in Kaduna, of course, Kano he holds it, but now he's making serious inroad. There was a space I was in, and there are many Northerners in that very space. So those Northerners, they said that they were analyzing what is happening in those KKK states, you know. So they were like saying that if you go to Castella today, that what you'll be seeing is just Kwankwaso posters. That majority of the Castella people are just telling you that APC have failed us, PDP has failed us. Maybe it is Kwankwaso we are going to try. That is what they are doing right now in Castella, I'm telling you. So the guys we are saying that Kwankwaso is making serious impact in the north beyond Kano right now. So those KKK states, he is dominating in those states right now, you know. So
sorry, how are they describing that domination? Because he's putting up posters, Abi.
No. You know how Northerners how they were talking now, you know. So they were like in that very space, they were saying that the average Northerner right now, especially from those KK states, the guy was giving an example with what is happening in Castella. He said that Castella has been infested by Kwankwaso impact. You know, that a lot of Northerners now, that Kwankwaso is in their lips right now. That they are most of them are saying that they are tired of APC and PDP. You know, that APC has failed them. So that is their reaction from that Castella, Kalu, and maybe Kaduna kind of space. So Kwankwaso has been from what I got from them, what I inferred from their discussions. It shows that the guy has seriously been cutting across those big northern states right now. So
all right. I want you because you seem to go to a lot of these spaces on Twitter, but I want you to go to those spaces with a healthy dose of skepticism, because a lot of those spaces they are agenda driven. So you may think they are having independent conversations, but they are agenda driven. A bit like a lot of most spaces are actually agenda driven. So don't worry, they can say whatever they like.
Yeah, but
No,
a lot of stakeholders they like go to kind space to actually not just to but to actually reveal some secrets or to teach because nobody see them. So it go both ways.
Yeah.
Do you know why I see that particular space I'm telling you as being somehow objective? That very space was like a space Labour Party supports people from the north. They are the people that organize that space. The Northerners that are supporting Labour Party, sort of. So they are in that very space. They were sharing their experiences as what they are just bringing their experiences, what they discovered when they went to Castella State to market level. So they discovered that the party that is very popular now in Castella State appears to be Kwankwaso party. So they were just sharing it, that they are just sharing on that, like telling people the challenges they are facing. That they are just saying that they are telling us that there is need for Labour Party to push very far in that very state, because that Kwankwaso is already taking most of some of those states right now. So that is why I see it as a space that is not biased, because those people that came there are not supporters of NNPP. They are like supporters of Labour Party. They are just grassroots mobilizers for Labour Party. But they were trying to share the impact of Kwankwaso now in the north. That Kwankwaso is making serious inroads in those Castella side and those things. So that is why I agree somewhat, with the very great larger extent with what this guy is saying. So in that very space, they were saying that anybody you ask now in Castella, that they will tell you that APC has failed them, that they are not voting for APC, but that they tend to tilt more to Kwankwaso, So the guy is really making some inroads.
Don't worry about that. I think don't worry about that. Don't let them. Beware of
Wama, you join
hold
our
on.
camp.
Huh?
I know you will join our camp before the election. It's more possible.
I only ever support people who win. Because I don't like to support. I don't like. I detest losing. So I like to position myself in a place that I know
What I'm saying
that means I'm right.
Yes. What I'm saying is that in a scenario where you have the Tinubu against Kwankwaso, I find it very hard to believe that the whole of 19 states will just vote for the same person with that.
Because it's going to be against the north and the south. That is where, when we say identity politics, that is the finest. That is where it's going to play. I'm not saying Jagagban is a walkover, but it is not just going to be between Kwankwaso and Jagagbana. It's against the north and the south, against the one Nigerianness and the separatists from the Yoruba land and from the eastern quarters. That is what Nigeria election is about. 2023 is about the soul of that nation.
They have no soul. We don't have a soul in that country. It's a soulless country.
That's a different space. But thank you, V. So let me move the conversation on to Kulata, if it's still there. Kulata, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. All
right, brilliant. Good to have you, Kulata. And let me move the conversation to the compensation that I'm sure Sunday Igboho would have been signing post-dated checks too. But it looks
I'm not
as though
familiar with Igbo. Let me be honest. I don't follow Igbo.
all right, maybe I'll save that for let me take you instead to Shettima trolling the I think this is going to be the nature of politics to come. So Shettima trolling the Ipobians as usual, or the obedience as they now call themselves. So Shettima trolling the obedience as per usual, dressed in the fullness of the garb of a southeastern chieftain, knowing full well, of course, the sort of reaction that would elicit, and that reaction came thick and fast. So the politics that Shettima is playing with the Southeast, what are you making of it?
I think is brilliant politics, because most of the, a lot of Southeasterners complain that APC doesn't try and cajole them for votes. So, how much more flattery can you get than Shettima, the so-called Fulani, even though it's Kanuri, dressed up in Igbo regalia, including the important red cap, and having fun. So you can't say this ticket, the Tinubu ticket, is anti-Southeast, because they're not only going after your votes, they're also going after your attire. And it looks damn good in it. Like, look at the guy.
Look at that. The Igwe of Borno. The Eze of Borno.
Eze people of Borno State.
Look at that. Well, sorry, Kulata. I think it calls for this. I apologize, but I think it definitely calls for this. So let me see if I can find it, because that window has opened. Where is it? Okay, so it exactly calls for this.
When it offend them, when it sweet us, they never say something. As in the sweet us, we go to pay them. As in the pay them, we go to sweet us.
Do you reckon Shettima would have been singing that song that is ready?
I'm sure he'll be singing it in his mouth.
What's that?
Did you see Weekend Designers today dancing? Like,
I saw him.
Doing something. Did you see him?
I saw him. Wike has a fantastic tailor. I don't know who's
he has another side today.
His tailor nowadays is always is sartorially on point nowadays. Just look at the cut of the shoe.
Kulata, I beg to disagree. Kulata. That man is an Ikwere man. He should dress like an Ikwere man, not like a slave. What are you talking about?
No, don't worry about all that. What are you wearing over here?
Slave uniform.
Look at that.
I am not chief marketer of my state. I am not the chief marketer of my state. That man represents bigger than what is presenting. We see.
You represent higher than him. You represent Nigeria over here.
The boy, one man. Wike is in the spotlight. Wike they lead over how many million people? No, forget. You know, if you compare the, I know where you are going, but leave that stage. You see in friend now. In friend, Wike. What's his name? Amechi. Amechi is always on point. We go know where this is, where he's from. This is who he is. This is what he believes in. Nobody say go to wear 3-piece suit designer. According to them,
now Wike is supposed to be president. So he had already gone to the tailors. He don't select suits. He don't permutate, say, he go win PDP election and he go beat Chakaman. And when he's going to the UN, he's going to be in Italian, Neapolitan suit, Roman suit, British bespoke. Like, the guy is ready. But now, he don't win anything. He has to wear all those clothes before nobody cares about weekend another 6 months.
The Calabar is
allow him.
Do you think Wike will have withdrawal symptoms in 6 months' time? Do you think, because it seems it laps up the attention so much? Do you think when it goes to purgatory, when it's sent to Coventry like the rest of them, do you think it can handle it when it's out of
Wike is going to be dying inside. It's going to be insensate. What people call it, willless, because what does he have to live for? That is banned. That as they paying them banned. Is he going to sack them? Like, I mean, where is he going to be making all these like comic moves? No public audience. I mean, the withdrawal symptoms will be serious. So it's like a drug. They took.
Yes,
I mean, it's like
it is. So attention is like a drug. Yeah,
it's like a drug because they took you off front page. Everybody's like Wiki. We're looking at Wiki, but now Wiki is just gonna be like. I mean, they show Port Harcourt people because Odili too was supposed to be president, quote and unquote.
Yeah.
But look at him. Same thing with Amechi. So Wiki too is suffering that same River State fate. It's gonna be nothing in after February. I mean, after is it February? No, whenever they hand over, it's gonna be nothing.
Yes. Do you think that song is his ringtone on it? I hope it is. You know, I hope that is the ringtone on his phone.
Check someone like Wiki and his ego. How many times do you think Wiki will go in front of the mirror and be singing as they pin them, singing to himself?
You need to watch Wiki today. He has a new song today.
I saw that new song now.
You know, I was just looking for it now. I can't find it. But if you have the link, then maybe we'll play it for the audience. Yeah, when it was wearing the green suit.
Yeah, that your question. The question you just asked. It depends on the role he play to the incoming president. Whoever is win depends on if he's lucky enough to be able to support whoever is going to be president. That means they will cover his house. So he goes if they show himself from time to time.
Wiki won't have executive power. There's nothing like executive power. You know, and I know if you even have a senator, it's not like being a governor, and it's not like being a president. So there's no limelight. The limelight is done for Wiki forever. It's done, totally gone. So
Kulata, you can't be so sure.
Why?
Wiki still has this thing going on. Whoever that comes out, as a winner, we go a long way determining how Wiki will go, in the political space. So don't say it's a hurry for him.
No,
after 8 months.
The best.
Where is Odili? Joel, where is Odili?
This is the issue. The issue here is this, right? I will just take you a little bit just to history. Just I'll be brief with it. You see, when they did the boundary, when they carved out the Equerries, right? The Equerries are originally Igbos, but the issue they had was that after the Civil War, nobody wanted to be attached to the Southeast, right? Because it was like, oh, they started the wars. Everybody was like, and of course during the Civil War, they did so many saboteur jobs. In fact, that was the main reason we lost that war. But apart from that, the North still sees them as Igbos. But if you ask the normal Equerry person, the Equerry person will say, I will consider the North before I consider a Southeasterner. You see what is going on? So that is the politics in that space. But over time, the kingmakers have shown that, with the attitude, with what they did to Orderly, Amechi, and now Wike, it still shows that they are still playing, they still see them as a core member of the Southeast, based on how they were treated. In fact, it was similar. Apart from Amechi, Obasanjo allowed Odili to go everywhere in Nigeria. Only for the screening, they told him, you cannot come in. That as it stands now, they are trying to screen the next president, which was Umaru Yar'Adua. So, but it still depends, because I think after the death of the blow, Odili went underground immediately, because he knew that he has invested money, and any government that wants to probe him has every resources to probe him. So he went underground. The same thing with Amechi. So Wike's talking or not talking will depend on the impact he played, or the role he played in the incoming president. If the incoming president he plays the role and his candidate actually wins, then I don't think he will have any issues.
No,
That's my
Joseph, I'm sorry, I said Joseph, sorry, Joel. It doesn't work that way. The best Wike can get, or the best he can dream of achieving, is to become a Bola Tinubu of Rivers State, which is to keep taking, to picking the next successors. Because whatever government comes in, whether it subsolves them or not, it means nothing. They'll drop him. They'll drop him like a bad habit. Who's that?
Yeah, he can't hold that position in that state. He can't be like Jagaban of Rivers. He no fit.
It will be hard for him to pull off Jagaban of Rivers because Rivers people are tough.
No, I think it will be difficult for anybody to pull off that Jagaban thing anymore, because I think that was the undoing of Oshiomhole. When he tried, he was moving for that Jagaban spot in Edo State, and that undid him. Rotimi Amechi, he tried to. I think it's almost impossible now, because I think the space that space is gone.
One man, even in Lagos now, after Tinubu, forget anything Jagaban, forget anything Emiloko.
Yes, after Tinubu, I don't think.
What made those guys have prominence was the rigging system, right? When you take away, hold on, please.
Although Fashola could be the Jagaban, I don't know.
No, nobody can be Jagaban after Tinubu, because the kind of money, because you see, it has to do with the money. Who again is going to take over that tax haven in Lagos State? Nobody will give you that opportunity in Lagos State.
They'll create another avenue now. There's so much space to make more money in any part of the country.
Ovie. Yeah. When you look at Tinubu's structure, in Lagos State, you are talking about his daughter, you are talking about his wife, you are talking about the son. They are well placed. He has been in the system for far too long, right? There is no politician in the Yoruba space as we are speaking right now that has that clout of Tinubu. And when
it not be done overnight now. It took him time.
It's about culture. There's some areas in Nigeria, there are some cultures in Nigeria that are predisposed to Jagagbanism, let me make up a word. So because the Yorubas are traditionally city-states that have a central ruler, that is easier for them to kind of like rely on, all right, based on what, let's just say competence, or based on wisdom, because we value wisdom, or we value our leaders. Based on that, they will not mind for one guy to kind of one guy or some leaders to control the destiny. And if you look at our culture, we have the king, we also have the Ogboni. So we're used to that kind of system. Same thing up north. They have that kind of system, but they're more religious. That's more based on religious fealty and religious control. But in the Southwest, especially, that is our administrative culture. So you can't pull that off in the Southeast because you guys are very Republican in nature. You're very decentralized. Same thing in the South. So I won't be surprised if we have another Jagaban. Huh?
What about the Adele case?
The Adele case,
can they? That is more economic dominance, not political.
The Adele case, to an extent. The Adele case, you can say those are Osun. You can say those are Osun royalties.
No, I say, can they pull it off?
No,
I'm just saying,
no, they can't now.
This guy is a clown.
I don't even say.
The thing about it is, Awolowo maybe slightly MQ than Tinubu. They come once in a while, every 20 to 30 years, that you get those kind of Tinubu kind of.
They need to come with something, intellect or something. We know we value intellect in Yoruba land. You just can't come as a dancer and say.
I don't see that Adeleke. I can't see him being sworn in, and if he is sworn in, I can't see him lasting his tenure. I don't see him lasting his tenure.
One man.
Listen, that thing is a very well oiled template. What he's doing is from like the Awolowo template thing. You build people, you build them into men. So you put them in. It's like a mob thing. You build bosses now, then you empower them. They become their own bosses too. That is the way you stay relevant. It's the Awolowo template that is using. It's the same thing that they've always done since the 60s and the 70s. It's nothing new.
All right.
One man,
Yeah.
you said something. You said something about the Adeleke space that you don't believe they're going to swear in him. The president still make reference to that election today when he's trying to, when the progressive government.
I saw the headline when he referenced Ekiti and Osun State. Yeah.
So, you think they will disgrace him like that? Because he's pretty much the first person that pick up a call and call the Adeleke and congratulate him. So I don't know if they will do it now.
It's a lame duck.
One man. What I think will happen in the Yoruba space is like after Tinubu, I do not think we're going to have another Tinubu again.
No, yeah.
What we're going to have is like, I don't know if you guys remember Adedibu, the strongman of.
Come on now, Amala politics.
I don't trust now, one man.
Sorry, guys, one at a time now, please.
Can I finish?
Oh God! Oh, please now. Yeah.
What I was saying, what I was saying is this, right? We're going to start having, if the closest the Yoruba can get is someone like Adedibu. I am not saying someone that as good as him, but it's going to be a statewide dominance. But you're not going to have someone that will stay now in Lagos and decide what is going to happen in Ogun, Osun, and Ekiti. No, it's not going to happen.
You mean that will sweep the whole of Yoruba land? I don't think. I don't think Tinubu will be able to hold on to it beyond this space.
This 2023, yeah. So because the Yoruba space also is getting so dynamic too. So we're not going to have that Tinubu kind of person again, even the kind of owl again. We're going to have statewide heroes. That is acceptable, like the Adedibu, stuff like that. But we're not going to have a general leader like Tinubu. Thank you.
All right, let me use this window to play that clip that Okulata was referencing at the sartorial elegance of the diminutive band from River State. So this is what all money buys you.
Each day you open television, you turn on your television, Wike. Even when Wike is not interested in what they are talking, but they're still. Some people now make these television houses to make money. What they do now, look, I want to appear tomorrow in channels. I want to appear. What will he say? Wike. Because if you don't talk Wike, the candidate will not know you are supporting him. So the only way the candidate will know you are supporting him, go to channels, go to Arise, go to AIT, and say Wike.
I see they see with you, he dey paint them. Wike with your designers, he go dey pepper them.
No, but whether you like it or not, if we don't wear it, which state will wear? You know, I told you we'll do so many things that they will not sleep well. You know, one of my friends called me the other day that they were watching television. His husband turned on the television. I think that was channel. He said, see Wike. He said, oh, put it off. He said, put the NTA, see Wike. Oh, go and put Arise. Wike, please. Does that put TVC? Wike. So it's the one said, my brother. So if you're angry like this, so you mean in this house we won't watch television again? Leave it, I beg. Why are you angry? Why not tell your own state to be appearing like this? Leave it. People like to hate people. The truth of the matter is that if you can't beat them, you join them.
Yes, so we can pepper them. I say pepper them. With your designers, you pepper them. I say pepper them. We can reach you, make you pepper them. Oh, I say pepper them. Your designers, you pepper them. Oh, I say pepper them. We can you are better than the best. Go say pepper them. Oh.
I like Wike, man. That guy is the best in Nigeria now, man. That guy is the best in Nigeria, man.
You know, when I was looking at that, I was watching the great and the good and the well-heeled in the state. All of them Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge, and they are laughing along. But I'm wondering what is going on in their head. They are thinking, "Oh my God, is this what it has come to?" This ridiculous man. But you know, he's the one putting dollars in their pocket. Well, unbelievable.
But one man. Let me say this real quick.
Yeah, go
Are
ahead.
you listening? Am I okay? The thing there is that we don't understand. What we don't really understand is that the amount of money these governors from River State have is unbelievable.
It's frightening, you know. It's
the money that comes into River State. Look, you know, when he's talking about I'm commissioning this bridge, go and look at those bridges. Those are built by Julius Berger. Those guys have so much money. Look, whether Wike is relevant in politics or not, I don't. If his problem is money, he already got it. So
River
what you're
State
saying
to be
him,
better than Lagos now. It should be. There's no reason why it shouldn't be.
and the thing that and one man, another thing is that you can talk about like checks and balances in Lagos State.
I mean, River is not as rich as Lagos now.
Is it?
They get the derivatives that they, but Rivers is a smaller landmass, a smaller population, and
Exactly.
if you're looking at it on a per capita level, and then that derivative that they get of the being an oil state, it's a wealthy, and if they had leveraged that to even build it more, they could have done a lot better than now. At least compete with Lagos.
Yes, one man. You know another thing. Another thing is that with River State, with Lagos State, you have a lot of media, right? So everybody is knowing what is going on. In River State, they have not less than maybe 2 state media, 1 state media, and maybe one other AIT or maybe Arise TV. They do not have people questioning the government, the local government, and all those parastatals. So they are making money. Lagos State, Tinubu is getting money from a well-derived source. These guys, like you're talking about, all these bunkering and all that, right? Don't be surprised; they are part of it. They know where they think they are.
Wike certainly, he's part.
You understand what I'm saying? All these things we are talking about. Yeah.
All of the people in the background of that little thing that they are all into oil bunkering. I'm pretty
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Like so. And Lagos will be saying like maybe you pay taxes, like let's say for Alphabet, for instance, you pay them 2.5 billion a month. What is 2.5 billion? These guys go and get this money from the source, no taxes, no nothing, pay in hard currency. So you can see him the way he's talking. You find out that man, look, I don't give a hoot. Well, go ahead with what you're saying, one man, please.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Joel. So let's take the conversation on to Ayo, who we've not really heard from today. See if he's still with us. Ayo, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
All right, brilliant. You've been very quiet, but let's hear from you now. And hopefully you've been following the Igboho narrative. And I was just saying to Kulata that Igboho would have signed post-dated checks in anticipation of the 2 billion naira windfall. But now no more. The appellate courts have said the DSS are perfectly within right to go to his house and slaughter people. So what are you then making then of this judgment by the appeal court?
All right, thank you, woman. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, you see, who owns the judge, be the Supreme Court? It is the federal government. So who owns the DSS? It is still the federal government of Nigeria. So you should know that the will be in favor of DSS. They will not want them to cover out that huge amount for him. So it didn't come to me as a surprise because I was really expecting that because I know that it will be turned around against him and nothing will be given to him. So, but it's not right. I'm not saying it's right because the way it was invaded and everything, we saw it, and you know what happened that night. But I know that we've seen cases against, EFCC, and when it will be counter case, and they will not be anything. and the judge will say, okay, yes, in their favor. So I'm sure his lawyer will be thinking, oh, something has come, they will bankroll things, but something else came to them. And I think it might be a shock to him, but as I said, to me personally, it's not a shock to me because I know, yes, that case it will be in favor of the DSS.
All right, brilliant. I was saying to San Diego, just to the conversation around that particular talking point, that in many ways, would you concede that Sunday Igboho and by extension Nnamdi Kanu, they actually invited what happened to them? They made it inevitable for the Nigerian state to act in the manner that they did act. Would you consider that they invited what was vested upon them?
Okay, well, yes, to me, they did. They did. They actually invited what is vested upon them, because no, as I said, no nation will fold his hands, and watch things go against them when it's like more go into anarchy or things like that. So if it's done in a peaceful way, referendum, and not just, because if you're saying, oh, you're going into these so-called rallies, then he was doing in Southwest and lower, quote and unquote, we know they said, oh, he was smuggling ammunition into the country through the border of the Republic, which we know will have a porous border. So if other communities within Ogun State, and Diroko can smuggle cars in, so who says he might not do that too? They might smuggle those into the country. So because according to the report, that was what they felt that yes, there was an intelligence report. So I think they both walk into that, let's say, a pit that was dug in for them, and it almost swallowed them in. Same thing with Nnamdi Kanu and Sunday Igboho. So those who were pushing that and say, "Oh, do this, do that," where are they now? So they push him into
Bohayo, the weapon. Can we deny the weapon? Can Igboho deny the weapon?
No, that's what I'm saying. You see, we don't have a proof.
Because let me say this: we saw guys following him around with guns, isn't it?
Yes, there was also there was this video that was going on then. There was this guy called. He was wearing this like Susanna, saying he's a pastor. I don't know if you have seen that, Thomas, or anybody. He claimed not that he claimed that even those arrests and those things that happened, then he alone is a fighter. That he has his own soldiers, they have guns, they have this ammunition. And as I said,
I saw the video. He said Igboho is one of Igboho's, as in replication of Igboho.
Exactly that. Yes, he's a replicant of Igboho, and he's stronger. He has this, that. Even he was boasting, say, "Look, this is my number. Call me. I will disappear." I know that was just. But the truth is, it's possible they bring in ammunition into the country. That is possible because of our porous border. And DSS will always work with intelligence. So there might be a snitch among Igbo that say, "Oh," and DSS, they might also planted somebody there to start following them to get more information. So I'm sure that there's about 70%, of a concrete information that yes, ammunition were coming in, and the federal government will not fold their hands and watch the country go into anarchy, because once that goes in, that will be a total war against the government. So, but I see, I would have loved if Igboho was doing that as a warrior, just like Aro Enokakanfo, in those days, say, okay, I'm protecting our lands. The way OPC started, that would have been a lovely thing. When he went to Gbogon at that time and things like that. But immediately that scenario changed from being a lifesaver to Igbogo and turning into Yoruba nation, and you see people feeding on that thing, getting money, opening accounts for Yoruba nation with Oriyomi, or what's the other guy called? The other guy in the UK, and dressed like that. So they were just feeding.
You mean Koiki?
Yeah, thank you. Oh, God bless you, woman. Koiki. They were just making money out of it, and you can see at that time all the agitators in Nigeria, they were saying, "Oh, Koiki was the only one making this money. That all the money that they brought together that was supposed to be used for this, he went to use it to buy land
acquire things. He wants to have his own radio station and things like that before he flew.
You know, there was quite a lot of controversy around that space when a lot of people were using that Sunday Igboho narrative, both during the agitation time and then during the incarceration time, to do all this GoFundMe public canvassing for money. There was one other guy called Heritage TV that he was also doing all this. Just all of them in that space, they were just using the Igboho narrative to put GoFundMe's out and just using it to buy land all over the place. You know, there's a lot of. I'm anticipating that level of fraud in the Peter Obi space as well. When all of these people will start to say, GoFundMe, you know.
Yes, you're right, woman. It will happen.
Hey, one man, they are even printing shirts, face cap, selling.
Yeah, if they start
making fortune.
you mean the Igboho space?
Yes.
Yes.
There was one guy was even trying to sell Agbo on YouTube, some herbal medicine for under the name of Igboho. They made bank. I'm talking about tens of thousands of dollars.
Igboho is strong man.
Yes.
In America, people made money in that DC area selling face cap and t-shirts. Those man, they really made that guy. They really made money.
Most of them don't even care. They won't even be able to tell you the fullness of the guy's story. It's just the window opens and the money that they will make off the back of this bit of this space when they start to open up the we want to do sensitization in Ofulofu area and we need $10,000. So they will just be milk. You will start to come now.
But seriously, I think Obi should learn from the Sunday Igboho experience and just make sure that that does not happen to his campaign.
You know, it will be outside of his control now. A lot of media spaces on social media space that have dedicated their platforms to canvassing for him. So they would have sensitized. And I'm not talking about anybody in particular. I'm talking about all over Twitter, Instagram, all the way through to all the whole of. So they would have sensitized a whole raft of an army of people that once they've brought them to a crescendo, then they will just present the bowl and say, start dropping your money in there.
Oh, like the campaign for Peter Obi. This is right. Like
yes.
Okay.
Yes. You know, we are campaigning for him. They say that they have money bags. We will show them that that the people power, the people are the structure. We have to show them that they cannot have spent. They just people will make bank.
It's called workshop.
Yeah.
They work in the shop.
Now where they work in the shop?
We know the pay fishy. We know the pay fishy.
Yes.
It's a stingy man at the same time.
They pay, we know they give.
But I back to you. But I think I agree with like Shoyin said. I think Igboho should have stayed with the security thing. That divided into the Yoruba nation.
Nothing. You want something? You can order. Go get it for you.
Yeah. You see. You're right. You see, and I said, if he had stood by that thing to be a warrior, honestly, I will even give ATTIRE, we will give more money and say, look, this is what we want. We want peace. But it deviated from that. And
it was not him. They kind of manipulated. I think it was manipulated into.
Yeah, but he fell into the trap. You see, that is the truth. Because
I mean, it was Koiki. It was.
Look, because
and he's still milking his name till today.
One man, when it was doing it, everybody was with him. Even his political enemies were with him when he was doing the security. Let's defend our land. People were with him. But once he moved into that political scene, it just went off rail from there.
Yeah, you see, that is why it's good to have education. And you see, I remember that time. Oh, this woman in Australia, where she? I think Republic Island. What's her name again?
Maureen Badejo. Maureen Badejo.
Maureen
Badejo.
tó wá sọ̀sọ̀kúsọ tó wá sọ pé òkú àtòbò.
Oh no, yeah, no, oh God, oh my goodness me, oh wow,
I like that one.
It's one must answer. It's one must answer.
No, she's not related to me. What do you mean?
No, she's from your state now.
No, she's not. I think she's from Ogun State.
No, she's from
No.
He's from Ibadan.
No, she's
not.
not.
Your people.
No, she's from Abeokuta.
He's from Ibadan, one man. He's from our state.
No. You have to from Ibadan.
She said it openly. She's from Ibadan.
But there's another woman who is younger and prettier, and she's always say, "I don't. What's it with Yoruba? You just recoil. You don't want to hear that language now from a woman's mouth."
The sex lady, Abby.
Yes.
But she's doing a good job now. She's teaching you how to have sex. Good. That's very good.
No. I came across it once and I ran away quickly.
I didn't mean to digress. What I was trying to say is that I watched one of her videos and she said, and she played it where she spoke with Igboho and she told him, look, if you are doing this, stand on this, fight for the cause, do protection, be like a warrior. Do not let anybody use the but he fell into the trap. Koiki played him and he used him, he sucked him dry. And that is why now look at what is happening. Because truly at when he started that thing, everybody loved what was going on. That okay, you are making peace, fighting for ourselves, fighting for Yoruba, guiding our territory, which is the nice thing. But immediately Koiki look, I think I can play on this guy. He has nothing, there is no education now. We are not.
I did. Sorry, Ayo. I did say that on this platform during that phase. What's it called? Sunday Igboho. It doesn't have the intellectual grounding to be in the space that he was trying to occupy. And I was attacked. Ajane was one of the people that were.
Ajane Kuku attacked you.
Do you remember? But it is true.
I remember.
Yes.
Guys, wait. Don't you find it very interesting that Sunday Igboho's house was attacked when Koiki left his house barely 7 days? Within 1 week that he left back to the UK, that's when they attacked his house. I'm just saying. The man just left there mysteriously, and within 1 week they attacked his house. I'm like, interesting.
Woman, if you look at it, you're right. I thought that look, why was that attack happened just a week after Koiki disappeared? He left. I see maybe somebody gave me an hint. I said, look, guess it's coming. Because if he was dead that day, who might know what would have happened? He might be dead by now. But
oh God.
Yes,
No, we don't want him dead though.
No, I'm not saying. I said he might, just like somebody gave me an hint. I said, look, something's going to strike. Please leave. And before you know it, it was nowhere to be found. And then they came, attacked the house. People were, that and everything like that. So if you look at the in and out of it, there is something as if there is an hint and that.
Oh man, the man was there for over 7 months and he just left a week before it happened. Come on now.
I think it may well have been in and out of there because you have to understand that his family are somewhere in London, wherever.
Oh man.
I don't know about that. That's a conspiracy. That's a bit fun. But what I do know is that he's still milking that Igboho name till today. Still till today. But Igboho, like you said, he should have stayed in the forest, chasing those Fulanis out of Yoruba land. It shouldn't be. It's not a. It should have left Yoruba nation to Professor Banji Akitoye, who is eminently qualified for that space. And he should have, he's a soldier now. He's not but there it is.
Yeah. You see, when you guys are making this point, I don't know where it's coming from. What of people that are still doing Yoruba nation in Nigeria? Why is the government not going after them? If it were to be that Yoruba nation, the reason why they went after him, I see people are saying
because they are not relevant.
Hold on, yeah, because they are not relevant. Look. Government will go after you when they seize you as a strong voice of dissent against their position. They will go after you. It doesn't matter whether you are anything you are doing, they will go after you. They went after Fela. Was Fela carrying gun? They went after Gani Fawayimi. They jailed Gani Fawayimi for several times, over 200 times, in that useless country you call your nation. They went after Falana, fighting. So it doesn't matter whatever you are doing. The moment that you are putting a position strongly against injustices of Nigerian state will go after you. That's what happened. It is not all these excuses that you people are saying as reason is because he abandoned fighting Fulani and he went out saying Yoruba nation. That's why they went after him. What of Showore?
No, you just said exactly.
What of Showore?
Hold on.
What of Showore?
Hold on, everybody.
Yeah.
Sorry. Who's that with the heavy reverb? Oh God. Who was that?
Who's that? I don't know. Tell me.
Oh no, I think that was from Adele Coco. Well, that was heavy. No. I think Adele Coco. Who's that?
Yeah. What did you say?
No, there's a heavy reverb from. There's a heavy reverb from you. I can't even put my headphones on.
Okay, hold on. Can you hear me now?
No, we can hear you. But there's a heavy reverberation. That's better. Yeah. So I think you've pretty much just repeated what Thomas said in a different. And anyway, let's carry on. Back to you, Ayo.
So as we said,
Oh no, Adale Coco, you have to mute yourself. There's a heavy reverberation from your system.
Lower your sorry. Lower the mic, your volume on the mic from your side.
Yeah.
Bring it down.
Okay.
All right, carry on, Ayo.
So as I said, well, to me, he deserved what he got, because if he had stood on that cause of fighting for peace in the land, it would have been an hero than what has turned to a business or money-making venture now. And you see everybody, every Jack and Harry now in Nigeria, especially in Southwest, calling themselves Yoruba Nation, doing videos just to make money. So it's just one of those things. Oh man, let's just move ahead. He will sort himself.
All right, let me move you to a different space, Ayo, and to the space then. ASU says Buhari regime deceitful for 5 years, declares indefinite strike. So when we thought that because just as early as even within this week, we thought we were getting to a space where agreements will be reached for these children to go back to school. But it looks as though those agreements are just in the headlines. What they also are actually telling us is that they agreed some payments, and there was meant to be a first tranche of those payments to come through. That was well over a year ago. That hasn't come through. And all of the changes in the sort of structures of the organizations that they've all agreed, that completely abandoned. And they are accusing then Adamu, who they just categorically dismiss as lacking in purpose, as being deceitful. So indefinite strike, that is in perpetuity. So that is the fate of the Nigerian student now.
Oh, Woman, it's a pity that this is going.
Woman, can you take this chatting away? This one cussing out. I don't
know. Yeah. So sorry, I forgot what was there. Yeah, carry on now.
Okay, you see, it's just it's not a good news, because it's going more than 6 months now. In a calendar year, even how much is a session for a full academic session? Maybe 8 months or 9 months, and now it's going to the 7th month. And I don't know why they don't want to come into an agreement and be in the middle. Because today we hear a side of the federal government saying, oh, ASU is bad, ASU is not pitiful, ASU just want to suck us dry. They want us to pay them for the months they did not work. You see Nance coming out saying, yes, ASU wasn't fighting for their rights too, because the VCs use ASU against them when there's a little thing in their schools. And now we see some factions of ASU too. And there's been this back out and off also between ASU and state ASUs too, saying, today was saying, I never called them quads, because I know there was an issue, a statement between, it was Kaduna State University and maybe one university in the south, so maybe quite I forgot it, about this ASU issue that they want to stay away from ASU
they want to open, they don't want to be in that. But the most important thing is just that this is the future of our country. Yeah, so 6 months is a long time to commit crime, to do things. When you there's nothing to do, it will be easy for anybody to lure you to a crime which the person does not want to do. So, but I hope they can just resolve this as soon as possible. Not just today. They were in the meeting, the APC governors, and part of what the governor of Lagos State did was that they had a meeting. They discussed about also how they can assist, how they can come into that too, to come into a way out to this and to reach a conclusion about that. If truly that is what they heard about the meeting, it will be a nice one. But just playing about the future of the children today, saying, "Oh, we are going there, it's going to be an indefinite strike," would not do us any good. I know this is not about just APC government. ASU strike have been going on way back from Obasanjo regime and the rest till now 6 months, 4 months, 6 months, 6 months, and then there has to be a conclusion. They have to reach an agreement. Now, I think yesterday, or was it today, the ASU chairman was saying the $23 million that is the money Abacha that is coming back, it should be used to settle them. That at least federal government wasn't expecting that money, and the money is back now. Sorry, they've signed an agreement that why not use that money? Well, we don't know what the response will be from federal government. Maybe the agreement we signed with the US government is that we should use this for this project. So we cannot change that for another thing to pay you guys. We have to sort for money and to pay you. But there has to be an equilibrium. Okay, also we cannot pay you 6 months because you have not worked for 6 months. All right, we'll pay you 2 months, and these are other your demand. Please go back to school, go back and work. Also today, I think the federal government is saying they want to open back all universities because NASU is not on strike again. NASU has called off the strike, and that there are more to university activities than just the lecturers. There are other sectors there. So no university should be under lock and key because of ASU. So we don't know what that is going to come out to because so many communities are just feeling this pain. We have all those communities where there are universities, they feed on this. Because during the session, students buy things, rent their houses, pay rent, do this. But now, 6 months is gone. They cannot do anything. No buying and selling, no trading activity going on. So it's just for ASU and federal government, but I don't know. To come into an agreement. I don't know what the Minister of Education is doing. Adamu, he's not doing the right thing. As a father, as a grandfather, he should see that. Look, these are kids. Already they have issues with their universities prior to this, and now you are bringing more issues to them. So they should find a way. Talk with us and say, please, what do we do for the sake of these children? How do we be in the middle? We can't pay you 6 months, which you have not been working. How that's going to be done? But we can pay you 2 months, and then maybe as time goes on, we might be paying you half salary of those ones later. But realistically, I'm sure they don't want to pay that 6 months that they did not work. So, and that is still what is really going on. But
Ayo.
Yes.
Yeah. Are you comfortable? Are you comfortable with the response the federal government gave as regards to the $23 million that is being repatriated back from the Abacha loot? Why would the US tell us where to invest our money in a country like Nigeria, where we know that we have our boundaries, we have our what's the word I'm trying to use? So why would they tell us our sovereignty?
Okay,
why would they tell us where to put the money?
Is that a totally new topic? Is that what?
No, because he made mention of that, like the federal government was saying that they were going to use the money for construction. Why would they tell us where we put the money? Okay. Right now, ASU is on strike, and everything that is going to be done to get those students to school should be encouraged, because you can see the high crime rate. It's not the first time this is happening. Anytime there's ASU strike, the crime rate goes up. It is not a rocket science. So if we have a problem of funding, which we know they are genuine, because this thing has been going on for years, why wouldn't they treat the ASU issue like they treated the Maraba, the train station, the rail track they were building to the United States? It is impossible. We cannot be going on like this in this country. That $3 million should be funded, should be tended towards ASU, and let's get our students back to school. If you go to Nigerian universities, where we call universities, and you have lived abroad, you will cry for that country. What ASU people are asking for, it's not too much. It is for the benefit of that school. And the idea that our lecturers will not be paid what they are due is very, very wrong.
Let me answer your question. Now, you see, this is not the first time we are getting the money returned to us, reporting money, stolen money. And it seems most times the money goes into a wrong pocket again. It's been siphoned for something else. So, I'm not there, but according to what the minister said, even the last one that came in before this, was that, the agreement they signed was that this money should be used for specific project of this capital project, which they can monitor and see that this is going to that right way. And to me, I feel if that is not true, then the U.S. Department of Justice or something will have debunked that and say, oh no, we just released the money to you to go and use it for anything. So it's possible the agreement that was signed was that, this money we're returning to you should be used for this project, because we don't want it to go back again, and we don't know if there's corruption going on. So, and they might be able to monitor that too. So, but I'm not saying that the federal government shouldn't find a way. It's a pain in my heart that, look, this shouldn't be happening again. I experienced that way back then, 2000. So I don't want to see. I know what it feels when you stay home for months, but my what I'm saying is, I wish they could come into an agreement. Say, okay, let's solve these things once and for all. I want the best for you. I know the lecturers are not asking for something which is too big. We know what our senators, the rep, who know almost they take home a wardrobe allowance and the rest like that, consultancy project and things like that, running into millions. So why can't they sit down with them and say, okay, what is the way forward? We can't give you 6 months payment when you did not work for it. But please, let's give you 2 months. We'll pay you that 2 months so that you can go back. We'll sign that agreement. We can release the order to you in batches so that the academic life can go back to all the universities rather than stay at home. But now, ASU is saying, no, we will not shift our ground. Federal government is saying, okay, we will not move too. So it does not help anybody. There has to be an agreement. They have to look at the future of the country. That's why I said, I hope the meeting the APC governors had today with the president is not just about political. It has to do with the ASU strike, according to the tweet by Lagos State Governor, so that they can also advise federal government. And truly, if you listen to what Governor Yabilo was saying a couple of days ago when he was on channels, I think it was channels, he's not happy with this. But sometimes, if you try to intervene into this matter, a minister might tell you, please go and monitor your state, go and govern your state. This is not your state. This is my own portfolio. I cannot do it. So that statement means a lot. Probably that means he has been trying to talk to Adamu, and he was just saying, "Oh, it was rubbish." I said, "Please go and govern your state." So it's high time they all come together, not just the APC government, all the 30 state governors come together, have a meeting with ASU, with the Minister of Education, Minister of Labor, and find an agreement into an equilibrium and say, okay, please, this is our stand for the future of the country and these kids. So let's start with this. Take 2 months, take this, and then we'll start paying back the other ones instrumentally, so that school can resume and they can go back to school. I know some are saying, oh, election is coming. Do you want them to go back to school before election? Or they should start, what are you saying? Even if the election is coming, when they come to election, they can go home and go and vote at their places and come back. But you want to keep them home again till after election? No, that is not a good idea.
All right, thank you, Ayo. So thank you, Ayo. So Ayo, I want to go back to Kulata. There was one particular space. I hope you're still there, Kulata. There was one particular space that I wanted to sample your opinion on. You may well think this is just a bit obscure and a bit obtuse, but Fidelity Bank seals paths to acquire Union Bank UK. So I'm hoping that you heard me read it out. It's essentially just an acquisition story. But what struck me especially is Fidelity Bank. I think that is owned by Peter Obi, if I'm not mistaken. And in the course of this electioneering, he's buying up UK banks. So is there anything to be read into that?
I won't say he owns it. He has a significant interest in Fidelity Bank.
Oh, well, which is to say he owns it. Yeah, so yeah.
But I mean, Fidelity Bank, I mean, they've been performing well for a long time. So I won't be surprised. But the only thing is, I don't think they have that kind of like wide operations like Access Bank, for example, because Access Bank is now going all over Africa. They have in London and all. So they bought it from Union, right? Union is especially very weak right now. So it's a very, very good move. Now, I won't read any sort of conspiratorial thing into it, like maybe Peter Obi wants to use it to leverage to do Pandora on steroids.
Yes. When I saw it, I immediately thought, is this another money laundering Peter Obi narrative? Is this another crooked?
I think once caught, he'll be careful. He'll be careful going forward.
It's a majority stakeholder in that bank, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I don't think he is, but because I actually checked, he's not the majority at all.
I'll be happy.
Even they brought him in, Gonsef. At the time they brought him in, I was even looking at their AGM that time, like when I was looking at all those IGR figures. It was part of the board. I think it was only for a short time. Jewel will be able to correct me. I think it was only chairman for a short time.
But it's the Southeastern Bank, though, is it not?
It is. Fidelity is a Southeastern Bank, but historically it's been a performing bank. Fidelity, who owns it? I mean, it's not Peter Obi that owns it, though.
No, I know it's not Peter.
Who has the highest sharehold? I mean, you mean who has the highest shares?
Who has the highest shareholding?
I don't know. I mean, I don't. It may be. First of all, it's most likely institutional shareholders. No, probably not individuals. But I mean, we can also.
Like when you were trying to talk about compare Fidelity Bank with Access Bank. Access Bank has gone through a lot of things.
Okay, well, you say it's not. It doesn't belong to the Obis, but I think it belongs to the Obis somewhat. Mustafa Chike Obi.
I found the one. I found the shareholders of Fidelity Bank. I'll put the link in the private.
I found it too.
All right. Can you give us a quick run through? Yeah, go
on. First person is Global X Management Company LLC. They have the highest equity, followed by Nnamdi John Okonkwo, then followed by Chigoke Ugochukwu, followed by Nneka Mba. Peter Obi is not there. There's even a Igboho'S guy there.
Who owns the biggest share, did you say?
It's an institutional investor, Global X Management Company. But who's behind Global X?
Yeah, that's the thing. So that's Peter Obi. So yes, there he is. That's Pandora Papers right there again.
Who's behind Global X?
Man,
it's Peter Obi now.
That's a bit of a stretch, yo. Without evidence.
We can find out now.
We know his antecedents. We know his antecedents.
Let me see.
Packing corruption.
You're just telling lies against people.
I'm not telling lies. Look at that.
One man, is that how Peter Obi will come here? You see, that's my problem with you. Is that happy to be will come on
No,
this
no,
show?
Peter Obi will never come here because we are not going to
Okay.
give him a soft sell. You know, he's going to leave. If he comes, he'll leave
We
traumatized.
won't give him that kind of Adiola interview.
No,
That
no,
she
no,
was.
no.
Oh,
What
that
is
is
it?
nonsense.
Fighting
If
his
you
way.
use that stock A, are we? The stock A.
Look, if he comes here, none of you will talk. I am telling you. That is one thing I know. In all this time we are talking. If you come here now, all those questions you are talking about, like, even Kulata will hide. You understand what I'm saying? Even Kulata will hide. All these things we are talking, even Angelo Coco will hide. Like everybody will be like, hey, Lisa, sorry, you.
But why do you say that? Why do you say that?
Because we'll be intimidated by his presence.
Am I lying? Kulata will not talk. Angelo will not say shit. None of you. Even
There's a heavy reverb from your system.
Oh, is he coming back?
It says, if you listen back, you will hear it.
All right.
Who is stock A on that shareholders? That person owns about 98% now. That's a lot.
Ooh, where is that again?
From Fidelity, I was looking at the breakdown.
Wait, did you say Fidelity Bank?
Yes.
Is Mustafa Chika based on being the chairman?
No,
Mustafa Chika.
No.
It doesn't mean he's the owner.
That's
now.
an appointment. That's just staff now.
The shareholders, but somebody owns a very large share that I can't get access into.
No, they have parked their shareholding in on that proxy sort of company.
Yeah,
the list I'm seeing.
Somebody's hiding something.
Is global? Is this Global X management company that has the highest?
Somebody's hiding their name.
I checked it. Actually, maybe Peter Obi, because this Global X management is registered in the UK. I know Peter Obi lived in the UK and he has a lot of
And I suspect that organization, that company, it came out in the readout of the Pandora Papers that we did a few. So
that's true. We can go and we're going to cross check. Actually, that's true. Good idea.
I mean, but you can check who owns Global X now. Why are you guys? Why are you always on Peter Obi's ass? Like, you know?
No. I mean, he's buying up banks in the middle of a presidential campaign. Is that not a curiosity?
Look. We Google. You just Google the shareholder of Fidelity. You can also just Google the share and the owner of the Global X.
No, that will be hidden under secrecy now. That will be they would have, unless you go to Company House. You probably have to go to company. If it's registered in the UK, then I have to go into Company House to go and dig him out.
It's somewhere in Buckingham Palace. If it's City of London, it's probably dodgy. I mean, they probably hidden the hell out of it.
Yeah.
Between Buckingham Palace Road, London, UK. That's where that company is registered at. 123 Buckingham Palace Road, London, England.
Look at that. This is just.
I'm suspecting this Global X vaccine.
It's part of the Peter B.
Global.
Yes.
Kulata, you started again. Leave Peter B alone. I mean, this is getting out of hand.
I'm just joking.
I know.
If you look at their index too, they have like a global shell company. They have multiple shells globally that you can hide it. You can hide your assets.
Yeah, but can I ask you something? One more. Yeah. Before Peter B became governor of Anambra State, he has already been part of Fidelity Bank.
He was on their board.
Yes. So if he was part of that, even before becoming governor of Anambra State, what do you think he will be hiding before then?
How do
because
you mean?
if you say that he is part of it, but he's hiding, why would he be hiding before becoming governor? Because he was not yet governor when he was part of Fidelity Bank. So why do you think he should be hiding anything before then?
Okay, I see what you mean, but he's a shifty character anyway.
Yesterday when he was talking in California,
yes,
he said, "I, Peter, be standing here. I challenge EFCC, I challenge ICPC to go and show and bring any evidence or any proof and show any evidence where P2B mismanaged or misused state funds for personal gain."
We've already established that even on this platform.
So all these things you're establishing.
It's very easy for him to say that now. Does that absolve him? Does that satisfy you?
Can you show me a picture of Tinubu or Atiku in a orange jumpsuit? Can you show me any picture, or in handcuffs where they are arrested?
No, I can't.
Can you show me any?
I can't.
Exactly. They too will say, show me anywhere that I'm corrupt. You can't. All of them are not corrupt, and all of them are corrupt.
Let me tell you something. Let me say this, Saki father. There was a time that they were pushing Babangida very hard, and then in one interview they were asking him again that question around corruption. This is Babangida, and they were saying to the interviewer that, look, I have been the most investigated Nigerian that there has ever been, which is to tell you that they've investigated him severally and they've not found anything on him. Does that absolve
who investigated him? Who?
Well, now, according to him, I don't know, but
that guy is a liar. Whoever investigated him?
I don't really. I'm just using that example for Saki father.
Let me tell you. Today, the former Attorney General of Anambra, the former Commissioner of Justice and Attorney General of Anambra State, under P2B, today he came to space. We were asking him a lot of questions. And one of the questions we asked him is that somebody asked him about issue of corruption.
But you are in that space. Why don't you put the questions that we put on this to your space? Yeah.
Somebody asked him question related to corruption. He said that during their time, that P2B was the only governor who willingly offered himself to be peer-reviewed during this what they call peer-reviewed mechanism, to be peer-reviewed by an independent body. That body is called, I think it's called either BDIS, something like that. You know, now that very body came to Anambra and conducted independent peer review of everything that is happening in Anambra.
Against what benchmark? Against what benchmark?
No, they are looking for what do we call it? Developmental partners. You know, so there was a partnership they want to form with UNICEF and those other people. So, but before you can get that, you know, an independent board has to come to your state and do peer review. You know,
what do you mean peer review?
Peer review, as I understand it,
do you know what peer review means?
It's for research papers where you publish a research.
No, not that kind of peer review. Not that kind of. I know what you mean. Not that kind of peer review. The peer review they are talking about is that before those developmental partners we partner with you, that they have to be very sure that you are running a highly transparent government. So they came to
no, that's not a peer review.
Audit. That's like an audit.
Yes, an audit.
I'm not talking about peer review.
They just use this funky sounding phrase.
Okay,
peer review means your fellow governors are like.
Yes, your fellow. That's why I was asking what benchmark.
I don't understand what you mean by your fellow governors.
When you say a peer review, hold on, Babati. When you are saying a peer review, that means an equal comes to review you, an equal, you know. So that would be a fellow state governor. So when you don't be fooled by all those sort of terminologies.
Listen.
Do you know?
What I expect you to do is browse peer review mechanism Nigeria, BDIS. That was the board that did it.
Kafi, I do peer review at work. Everybody does peer review. It's a professional. You peer review your fellow colleagues. I don't know what I'm Googling here. What are you talking about?
I think there is that terminology, peer review. Then that you hear them all over there. They did peer review. Come on, man. You're more sophisticated than that.
They've calmed them with big grammar.
Yeah,
calm them with big grammar.
So actually, there's a state peer review mechanism, but it has to do with your fellow governors on the Nigeria Governor Forum. Exactly. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, now it's peer. Simple.
It's already in the word now. Peer, P-E-E-R.
P-E-E-R. Now, Saki Father, I get that you like Obio. I'm not saying don't vote for him, but don't use campaign sources as, I mean, do independent research, but still vote for him. Don't relent. Vote for him.
And also, I will encourage that you don't take the words of functionaries within Peter Obi's administration coming to endorse him. So, I mean, what else would they do? What else would they do? Because I think this is the second functionary within his administration that you're
ask you one more?
Yeah, go on.
Somebody like Dorakwe, who served under Goodluck Jonathan. Suppose today, Goodluck Jonathan is coming out to become president of Nigeria. And then we call somebody like Dora to ask him what happened in Goodluck administration. Would you believe what Dora tells you? Based on how you have known Dora in the past.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, answer that.
Oh, okay, I'll answer it. There are two things that will happen. If she doesn't have anything good to say about him, then she would not entertain this space at all. But if she comes out, then she's only coming out to.
So if there is anything wrong in his government, do you think that Dora will cover it? Knowing the Dora will do.
I think she will keep her.
She'll just be silent on it.
She'll just be silent on it.
Okay, no problem.
You can't bite the hand that fed you, isn't it?
You know, so when people that when people that served in Peter B's administration, they come out to endorse him. Don't no matter the quality of that person, they are already compromised by association now. So what else would they say? Yeah, what else would they say now? I mean, come on. They have all these lofty titles and they have their history in their industry, but the fact that they're a functionary of the Peter Obi administration, they're already compromised by their association. Of course, now, I mean, you know that.
Anyway, I don't want to say. I believe that there are still some Nigerians who cannot even be bought. Like their image is cannot be prized by anybody. There are still some Nigerians like that, you know. And I believe, go and read about that Professor Kondla, and you see her pedigree.
No, I'm sure she's very strong and firm and very upright and honest.
Yes, so
and I'm sure she gave an honest delivery, but she's already compromised by being a functionary of Obi's house. What else would she say? I mean, come on, man. Obi is our boss now.
No, if there is something that went wrong, the woman is like Dora. He's critical about anything.
Yeah, but she may not be privy. She may not be privy of the details of the deeds, right? If she doesn't know, she doesn't know.
Somebody that was number one in Obi's administration. He was following Obi everywhere he was going. He followed Obi to all those governors meeting. These what do they call it? The one they do in Abuja. You know, he follows Obi to every.
Did you follow Obi to take that 250 million to a papa?
I don't want to. I don't want to believe these stories you are giving about.
Wow. You don't want to believe it. You don't want. Well, come on, man.
But it's not true now. It's not true. It's not true. It's not
that
true.
Is the one that is. I'm interested because you say she follow Obi everywhere. So
I don't want to believe that
she follow you carry that money to her papa.
I don't want to
250 million. A quarter of a billion.
All these
in 2014.
Ajale Koko. All this running around is doing abroad now. Has he addressed this 250 million cash?
If you ask him
in any way.
No, it's preaching to the converted now. Have you not seen the audience?
Nobody has asked him that question. If you ask him the question, answer it.
Why don't they ask the? Why can't he? Did he want to pretend that
someone like
Zaki Father? Let me say this. Zaki Father. Wait,
go to one of those cities and ask
Zaki Father. Can you please listen to me, please? Do you want to say Peter Obi didn't hear all this rumor or allegation?
What do you mean rumor?
About this? No. I'm just saying that. That's what I say. Rumor or allegation that he stole 250 million naira cash and they found the money in his apartment in his company in Lagos.
Yeah. So what did you call it? Like you say rumors.
I say
You say-
rumor or
Yeah,
allegation.
so you said rumors and allegation. Nobody has come to him and say, "Can you tell us something about this?" Why
Let's just
would you
move
say
on.
something
Let's move on.
you didn't
Okay,
ask?
hold on. The story is out there, and it was documented in
Let
2009
them ask
July.
him. Let them ask him through the media. Let him answer. Nobody has asked him, so let them
One
ask him.
man, because it's a lie. It did not happen. Because it did not happen. I have said this thing the other day. I'm happy that Thomas is here, Ajelekoko is here.
No,
and,
you did not. No, that wasn't what
Kulata
you
the
said.
Data King
That
is here.
wasn't. Hold on. That wasn't what you said the other day. What you said the other day, you tried to explain it away. So you tried to explain
No,
it
because
away.
I was trying. I sent you the
You said you're going
reference
to
on
bring
Vanguard.
counter. You said you're going to
Good.
bring something to counter it. We have not
Yes,
seen
but
anything from you.
no.
Are
That's
you speaking
I
from Nigeria?
printed
Are
it
you
out.
outside United States?
I printed it out, right? But we've not had the time all this while, right? So you can see that I come in late, right? So I cannot come in around that 3-4 because by the time I come back, I have to take care of my aunt and mom and all that. So I sleep around maybe like 12-1 o'clock. So if I sleep at 12-1 o'clock, one man comes up at like 3:45. I cannot wake up. So that's the reason why I join around 6 o'clock, 6:30 when I'm about to go to work or I'm at work.
Take your time,
So
bro.
my thing is this, right? That issue, because someone was saying that P2B did not have a local government chairman during his tenure, which was a lie. One man, I sent you the video where he was swearing in his local government chairman, and I sent you that message on your Instagram. Yet
2 months
you
to
won't
the end
post
of the
that.
administration.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. Hold on. Let me finish, please. You said you never had one. Now you're saying it's towards the end. So it's okay. But
No,
what I'm just trying
that
to
wasn't what he said. Anyway, he said it is. Kulata has always maintained that he did it in the last few months of his administration.
All I've had here is that P2B never had local government chairman.
I said he did it like the last few months before he left office. Now I said it many times.
Okay, probably I did not listen to you when you said that, but all I've been hearing is about this. But this is the issue: the money did not come out of Anambra State government coffers. It came out from the local government, and the money was for vehicles for security amongst the local government. The local government came together, discussed it, and found a government contractor. And fortunately or coincidentally, the government was sending their cars for service in Lagos, and the contractor, the gov, put the money and decided to go with the government convoy to Lagos. That thing was not, the money, cash was not found in P2B's house. Point of correction.
It was found not in his house, but in his premises in his premises in Apapa. We wouldn't have the. Oh, come on, man.
Not his premises.
Okay, I have the address. I have the address.
See.
The address of where the money was found.
We all know that if you are going for if you're
so we have the address. So do we now want to check who owns that address? Is the thing. It was his premises.
Hold on. But it wasn't in his house that
it wasn't in his house. It was in his premises.
Okay, so let's leave it at that, because the reason why I'm saying this is because
he owns the property, by the way. So that's what I mean by premises.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Go ahead.
250 million naira is what we're talking about by in cash.
So one more.
We're talking about.
One more. In the course of all your investigations about P2B, is there any one thing good you have found?
Not so far, but I'm still searching.
You have not found any good thing about P2B?
No, not so far, but I'm still searching.
Thank you, Father. I can tell you good things about him.
Don't tell us because
I should. You people like punishment. I want to now start saying good things about him. You say I shouldn't tell you. Okay.
No. I know that you have found some good things, but I want to know whether one man has found even if it is one good thing in the person of people.
Okay, if it's one good thing, I can concede one good thing.
Right.
I consider him and I consider him a nice guy.
No,
He's a
not that
nice guy.
one. Not that
No,
one.
my own one good thing.
What
You know
he
the
did in
pay
his
shishi. You
government.
know the
You know
pay
the
shishi.
No, no, no. What he did is in his government. What he did in his government. Do you know he invested in Joel? Do you know about this Orient Petroleum?
Orient Petroleum. Oh, yes.
You know,
The company that manages the crude oil fund in Anambra State.
You know we're going to. You know I'm going to investigate anything you say. You know that. But carry on.
Take that one. Anambra State.
Anything you say is gonna use against you in the court of law.
Take that one.
In the court of one man and the court of Yoruba local.
Anambra State invested about 4.6 billion naira in that project during the time of Peter Obi. You know, and today, I think it was his struggles that made Anambra to be recognized as one of the oil producing states. You know, I think it was during the time of when Obiano came, the federal government has included Anambra in 13% derivation, something like that. You know, but it was Obi's struggles that made it came through.
I'm hopeful that when I'm doing my investigation, that oil company does not belong to him or his family, because I will investigate what you said. Yeah.
No, Orient is owned by there is this guy. I've forgotten the guy's name, but it's not owned by Obi. Meanwhile, one man, please, just to Ayo, before I forget, Ayo and Thomas, please, if any one of you wants to buy land in Southeast, please come tomorrow. I will sell you land in Southeast. All this narrative that you can get land in the Southeast is unbelievable. Unbelievable. And Thomas, please stop saying
Joel, my mother don't warn me. My mother don't tell me, say, make I no go Southeast. My mother don't warn me.
But see.
Why would your mother warn you not to go to the Southeast?
That they are hitting human beings when we were
Stop
young.
it now.
I'm not joking.
No, it doesn't look
I'm
good on
not
your
joking.
I understand.
I'm not
Thomas, don't say that.
I know it's not good.
Thomas, you can't say that now. Why can you say such a thing? That's cannibalism now.
I mean,
I will not lie to you now.
This is not
This
the
is
first
what I
time
was
that
told.
someone will say so now.
This is not the first time.
He has said it before. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not
right?
joking.
He has said it before. But the thing
I'm
there
not
is,
joking.
it doesn't look good on your family, Thomas.
Oh, okay.
Right?
I'm not joking.
Who said you're joking? We know you're not joking. But
This is what I was told. This is what I was told.
Are you listening to yourself? Are you listening to everybody?
Let's not go
Why
there,
not?
please. Guys, please.
Let's just move on.
It's not necessary. It's not necessary.
This is not necessary.
Okay.
No, they talk like that. It doesn't look good on your family.
Obi was voted the least. I mean, Anambra was voted the least indebted state in Nigeria by Debt Management Office during Obi's time. Obi did not waste the Paris and London refund. He used it to pay the debt. Many governors wasted it. So those are some of the things Obi did. Obi invested in
prudence?
Prudence.
What about prudence?
That prudence, I just told you that was the least indebted state, and I gave you the reason why it was the least indebted state, because the Paris and London refund. If we didn't have Paris and London refund, I don't know, because there are many reports that it was supposed to be misery, but his wife was a spendthrift and he was buying all sorts of cars and all. So let's start Fashi that side. At the end of the day, he had, minimal debt. Whether it's Paris refund or not, that's fine. But Isha didn't have debt. From investment, he invested in Saab Miller, but Saab Miller too, he commingled state fund with his own fund. So that's almost like a net neutral. He partnered with missions to build hospitals. So Yenu Hospital, Our Lady of Lourdes Hospital, Yela, St. Charles Borromeo Hospital, Holy Rosary Hospital, St. Joseph Hospital. They're private sector driven, But Obi encouraged that. I like private sector doing stuff. It means it will work. So Obi partnered with the missions to do those hospitals that are listed. Obi built a teaching hospital complex. The one that Saki Father mentioned. It has 15 buildings confirmed. We looked at the picture. What else has Obi done? From an economic perspective,
900 kilometers of road and being tagged
let me talk now. Bros, Ejo. He undertook massive construction of internal roads and oversaw large-scale electrification projects. How do you? I can't quantify how many kilometers of road or how many kilometers
900
of wire
that's what
that was laid. I will verify that. And if it's a lie, you know I'm going to come back and hit you.
900 kilometers.
No problem now. We'll go and check. But I'm just telling you, I'm being nice just to show that I'm not a bad guy.
But Kolata, you called his wife a spendthrift. But then Peter B, of course, somewhat a spendthrift as well. Using state money to buy fleets of bulletproof for his brother Damian. Did you know that?
No, I want to stay on the positive side because
I'm using state money to buy bulletproof cars for Damian.
What's the proof?
There are many documented proof. Let's not go there. Let's stay on the positive for once on this platform, so the people on Nigeria Watch can praise us.
All right. Okay. All right.
Obi built the first secretariat complex to house state government ministries in Anambra. Obi started the planned development of Igbariam campus of Chukwuemeka Odumegu Ojukwu University, including construction of other faculties, Faculty of Law, the auditorium, the admin block, the agric whatever management building. He did some things with World Bank on erosion. What else is in his record? From an economic perspective, he only invested, from investment, it was just this Sabmila thing. So he invested in Sabmila. And he fought to get Anambra under all producing states that Joel just mentioned. I'm afraid. Education.
What about agriculture? What about agriculture with Koscharish?
Let me see on agriculture, but a lot of the agriculture happened really panned out under Obiano when they started exporting Ugu.
No.
It was under Obiano that they claimed they exported $5 million worth of Ugu now.
No.
Yes, now I know that news because I was laughing. That was
yes. The dry leaf.
They dried Ugu and they were selling it in Europe. Well, that was under Obiano. It's not under Obi. So honestly, I've kind of gone through all the positive developments of Obi's government. I'm not even going to lie. That's all I have. Management of funds, education, investment in Sabmila, working with missions to build some. Working with missions so hospitals can be built, and in education. The thing about education, well, you give it to him. Returning schools back to missions and also funding some things. Doing all this computer stuff and all. You have to give that to him too. And
what about the heart center I told you yesterday? Did you see it?
I said that now. I mentioned the health. I said he built the teaching hospital with 15 buildings in it, including emergency center. I mentioned that.
They had the St. Joseph Heart Center, not teaching hospital.
Forget the heart center. He's already said he did a lot in health.
For St. Joseph, I mentioned St. Joseph now. See, let me mention the hospital to you. And he didn't build it. He built in conjunction with the church, with the missions. Iyenu Hospital in Ogidi, Our Ladies of Lourdes Hospital in Iyala, St. Charles Borromeo Hospital in Onitsha, Holy Rosary Hospital, Waterside, Onitsha, St. Joseph Hospital, Adazi, Nunku. So I'm giving him credit. I'm not a bad guy. See, he built the Josephine Willow Heart Center in St. Joseph, where the heart operations are now being performed. And he then
so all those hospitals, he started them and he completed them.
Not
He
quite.
initiated and
Not
or
quite.
did he just
Ajale Koko.
No,
he
those were
renovated or what?
no, they were in Gige's projects
missions.
that he completed.
No.
He
One
partnered.
you
Let me say.
it was
Let me
partnership.
say. Well, let me. It was partnership with the church. He partnered with the church. So I don't know when the church started it.
No, they were in Gige projects that he
No.
completed.
One man, why
So
you say
all those
it wasn't
projects,
Gige
those
project?
hospital are his initiative. So he started
No,
them
it's
and
the church.
completed.
The church initiative. The church initiative.
And he did not do even the groundbreaking. They were from because government is a continuum, as we know.
So it's the church. It's the
Ngige
church that
projects.
owns the project, but he will support the church if maybe the church needs land or they need a pass or something. He will give them preferential treatment. But it's not like him is the one that went to do it. But at least if you're going to give him credit. But honestly speaking, in 8 years, I just read all his record. So it's up to you now to say that is outstanding or that is mediocre.
And just for
that is average.
just for Saki Fada, you know what we're doing here, Saki Fada, is actually God's work. You know, there has to be some sort of a pause or some sort of auditing to the mass hysteria that is going on all over social media about this narrative. There has to be some sort of balance to it, and hopefully we're providing that balance. Everywhere else you go is mass hysteria.
Wait,
so
one
we are
man.
not going to do mass hysteria
Yeah,
here.
one man.
Yeah.
Or rather, Kurata.
Yes.
A lot of things you said here is not entirely different from what P2B has said. P2B said that when he came to Anambra State, that there was no Anambra didn't have even one school of nursing and midwifery. So what he did was to go and look for already existing hospitals that are managed efficiently. And how did he get that? He went to get all the churches in Anambra State, basically Anglican and Catholic, that have already existing hospitals. And then in these very hospitals, he gave them money and partnered with them, and they built schools of midwifery and nursing and the school of nursing, and equipped each of those hospitals. It was like private-public partnership. But he did that, and before he left, before his administration finished, Anambra had 10 accredited schools of nursing and midwifery. It wasn't like he got land and started building. He focused on public-private partnership. And that is also what he did in education. He has been saying it. He hasn't told any lies above this.
But I'm not. I'm reading all his achievements. I'm not excluding. I think the one I probably mentioned, it says youth and employment will be revitalized. The Anambra State Youth Reorientation and Empowerment Program, which provided training and grants. So they provided training to young and aspiring entrepreneurs. So I read it this way: all these things that are listed there, they're not extraordinary. Maybe for Anambra,
and they don't justify an 8-year tenure.
They're not, in my opinion, they're not extraordinary. And I'm not reading this to see like it created one agency that was raising revenue, another this that raised this, another that did this, or found a way to maybe bring Microsoft to train in the school that is it Chukwuemeka school to kind of like start raising IT people, something that maybe they will be able to attract foreign exchange, something different, because these are basic stuff. But it's good, it's okay. I'm not saying it's wrong or bad, but it saved money. But we know how that came by because of the debt forgiveness. So it's not out of his ingenuity that he saved money. And the Prudent story is conflicted by the story they say he did for his wife. He did this. So that one is almost like neutral, in my opinion, because even if you look at the financial statement too, it's not that clear that it was that prudent, because even after they paid off the debt, he borrowed more, which is normal. A state should borrow if they're doing something with money. There's nothing wrong with borrowing. But there's just not that this man's record, the way he's worshipped, doesn't jive with the record. Because honestly speaking, I just read the record and I'm not trying to be mischievous or trying to be funny. That's the man's record right there. Is it extraordinary? Maybe in the context of Anambra, is extraordinary. But in the context of other states like even Kaduna or Akwa Ibom, no, it's not.
Kulaka, would you even say it is extraordinary within the context of Anambra? Because I know you have explored that space from a detached, fact-based analysis, which you have.
No, I would not say so because
yeah.
Obiano achieved more than Obi in terms of visionary leadership. Yeah, people don't like the guy, but things he built, the revenue he was able to achieve. I have to go.
What did Obiano build apart from?
Let me see if I can get. I have to go find another link to start reading this.
Obiano built only two things in terms of infrastructure. He built airport. He built what do we call it? Flyover. 2 big flyovers in Aka. Those are the only two things he did.
Let me see if I can.
Are those two achievements not greater than the ATTIRE 10?
Why are you saying that?
An airport.
How can you be saying that?
I'm asking you.
I'm gonna try and address this Obiano, and Ngige spent a short time. Ngige was very impactful as a governor, even though he spent 3 years.
Ngige only
was very impactful. Ngige was very impactful.
Nothing more. Ngige only built roads, nothing more. You know,
in 3 years.
No, when he only built only roads, nothing more. Anambra State schools were very poor during the time of Ngige. There is no secondary school that even have boho. There is no secondary school that has even transformer. You know, he did no secondary school that has computer. Anambra State secondary school was very, very poor.
Who was Ngige's predecessor?
He was
Mbadunoju.
That one was a disaster.
So is that not where the attribution for the education?
No, what I'm saying is that
when Mbadunoju destroyed the education in Anambra, what could Ngige have done in two years that he was there?
Mbadunoju destroyed education in Anambra State. Then Ngige came in. You know, he came in through the wrong door. And in order to appease people, he started building roads. People started thinking he is working. He left all the intangible assets that are actually very important. He left them. Criminality was too much during his time. During his time, Mazob was terrorizing Anambra State. P2B came in, he focused on security for the first 2 years. P2B actually started doing things by 2008.
But there were like 67 kidnappings under Peter Obi.
You said what?
I think there were like 67 kidnappings under
There
Peter
were
Obi.
a lot of kidnappings when he came in. Do you know the people that are in Anambra when he came in? That advance. They were terrorized people.
Yeah.
You know, and Peter Obi was the first governor in Nigeria that started this. He gave this executive order whereby if you catch any kidnappers in any place, bring down the building immediately. Caterpillars will come and demolish the building immediately. Anambra will acquire that asset. You know, that is what Soludo is doing now. But P2B was actually the person that started it. When P2B came in, the military barracks, which is federal government apparatus in Onitsha, didn't have a fence. So when he was pursuing those criminals, they will be running into those barracks, you know, for like safe whatever. So then he partnered with those military people, and it was under P2Bs that those mighty fence were massive land. He built the fence for them. You know, he actually did well in security, if I must tell you. In the first 2 years, those first 2 years, it was hot in Anambra State. So he did that. It was 2008. He focused on these education things and started working on those. Do you know that when he came in, Anambra didn't even have Ministry of Justice? When he came in again, do you know the overhead of that ministry? The overhead every year was 200,000, but he increased it from 200,000 to 10 million when he came in, and he bought vehicles for all judges. in Anambra State. He bought vehicles. He gave them brand new cars and said, no, we can't continue like this. He tried very well for those people. Yes, infrastructure-wise.
The allocation was coming strongly from Abuja now. Strong allocation was coming. It was money there.
What Ajala Koko said.
Oil.
Let me want to explain it better.
Oil
Because
was selling for 150, 170. So they are having big money. They are sharing.
How much was Anambra allocation? Anambra was
Kulata will handle that.
That was the richest period that Anambra ever
let me
had.
try and describe it to you.
Federal allocation. No.
Let me try and describe it to you, Saki.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
So Obi had Obi had three major things going for him at that time. First of all, oil was very expensive then. Nigeria was making a killing. Number one. Then number two, there were some monies federal government should have paid during this guy's government. The guy before Obi, Ngige. There was some money being owed Ngige that the federal government did not pay Ngige's government. Those money cleared under Obi's government. So that's additional money coming to Obi. And there was the Obi's government in 2006. Paris Club and London Club did debt forgiveness. Obi actually used that debt forgiveness to pay the debt. So Obi had all those things going for him. So it's a wonder why, with all those things going for him in those 8-year stretch, it did not dent the ratio of federal allocation to internally generated revenue. It was flat, meaning the money that was being given to him the money he could raise, there was no difference between that throughout the years. And actually, during the years, the revenue that was being collected dropped, because this is an allegation. I can't prove it. It's an allegation that someone said, because you can see the numbers dropped from 7.5 billion to 4, because they said he put his relative in charge of collecting IGR in some of the markets, and they weren't declaring anything. But okay, so how does IGR drop from 7.5 to 4 point something? Then next in 4 point something, then it goes to 6 point something before eventually it got to 8 point something when it was leaving after 8 years. So I don't know. That's why I said that one is an allegation. I can't prove it. I'm not going to say that in public, because I'm not going to say that, like, I can't use that to question him because I can't prove it. But there was a lot of money coming in, and under his government, poverty actually grew in Anambra.
The question I want to ask.
So that's why, like, when you look at his record, you can't really say that, oh man, this guy has a spectacular record. Everything was going right. Everything was going right in the country then, and it was piss poor performance.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. The whole of southeastern states, which of the states has the least federal allocation during his time?
I don't know. I do not know. Probably Ebonyi.
Anambra had I think Ebonyi. Then Anambra
probably
was
Ebonyi.
second. Anambra was the second least federal allocation-based economy. What Obi actually did during his time, which that woman acknowledged too. The woman said that during their time that internal IGR was not much. That Anambra IGR was not actually much, but their government focused too much on developmental partners. That they worked a lot with developmental partners. That was where they got massive funding. And the way P2B was funding education in Anambra State, he was funding both private schools, public schools, missionary schools, even federal government schools. He gave you
Where was he getting the money from?
I don't know. Maybe
federal allocation.
No, he just told you that federal allocation now.
No.
And then there was some areas. Some areas also came in from Igige's.
Are you saying areas? It was during the time of P2B that the federal government
No, when I mean areas, like there was some money, there was some federal money owed Anambra.
I know.
That
there was a road,
you know what I'm talking about.
There was a road constructed by Ngige, which belonged to federal government.
And
there was also a road constructed by P2B, which belonged to the federal government. So you can balance that one out. Even if he had got the money from Ngige, that very money was also used for a federal road under his tenure. It was Obiano that even collected the money. at the end of the day. It was during Obiano's time that federal government balanced the money owed to that very state government for constructing those roads. You know, P2B did very well in Anambra, I must tell you. If you are looking for the kind of infrastructure in terms of physical infrastructure you had maybe in Lagos, gigantic mansions, that's
No, we
not that.
can't compare
But
Anambra to Lagos now.
other indices, human development indices, education was very good.
But
Health,
let me question that
very good.
education space a little bit. I mean, when I was growing up, right? Bendel State, number one. I mean, just to show that I'm not a young guy. Bendel State, number one. Anambra, probably number two or number three. And I mean, maybe Enugu or something. So Anambra has never been an educationally backward. They've never been in an educational backward state. They've always been super intelligent people. Maybe some of them, they have a lot of out of school people because they like business.
East, let me tell
but
you.
in the East, let me land my point. Yeah. So Anambra always had the good record. It was because some guy came in, Ibuaniju, and destroyed everything. That's why they went back. So Obi just came back to reset that status quo. It's like someone that was on drugs. It was a good kid that went on drugs, cleaned up, and went back to being a good kid. And when you now
all the structures were already there, by the way, so he just re-established them.
Let me tell you.
Rather than created.
Let me tell you. If you come to the southeast, number one state in terms of education used to be Imo State. Number one.
Imo is still number one.
No, it used to be
when it comes to tertiary education, it's still number one. Probably number one in the country.
Every state, both WAEC and those things, number one. You go after Imo, you see Enugu. Then after Enugu, you talk about.
But my time, Imo and Anambra were probably the same states. Then.
I'm coming. After Enugu, you talk about Ada. Before you talk about Anambra, Anambra people were business people. Before you talk about a boy. But then when Mbanuju came, Mbanuju made it worse. It was below the pit. It was below. I know the level education was in Anambra. It was below the pit. Such that any government that came in has to do a lot of work. It's just like the way Nigeria is now. Anybody that comes in and is able to bring Nigeria to a level it used to be, that person must have achieved a lot of things. So P2B did very well. When P2B came in, it was number 20 something in terms of all those
26 or so.
Yeah, in terms of all those WAECs. But during his administration, he saw it number one. P2B was giving out money for. Once you are good,
I can tell you, he gave 30,000 computers. I mean, he gave 30,000 computers to secondary schools.
Do you know how many vehicles he gave them?
From HP, and he provided access because Gerald. I mean,
do you know how many buses he bought for secondary school in Anambra State?
I have all this. 700 buses were provided to secondary schools. Boreholes were provided to schools. New classrooms were built in 177 communities. He did well in education, no doubt. You can't take it from me. Whether Atiku helped him or not, whether he used Tinubu's return back to mission, it doesn't matter. He did well. He returned Anambra to where it was. But all I'm trying to say is, the old Anambra states, which was a combination of maybe Anambra and Imo State, were one of the top 5 in the country. So they're naturally brilliant. The only thing is, Ubaneju just made it wayward, and Peter Obi returned it back to status quo. If those kids had nothing in their heads, they will not be number one. They just went back to where they were supposed to be. That's my point. So, but you still have to give him credit for it. But what I'm saying is, we've listed all this record. I'm not missing anything in this record that is done. Based on this record, is it a spectacular record? That's up to you to decide whether this guy, because the way he's praised, there's so much expected from this guy that I even worry that if he gets in, people will lose all confidence in politics because the guy will be handicapped based on the situation we have in Nigeria. But when you look at this record, when our economy was booming, this is not a spectacular record. Poverty grew under his watch. I mean, not okay. Let's even forget poverty. What about the ease of doing business? Ease of doing business. Anambra was one of the worst in the country in ease of doing business, twice in a row. One of the worst in the country under his watch. So there's no strong indication that this guy is a performer. Yes, I mean, can he be prudent? Yeah, probably. The only thing you have to give him is a relatable guy. He's not going to be a leader that they'll kill here, they'll kill there. It will come on TV, it will come and empathize. It will go on UN, it will speak. I'll be proud of him, you'll be proud of him. It's going to bring the disaffected people back into the Nigerian fold, because people that want to do Biafra and code, they'll come back in Nigeria fold like, yes, Igbo is ruling the country. You have to give him those positives. From a symbolic view, is the ideal candidate. But you cannot sell his record to me. His record is not spectacular. And there's no point trying to sell it. For some of us that kind of
but Kulata,
yes.
if we really want to be fair, we have to look at where are the areas that government that we must feel government impact. Education, number one, it performed excellently well.
It did very well in education.
Yeah, very, very well. And he has put down and he showed a leadership with vision on education there with what he has done by the nursing school he built and some other things that
he partnered with the private sector to get healthcare going.
So that is number one. One that we are talking about government areas where we have to feel government impact. So that's number one. The parts there. Then number two, health sector. As you mentioned, that is number two. It did excellently well. That is
it's not excellent. The health sector is not excellently well. The health sector was just revitalizing some aspect of it. It's not like Anambra health sector just magically transformed. It's not like the educational one. It was just something it was just something, the dirt of health sector, just revitalizing it to an extent. It's not some transformational.
But at least it was impactful. I mean, I just want us to concentrate on areas where.
Yeah, I like the direction you're going. I like the direction you're going.
So education, health sector, and road infrastructure, like road, pipe-borne water. I don't know whether they have pipe-borne water or this thing. So
that one is Niger normal problem. Yeah.
So if we have a government that on these areas where they are expected to perform well, and this guy did very good, I think we have to give kudos to him. So,
but this is where I'm gonna say I don't agree
because let me tell you, in 2014, I don't know in any part of Nigeria where in schools computers were distributed, were given to children. I don't know where there's any school.
Oshun did it. They even gave tablets.
Okay, in 2014.
When Aregbesola was in office, Oshun distributed tablets to all kids.
Was Aregbesola there 2014?
I don't know when he was there, but when he was there, he distributed. They created tablets.
Okay.
Whatever
the question,
that thing is called.
Did Lagos that is richer, that we want to position, or some of you want to position as, generated the best revenue, more resourceful? Did Lagos give children computer in school, or do you want to say it doesn't have the capacity to give it?
I don't even know about.
All right. So what I just want us to look at is that all these areas where government have to perform their traditional responsibility, education, healthcare, road construction, and other infrastructural amenities. If this guy have performed well there, I think we have to celebrate him, to some extent. If when it comes to the business aspect of it, like revenue generation and some other making enabling environment and all these things for businesses. That's a different aspect. But the traditional, areas of their function,
the bread and butter stuff.
But this is where Ajale Koko, this is where I need to kind of step in, because you want to go and run Nigeria. Our biggest problem now, outside of security, is revenue generation. It's okay for Kulata to sit down and be getting gift from Father Christmas, from the government, and then going to do education, going to do this. But now you now have to be the Father Christmas to make it rain, and you've not shown the capability to make. I mean, I'm speaking nonsense language. You've not shown the capacity to kind of raise money, because in this case you are not the recipient, you are now the giver. You're now the one that's going to be creative to bring the money in. So you're not just sitting down there and just taking money and making account of the money.
And also, sorry, just give me 1 microsecond, Saki Father. And also, in all of these laudable things that you've listed and Ajale Koko listed also, all of which has to be applauded. There is nothing within all of it that is self-sustaining. A lot of it still continues to rely on
government.
Largesse from the federal space. So there's nothing that self-sustains. But Asaki Father, you wanted to say?
Yeah, the question I want to ask you now, Kulata, as Nigeria is right now, if you are made the president of Nigeria, how will you want to generate revenue right now if you enter?
I've said my own now. You people will kill me.
But what's the first thing you would do? What's the first thing you would do?
Don't ask that question. You want to start somebody today. Don't ask that guy. You don't take that guy to that route. So
Zaki Father, in the short run, yes. What I'll do. Well, I mean, first of all, let's assume security was decent. In the short run, what I'll do is try whatever possible best to go and secure the pipelines. That's because that's like an immediate impact. That one you can get impact in a matter of months. Try and secure the pipeline. In the medium term, if I'm going to spend 4 years in the office, I will expand the tax base. We can't be relying on Niger Delta oil. We need to be self-sufficient based on money we generate internally. And then if I have 8 years, of course, I will try and make sure, the Dangote refinery, I'll support it with whatever I have. The refinery that they're currently fixing by Daewoo company and another Italian company, I'll make sure I see that through.
So you are telling me that if you will not start first by looking inwards to see where there are wastages, to remove the wastage?
Well, first things first, it depends on where the situation of the economy. If oil prices is booming or something, I can go after the wastages. If the economy, if things are bleeding, you still need money to be circulating. Otherwise, you're going to contract your GDP and most people will get poor. It's like after the recession, Europe went on a massive austerity measure. US went more spending, more borrowing and more spending. US survived the recession better than Europe because Europe, by the austerity measure, ended up contracting the economy and they could not recover quickly as US recovered. So it may sound crazy, but sometimes when the economy is bad, government needs to spend more.
There is difference between...
I know. See, let me tell you one thing.
There is difference between blocking wastages.
I get it. I know where you're going. I know where you're going with it. I know where you're going with that. You see, let me explain something. Under Jonathan's government, people felt better. Why did people feel better? Because under Jonathan's government, the money was spreading around. Legitimate money, corruption money, all sorts of money. It was spreading around. When this idiot came into power, he just blocked some part, made it a narrow pipe. And in that narrow pipe, people that had access to that pipe They were just swallowing everything, but the money isn't spreading around. So you can feel more economic pain under Buhari with massive corruption than under Jonathan with a little bit better corruption than Buhari. And the only thing is that money, when money is spreading around, that means if I steal, I can go to the market, I can buy BMW, it can break down, you can service my tire, it's going to trickle all over the place. But if you're stealing, just a few people stealing, they can't affect the larger economy like that. So if economy is bubbling, you put some of the screws in. But if we're in a chronic condition, like, I mean, we have a ransom report right there. It needs to be implemented. We need to cut the waste. Everybody knows that. But the timing needs to be correct. That's what I think. But that's just my opinion. Doesn't mean I'm right. It's just my opinion.
Okay.
All right, brilliant. So thank you.
You're really a tax collector.
They want you not to ask him the question. He will tax it. He will even tax you.
And also, you guys need to go and check Kwankwanso record. If you feel Obi did very well at Janle Koko, if you feel Obi did very well on education, go and check Kwankwanso.
If I ask him now, he will even say that we should tax the church. The church should be taxed.
Of course, you tax the church, especially Pentecostal churches.
Babalawo, wọ́n máa fògùn náà ní bàbá wa lórí tó wá lọ tàṣẹ ọ babaláwo.
Sorry, are you saying that Kwakwanso's record is more impressive than Peter Obi's?
Yeah, it's impressive in terms of like putting effort into education. He put more effort, but Orito Donta. I mean, I'm not going to translate that, but you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He spent more money into it. He may not just get the result. Like I said, Anambra people are naturally smart, so you just return them to where they're supposed to be. But Kwankwanso spent way more money and way more resources on all this infrastructure that we are talking about. I've checked some of it.
When was Anambra number one in the WAEC before?
No, I don't. I mean, I remember was that exam we used to do in primary school.
Anambra was. I mean, they are saying they are
what was that?
In their WAEC, they were lacking behind for several years. So
no, in the 90s, in the 90s, in the 80s, Anambra people were smart because it was just not Anambra; it was Anambra and Imo State. That was one state together. They've always been smart. Bendel State, they've always been smart. If you go and check common entrance, the first will be either Bendel, followed by the Anambra, then maybe Lagos.
What was Gongola State? What was Gongola State?
I want to Rukbo now. Like all those ones, now backbenchers. When we are 21 states, I mean, the top 10 is the Eastern, South, and then Western states. Then the rest, the other side of the country. So Anambra people have been smart, but Obiajulu,
but you can't go back to when they were.
But these are naturally smart people now. These are naturally smart people. They're naturally intelligent people. Have you seen? I mean, Igbo people are very smart.
All right, thank you. So, gentlemen, we're coming up to the 6-hour mark. So we start to wrap it up. So to land on Ajale Koko, of course, it's been one of those sessions that have just taken on a life of its own. But there it is. I think we still somewhat delivered for our audience because they've stayed with us virtually all the way through. So that's usually the metric that I use to measure is how much of them we hold on to. So we start to round off, of course, to round on Ajale Koko, and we kick it off with Thomas. So Thomas, that time of the day again. All right, we don't appear to have Thomas. So we go from Thomas to, let me go to Emilokon, who I suspect we may not have anymore as well. So Emilokon, are you there? All right, have a good night, Emilokon. So from Emilokon, let's go on to Joel of Nashville, who I think may well be having lunch with his work colleagues.
Oh, no.
All right, brilliant.
The thing there is that I've listened to Kulata and data he rolled out. Impressive, by the way. The thing there is that I think that in governance, looking at Nigeria, the way it is, I think that right now, the most important thing right now is the economy. And in solving our problem, I mean, this morning I was going through Arise News, and I saw that we're about to borrow another 11 trillion.
For what exactly, if you don't mind?
Just to buttress to buttress our budget.
Also, the
And,
supplementary budget, that be supplementary.
I think it's a supplementary budget.
No. It's not supplementary. It's the 2023 budget. So
Okay,
it's
okay. 2023 budget, right? So I know
the deficit. Yeah.
Deficit. So I knew it was something about the budget, but they're saying from the projection by the time Buhari leaves, we're going to be about 54 trillion naira in debt. So that should sink in. In a party like APC, what do you think is going to change? Because it goes beyond, getting salary, what they call it now. It goes beyond just, taxing people. Kulata was talking about taxing. Are you going to tax the poor? Nigeria have been taxed enough.
No,
and
I won't tax the poor.
Okay, you won't tax the poor.
I won't tax the poor.
So that's the thing.
Any sane country needs to first have a basic taxing. I mean, first of all, before you're a developed country, you need to have like a mature taxing environment before you now start looking at the ideology there. Where do you pull the levers? There's the only countries that are pure capitalist, no taxation is Somalia, all capitalist. And you can go to Somalia if you want to live the capitalist dream. But in any kind of like society that wants to develop, you need a tax system. That's all.
The tax system, I'm just trying to tell you that as flawed as our tax system is today, right? We are taxing Nigerians enough. We are taxing them. Now, what I was thinking you're going to say is, how do you pull people out of poverty? If you have more people, right now we have about 40 of us, 40 million of us working, and I think that number is down to about 30 million.
You didn't ask me that question. It was, how do we fix the immediate revenue problem? Immediate revenue problem is different from pulling people out of poverty.
If it's going to be our immediate revenue problem, then the best thing you're going to do is to plug wastages. It is not by taxing. Look, let me tell you something. Let me tell you. The amount of money, you will be surprised. The amount of money you will save from plugging loopholes.
You need to spend your way out of poverty. You must spend your way. You need to borrow more. That's just the reality. You need to borrow.
No doubt about the borrowing. No doubt about the borrowing. But when you borrow, right?
If you don't time that cutting right, you will create havoc. It needs to be timed correctly.
You will shrink your economy if you do that too much.
You will shoot your economy.
See. No, when I talk about plugging loopholes, you are plugging the loopholes from those in government. When the money comes in from those in government, those people you're talking about, where do they take those money to? Abroad. You think that they spend about $2 million, $3 million in Nigeria? That is where they come here and buy those houses, build those estates. That you wouldn't. Someone was showing me. It was showing one day.
You know his closing remarks, don't you?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. I've not spoken to the, but it's okay.
Sorry, that happens sometimes.
It's okay. Yeah. But that's by the way, right, Kulata. We just need a candidate. We just need a candidate that will plug those loopholes. And if by the time we start pulling people out of poverty, we'll tax more people. Nigeria has been taxed enough. So that's the point I'm trying to make. We have to make a decision on who to manage the economy the best. APC cannot do it. The reason why I say APC cannot do it is the same people that are in government today, none of them is talking about plugging the reducing spending. Nobody's talking about it. Everybody's just going ahead talking about things that they're going to do and which most of the time never come to pass. PDP, on the other hand, these are the same people. They have lived off the system. We need someone that is ready to give back to the system, and that is Peter. Thank you very much.
Well, posed. So it's like deja vu all over again. once upon a time, a few months ago, somebody would make that delivery, but instead of Peter Obi, it was Omoyele Sowore. So it's deja vu all over again. So thank you, Joel of Nashville. Let me remove that from the screen actually. So the way the platform seems to be evolving is that rather than people going from person to person, conversations just take on a life of their own, and people just chime in. So oftentimes we don't do the rounds of all of the panelists, but hopefully, what I try to ensure is that every voices are still heard, and so everybody gets to say something. But we go to Baba T now to take our closing remarks. So Baba T,
All right.
to you.
Yeah, I think I'm more of a person that just comes in and chimes in once in a while now.
Yeah.
That's my role, but which is fine.
And I think that's how the conversation has been going somewhat in the last few sessions. We don't really get to make the full round of everybody.
Yeah, because I kind of noticed that when one individual covers 5 topics, we kind of get lost. We don't even remember what they said for the first episode. So sometimes if we just stay on one topic and move from one and just have a robust debate on each, it's kind of we have a richer dialogue, and it's more, we don't argue as much. We actually have some quality debates, So I've noticed that. So, but it's your platform, depending on how you want to do it. But so far,
I have to take on, but is it the feedback, Yeah. So I mean, obviously, I don't know it all. So it's what you guys say.
Yeah, but I'll just suggest that maybe when you have the 5 topics, we just you ask us maybe you make a round for the topic, right? Each one we take 3 or 4 minutes to just chime in on the same topic, then we just discuss it, then move to the next one, as opposed to one person just talking about 5 things, but that way we can just chime in and ask them questions. But back to what we discussed today, I would like to go back to the Dangote thing for my closing remarks. I know we talked about the importance of him trading in Naira, and Coletta might chime in later, I think, when he does his closing remarks briefly. I think that will help the Naira, because that Naira has been struggling a lot. So I think it's his duty to help the country out. The country has helped him enough for the last 10, 20 years. And if we have to subsidize him and do whatever is necessary to bring down the price of crude oil, we should do that, even if it means giving him discount rate on refined crude. Let him make his money. We have enough oil. So that would be my own opinion. But I remember the CBN governor talking about he has to sell in Naira. But I don't know if it's legally binding, though. That is what I'm trying to figure out. So I will do my own research on that to see if the documents are out there where there's some kind of signature to having him trade in Naira as opposed to dollars. To the elections, to Ovie's point, I thought about it, and one man, don't let me shock you, but his guy might actually win if he makes it to the second round. I just thought about it, and he's gonna beat our brothers and sisters from the east that will do that job for him. If he manages to scale to the second round against Tinubu, I think the Igbos will not vote for Tinubu, and they might actually go for him, and they might be the deciding force that will swing the balance. So all he has to do is just make it to second round, and he has a chance. I just thought about it. But anyways, let's subscribe, share the platform. It's been a good session. It's been good listening to everybody chime in. I do learn from everybody. Trust me. I pay close attention to what everybody is saying, even if it comes jovial or comes true as unserious. But the people do make valid points. Still remains the best platform on the internet when it comes to Nigeria's issues. Let's keep it that way from now. Love the quality of the show. God bless everybody for coming. Hopefully we get to do it again tomorrow.
All right, brilliant to help us. Brilliant to help us. So thank you, Baba T, the deep, rich voice of Baba T. So from the deep, rich voice of the Baba T to the elegant tones of Saki Fada. Saki Fada.
Thank you, Woman. It has been a very nice show. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Kolata. Thank you, Ajale Koko. It has been a very objective analysis today, you know, like I always say, I want to see a Nigeria that will be great again. Nigeria is gonna be great. Let's make it work. This time around, there is no money again. We should think about how to reduce certain wastages. We should begin to think about how to recruit professionals in our governance. It is only in that direction that Nigeria will start taking shape again. Thank you very much, one man. Let me leave you so that you can have a rest. You know.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Saki Fada. And one of these days, you have to send me the links to those spaces because I've even went to download Twitter as but I have it on my laptop, but I don't have it on my phone. So I went to download some placebo phone type thing to see if I can get to those spaces, but I still
Yeah.
can't seem to find them. Those spaces.
Yeah. Just a little quick contribution to what the last speaker, Babati, said. If the election should come to, if the guy should make it to second round, you know, what the Southeast will do, they will likely not, there will be serious voter apathy, likely in the Southeast. Southeast, they are not used to any other party apart from PDP, you know. So if Labour is no longer there and maybe PDP is not there and it is only APC and NNPP, what we might likely see in the Southeast is people will not come out in mass to vote. The few that will come out will not act to the dictates of their governors. Like Ebonyi State will maybe take the route of APC. Imo State might take the route of APC. Anambra generally, I don't know how it's gonna be. Anambra and Enugu, you know. But at the end of the day, at that level, it's not going to, people will not come out much to vote. That is what I will see in that direction.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So that's that Sake Fada, always brilliantly put by Sake Fada, always statistically put by Kulata. Kulata, your closing remark.
Closing remark. The Dangote space, that's a very interesting one. Like, I mean, Dangote, first of all, is supposed to sell to Nigeria in Naira. I mean, he has no choice. I mean, why won't he sell to us in Naira? But it will be very interesting for him to sell to the outside world in Naira. But I believe the US government, number one, will not let that happen. Because if Dangote can export and sell to the world in Naira, Naira will be super strong. Naira will gain value. And I mean, that's a direct attack on the dollar. I don't think the powers that be in the world will let that happen. So we can dream, but if it happens, I mean, Naira will be strong. It's just the way the Russian ruble is gaining grounds now, because people that buy Russian oil have to buy it in rubles. So that means they demand more rubles. So they'll be demanding more Naira. So that's not going to happen. The next best thing that could have happened was maybe the African currency that Gaddafi was trying to do, or West African currency, where we can make people that buy goods in Africa pay us in our currency. And when we trade amongst ourselves, we'll trade in our currency, so we won't have to demand for dollars. So our currency will be relatively stable and strong. But those are pipe dreams. I mean, we have the big old Uncle Sam that probably will not let that happen. So interesting discussion on Dangote. From Obi, I think we gave it a thorough analysis of his record. The only reservation I have is we need a revenue creator right now. I mean, we have a lot of governors that have done well in investing in roads, investing in education, investing in clinic. Kwakwanso did it. He did it very well too, to be honest. So it's not, what we need is someone creative, someone that can bring the money out. And for people that say any functioning country needs to have steady source of revenues, and all the countries in the world just happen to have the tax system. When you now get a functioning tax system, you can now say, okay, let me reduce tax, let me increase tax. That's when you get the ideological debate. But one thing that's constant with them, they need a functioning tax system that is fair, not a draconian one where you tax poor people. No, I'm not advocating taxing poor people. I just want us to have a fair one. So so if we need to expand our economy, we can borrow more, we can raise bonds, We can do this because we have the backing of our internally generated revenue to be able to fund anything we borrow and fund anything, any sort of commitment we have. So it's not like one is trying to cheat. But once you have that, then you can say, okay, let me reduce tax here, let me increase tax there. You can do the liberal versus conservative. But if you don't have something functioning, then you are nowhere as a country. So nobody wants that. So anybody that gets into the presidency now has a lot of challenges. If Obi gets in there, Obi has to caucus with PDP because that's the only way he'll be able to do anything. And if he has to caucus with PDP, forget about cutting any loop. I mean, forget about cutting any thing in the government. Forget about cutting waste. But any of those three candidates, they're better than Buhari. So we're lucky to have at least you can go to bed knowing that the next president is going to be better than Buhari. So vote for whoever you like. I would prefer a Southerner, but it's your choice. That's it. So thanks everyone. The best show on YouTube on Nigeria Matters. Talk to you guys later on.
All right, brilliant. Before you go, Kulata, the Babati's suggestion that because we often have quite a menu of talking points, to be taking it round just so that the focus is not centrally on one person. Are you on that?
This is my feedback. I think the first two people that talk, they talk on every single topic. So that kind of drags on. So if the first two people that talk take on one or two topics, if everybody takes on one or two topics based on their areas of interest, like me, I don't know anything about Sunday IGBO, so I can't handle conversations like that. So if we maybe spread out the topics a little bit, because you have a wide array of topics and we end up not discussing all of them. So I feel maybe everyone can have one or two. And I mean, the big dogs like Ajande Koko can do whatever they want. We're fine with it. But I think that will work better. Rather than having the first two people talk about every single topic, then some of us will log on, do some work, and we won't be able to follow again.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So yeah. I'll take that on board. That's not to say I would take that verbatim, but certainly feedback always necessary.
No, it's just feedback.
Because the one thing that I've always want to.
I think it's one man that wastes too much time on, like Kulata said, on first two person. You take too much time in taking them through the topic, because you know that you ask questions and you interrogate them. So you are doing the good job, but you take too long on the first person and the second person. So I think maybe you just do it short, little interrogation, and let's move on. There's nothing wrong. Yeah. The way you are doing it is okay, but don't take too long, because sometimes I'll be looking at the time. By the time you finish on one person, it's already going to 1.5 hours. So how will you be able to?
All right. Yes.
10 on the. You can't. There's no way you can cover 10 of us separately. Yes. So by the time you take the first person on all the topic, and you take the second person on, and you are interrogating along the line as well. So you took too much time.
We can't remove that interrogation though. That's what makes this show. We have to interrogate.
Yes, interrogation is good, but one man needs to go and be CID. Go and work with CID.
The one thing, gentlemen, the one thing I wanted to try and move away from is to have it too structured, because then it becomes somewhat.
No, it's no longer fun.
Yes, I don't want it to be too structured, but then I don't want it to be totally chaotic and incoherent as well. So that's why I'm trying to find the balance, but certainly the feedback, yeah. All right, thank you, Kolata. Let me come to Ajande Koko, who has already taken the spot to have the final word. So Ajande Koko, to you. Sorry, let me. We've not been able to hear from you at all even today because of your network, and I think we're having that struggle again. But Ajande Koko, the final word. Are you there? We can't hear you. And I think he's lost the connection. So there it is. So there it is. Yes, you have to understand that I think Ajale Koko is in transit. You can tell that a lot of the interaction, he's in his car, trying to stay with the show as well. And when you're driving, it depends on how the signal is wherever you're passing through. So that's why we've been having that staccato sort of interaction, and then the things dropping every so often. So certainly I'll take that feedback. And we'll probably trial it for a few sessions, just to, yes. We'll probably trial it just for a few sessions to see how that works. But I'm not promising it, because I don't want it to be too structured, but I don't want it to be too silly either, So just trying to maintain the uniqueness of the space, but still making it, because we have to continue to evolve. And I think that's the feedback that a lot of the space are saying, that spread it out a bit more and don't focus too heavily on two. So we certainly take that on board. So I don't even know. I was hoping that Ajale Koko were okay. Let Thomas have the final word then, since we don't have Ajale Koko. So in the absence of Ajale Koko, so Thomas, you have the final word, because somebody has to have the final word.
Yes, thank you, one man. I think I stepped away from my system the other time. Thank you for everybody that has come to the session today. Your contribution has been meaningful and educative. To our listeners, please like, share, and subscribe. And I'm inviting Victoria, if you are listening, come back. We like to have a female voice as well. And anybody from the northern side of the country, we want that as well. We want to spread across the nation. I will end by saying this: vote for your candidate. Vote wisely. May God bless Nigeria, and God bless you, Wama. Thank you for having all of us. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So that's the final word from Thomas, who steps in for Ajale Koko. So thank you, Thomas. So that's been Thomas, and that has been pardon me. So that's been Thomas, and that has been the session. So we're still pushing, of course, for subscribes and likes. Which YouTube platform is not pushing for that? This is no different. So we're pushing for likes and subscribes, and we're still pushing even at the 11th hour of the session. So at the 11th hour, so we're still, if the subscribe button is showing red on your screen, then correct that with a swift action by clicking on it to turn it gray. So nobody watching the session should have the subscribe button on their screen red. It should be gray. So that means then you're subscribed to the platform. And you know why we push that? Because that helps with the YouTube algorithm. And click on like as well, because we put in the effort. So that's just the one way that you can signal an encouragement to the conversation. You might not necessarily find the conversation agreeable. And it's very important that you find it disagreeable in some instances, because then that means difficult conversations are being had. So come, let's have even more difficult conversations tomorrow. I think we're aiming for a two session tomorrow. So we have 2 sessions tomorrow. Be here. Make sure you're subscribed. You've clicked on the like button, and the bell notification is on, so that when the sessions are coming up, then you are notified then to get yourself ready to participate. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section over here. I say peace.